7:19 right now. You heard it here first. We're a minute ahead of time. Basically, we're time lords, is what we are. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let me mute myself for a second. There we go. Well, I hand it off to D. Do your thing.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get the flock out of here. Back to you, Mr. Fumi.
Still no chat yet, even though I have refreshed twice, so I don't know what the story there is. But anyway, welcome, folks. Sorry for being late. Hopefully, we are right on time. But in the meantime, why the fuck is this not working? Holy cow. Come on. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it
There we
now.
go. Now the chat's working. Okay, perfect. Welcome, ladies and germs. As people slowly roll into the chat here, we will start to have an honest to goodness conversation. By the way, we have a great guest for tomorrow, not for today, but for tomorrow. High noon safety meeting, ladies and germs. We have confirmed North Star Genetics is going to be here tomorrow. So, folks, don't forget tomorrow at noon we're going to be talking to North Star Genetics. If you guys haven't talked to him before or haven't heard of him before, great opportunity to learn. But if you have heard of him before because you didn't grow up under a rock, it'll be a great chance for you to chat with him again. Let's see here. Let me post the link. Nobody in the chat yet. I guess because we're late here. But in the meantime, boom, here we go. I will be first in the chat. Look at that. It's kind of funny. Pin message. There we go. Boom. Welcome, folks. The show, of course, is for adults only. D's here too. But the show's for adults only, ladies and germs. No shenanigans allowed, of course. Obviously, we don't sell anything, as you can see. Why would you buy a fucking dinosaur? I mean, where are you going to find a dinosaur? That's ridiculous. So please don't bother reporting this show. It's idiotic, and it's honestly been like 4 years of that. I don't know if it's the same people reporting it, but when you think about 4 years, they could have gotten a freaking college diploma in that time. It's time they moved on, honestly. In the meantime, cheers, Bud Kilowatt. Good to see you. Cheers, Robert Benjula. Good to see you. He came in fourth. He's saying, Bud Kilowatt saying green light zapping horses or something, or green light kilowatt horses. I don't know exactly what that code is. Deep Enigma level codes, ladies and germs, with Bud Kilowatt in the chat there. In the meantime, though, let me see what's going on with D. D, what's the story, buddy? What's the good word?
What's going on, everybody? What's going on, panel? What's going on, chat? I'm D Zombie, of course. You can find me on Instagram at D underscore zombie underscore. You can also find me on YouTube at D zombie underscore 745 on YouTube. Come and follow me there when I go live. I hope everyone's having a great night. I'm smoking on Pink Death, um, Pink Pink Bubba and Death Bubba for nighttime later on. And some half. I got a delivery today. Another delivery. Woo! So that's good. Hope everyone's having a great day. Cheers. Smashy.
Oh, you
Over.
mute.
Oh, I'm muted. Didn't even know.
Oh,
I'm fine, man. Um, Started building the room. Well, getting everything together. Panda film got ordered yesterday,
yeah.
so probably start tomorrow or the next day. Actually building it, but everything's doing good. I got a lot of cool stuff going.
I can't believe how much like I saw that picture you posted on Home Depot or whatever with the lumber. And it's funny how they show you how many pieces of lumber they have in stock. It's like 3,000 pieces of like 2x4 or something. It's crazy.
Yeah,
To figure out why my hard drives on this other computer keep ejecting. They're plugged in, but I have these two hard drives rigged up as a RAID array, basically. Not a RAID array, but as a whatever. I have them linked up. I can't think of the word for it right now. And they just repeatedly keep knocking off, like basically once every couple days or something. And they're still connected and everything, but they just get disconnected. And then I have to like unplug them and replug them in. I don't know if it's a power issue or what. It's so maddening. I don't understand. Anyway. Hop on, folks. Welcome to the show. Cheers, Couch. Good to see you. Cheers, Operation Annihilation. If you guys are new to the idea, this is a conversational show. I am really holding it by a thread, honestly. So please don't snooze on the opportunity to come and chat with folks here. You don't get the opportunity too many times, honestly, on the internet anymore. Most of these shows have frankly gone away. So folks, really don't snooze. There's a lot been going on with my life, and I have honestly thought about dropping all of this many times. So don't, when I say don't snooze or you lose, that may well happen. So seriously, hop on, folks, join the conversation, show off your garden. Don't make me sit here and beg for it, honestly, because it's ridiculous the amount of bullshit we've had to deal with just to run a show on this freaking. This is my second channel. We have 4 channels. By the way, speaking of that, if you guys would like to help out, make sure to subscribe to Fumes of Gold. Speaking of which, we should probably do that tonight. I wasn't even thinking about that. We should probably do this show for, I don't even know, an hour, hour and a half, and then we'll bounce to the Fumes of Gold, basically. I'll let you know. Don't worry. We're not going to catch you by surprise or something. But I want to grow the other channel too. So you never know when these fucking trolls are going to come back. For the moment, they have been kept at bay or whatever. I don't know. Maybe they fucked off or something. I don't know. But in the meantime, it's been going on for so long that obviously I can't deal with that shit anymore. So, folks, Gold and Dank Culture Collective.
Instagram pulled a post down, and I literally posted what I bought, and I said that, like, oh, I got these chocolate bars from a local shop, $5 for 100 milligrams, and they took it down. I was like, you mother, like, dude, I didn't say I'm
Yeah,
selling.
Instagram is terrible. And it's really infuriating to me that Facebook is so entrenched because at this point, I don't think anybody is going to replace them. It's just like YouTube. They're so big that nobody can really become a competitor to them because they would have to compete with literally a fucking monopoly. So that's essentially how monopolies, I mean, that's not how they become a monopoly, but that's how they stay a monopoly because nobody could possibly compete with them. We're stuck on YouTube basically because there's no other option. People are always giving me, unfortunately, bad ideas. They tell me, "Oh, Captain, no offense, but you gave me a bad idea. You just host the videos on your own website." In principle, that's a great idea until you find out the costs, which are in the astronomical tens of thousands. The only people who can, because of economies of scale, can do it are people like YouTube. And their business basically is built. They have server farms and everything else. So they pay themselves, basically. The costs are completely different. Whereas if you want to host your own video, fuck off. It starts in the hundreds of dollars per gigabyte. You know what I mean? So anyway, stupid, the whole situation.
Well, I'm sorry
I
for
should
giving you
monopolize the
stupid
conversation.
information.
Oh no, it's not your fault, Captain. It was. I mean, how do I put it? It was not a good idea in retrospect, but it was a good idea that you gave an idea. So I'm not trying to shit on your ideas or something. Speaking of which, by the way, what's going on, Captain?
Just another day here in paradise trying to get the water situation worked out. My I had a water problem in front of my house for a couple weeks. They came out and fixed it, and now I don't have enough water pressure to kick on the hot water heater.
That's annoying.
So I've been taking cold showers for the past 2 fucking weeks.
Yeah, that'll wake you up.
Oh, believe me, because, okay, you see that blue pipe? That's my water line. So when it's 40 degrees outside, that water's really fucking cold.
That's pretty good.
And it really sucks, like in the summertime when you want to like go in and put some cool water on your face and you turn on the faucet and it comes out hotter than you are. But hey, this is what you deal with living in Thailand.
I was just gonna say we definitely take the American plumbing for granted, right? Like the almost instant hot and cold water. Most of the time, instant hot and cold water. Most of the time, you're if in a big like a building or whatever, pretty much endless supply, right? Like you almost never run out. Whereas in European systems, you could run out after a couple gallons of hot water. Like, oh shit.
Yeah. And
Not
I
to
like
mention in Asia, they
wash.
have a lot of the Asian style toilets. They don't have the Western style toilets in many cases. Obviously, in Japan is an exception, but yeah, China, a lot of places, the squat toilets. Whew. Yeah. No,
Yeah,
not even the swirl. It's
those
the
are all
literally a
here.
squat toilet, just a hole in the ground with a couple of freaking footprints next to it.
Well,
Wow.
yeah, you don't want to fall.
Right.
That's
Sitting
what the
on
footprints
bamboo.
are there for.
I'd love to be sitting on stacked up bamboo in a
Right.
square. Going
No,
over.
That's what your
they're
mom said.
that you don't. No, it's just basically a porcelain pot in a hole with these little, like Fumi was saying, little ridges to put your feet so you don't slip, and you just squat.
Crazy.
There's no, like, if you go into some of these, like going from Chiang Rai to Chiang Mai on the bus, they stop at a place. This place actually does put toilet paper in or some sort of paper to wipe, but a lot of them don't even have paper to wipe. You just have the bum gun, the water, and that's it.
No seashells.
Nope.
You don't know how to. He doesn't know how to use the
Seashells.
seashells.
We're a little bit too far away from the sea.
What the hell was that? For those that didn't know, that was a quote from. Oh, what movie was that?
Demolition Man.
Yeah, thank you, Fumi. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Hey, what did you get into? You've got prickers all over you. I think you're going to get a bath.
No.
This chocolate I'm eating is so good.
These nuts.
Oh, I still gotta send that to you.
Oh yeah. I think that's so funny. All right, coffee time. Coast. Or is it? Oh, okay. It's not medicated.
Oh, it is medicated.
Right on. That's funny.
So they have these on sale for $5, peanut butter crunch,
Oh, that sounds good.
100 milligrams.
You guys go close here.
Is it still charging?
Oh, what's going on, bud? Just saw you.
Cheers,
Oh,
bud.
just another good day in paradise. No, my day was stressful, but not because of like anything. At 9 this morning, I get a call because Neil Young and Crazy Horse finally announced this tour after 6 years. And my friend said, "Oh, the pre-sale, which if you're a Neil Young archive member, which I am, is at 1 o'clock." So I'm like, "Cool! I got all this shit to do, horse shit to do for hours in the morning. I'll be ready at 1 o'clock." And then I get like the actual warning from Neil Young Archives. Yeah, it was 1 o'clock.
11 a.m.
It was 1 o'clock East Coast, 10 a.m. And in the barn I was working at didn't have good. I was just on my phone, no Wi-Fi. And I come to find out that this pre-sale and the Neil Young archive, which you have to go through that to link to the Ticketmaster with the code, didn't work. And it's like 10 minutes after 10 and I'm stressed out. But then I call one of my friends, like, "Dude, are you at home?" "Yeah, okay. Here's my login. Here's my info. Here's my credit card. Can you do this for me?" And I might have been able to get like second or third row seats, but I ended up with like 11th row seats for both
I
nights.
still think that'd be killer.
The tour goes all over the country, but it starts with 2 nights in San Diego in this venue called the SDSU. It's on the campus, open air amphitheater, which even if I got the worst seat in the place, that's like better than most seats other places. It's like a perfect place. There's no bad seats.
What's the dates on that, bud?
April 24th and 5th are the San Diego. That's when the tour kicks
Man, you
off.
didn't get me tickets. I could have stayed out there for like 6, 7 days, helped you out on the farm.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll catch them someplace. I'm actually, I've got to stay here a little bit longer, so I'm not going to be leaving right at the beginning of March. And Slash is coming into Bangkok. And VIP tickets, which gets you right in front of the stage, are 6,900 baht. So just under $200 a ticket. But wait, it gets you an official Slash guitar pick and a facsimile autographed Slash calendar.
Oh, I'm
For
also
the extra 3,000 baht.
like, my life is going great with the routine.
But I
Except
got
that
tickets.
between, okay, Neil Young was today's big drama. Dead and Company, I got my email of my, friends and family, they call it. So I have to request what shows out of the 24 shows over 3 months at the Sphere that I want. And then, there's the Rolling Stones in Vegas and LA, which we already got tickets for. And then now the Neil Young. What are those things like? I think I need to make like a calendar and like lay it all out, because as I've had like I was supposed to send them back the request for the Dead tickets yesterday. I'm not going to all 24. But I gotta pick where, okay, but there's so much music happening this year, and it's only February. Oh, geez. Like Billy String's spring tour hasn't even been announced yet. Or like I know that's gonna come right in the middle of and then I realized I really love music, but it's become this like stress, yeah.
You need a tour
Only
agent.
time that I get stressful, get all anxiety and need to figure out all this shit. Like even today,
He's a
I
planner.
usually would just have used my debit card, but because of last week, this is the second time they've said that I'm deceased, and they put a balance hold on my B of A account. I've been like only leaving what money in the account. Like I last night at like midnight, coming home from warehouse, I went by the bank and pulled out all this money, right? Well, today I needed that money. So, oh well, had to like the stress of it all. Like I'm like, oh yeah, this isn't like going to concerts used to be less stressful than it is now, and a lot of it is
That's crazy.
the Dead shows
So,
are 400 a night. My friend
wow.
that's really into doing math, well, there's a 300 option, but the good ones are 395.
Holy fuck.
24 shows at 21,000 capacity at the Sphere comes out to 520,000
million.
Yeah. Well, wait, that's just they're trying to sell 520,000 tickets for the whole run at like, let's just say average price is $300. Do the math. Wow, that's a lot of dough. That's a lot of dough.
That's $150 million.
Yeah. Well, hey, when you're one of these like legends that has a draw that can pull 20,000 for 21 nights, you're money. Like,
I'm sorry.
I'm not a
I have a
groupie. but I gotta give it to Taylor Swift because right now, even the closest artists that their pay now, forget about their production and what they make from merch. Their stage pay, right? They're to do the show. Like Mick Jagger and Keith Richards get like almost 2 mil a night. John Mayer and Bob Weir like 750,000, something like that, right? Taylor Swift, she walks on a stage and it's 10
22
mil.
million.
Yeah, like that bitch ain't fucking around. She's no joke, man. It's weird. I love music. I don't even know one Taylor Swift song. I wouldn't even recognize it. I don't have any idea what it is. But
To tell you the truth, I don't even think I'd recognize Taylor Swift.
I recognize her. She's a little blonde hottie. I seen her at the Super Bowl. They said that 20 million or wait, some gigantic number of women that had no interest at all in watching the Super Bowl and never watched the Super Bowl tuned in to be able to watch because Taylor Swift was going to be there. Okay. I thought the funniest thing was even a month ago when they were saying this, I was like, no, that doesn't seem like that's right. But you know, the Trumpers, they were afraid that this whole thing is a setup, that Taylor Swift was gonna somehow at the Super Bowl gonna endorse Biden during the Super Bowl. And I was like, yeah, I don't think so. Like she might endorse Biden. She did last time. Okay, that's fine and dandy. But they had a conspiracy that this whole thing is rigged to for her to somehow kiss the guy at the end of the thing and then turn around and say, hey, I endorse Biden. Like that was never going to happen. But that's what they thought was going to happen. Like there's a bunch of media and Fox News and all this shit was saying that this is all set up for Taylor Swift to endorse Biden. I thought that was pretty crazy.
So the Super Bowl this year was the most watched program ever in US, averaging 123.7 million viewers.
Yeah. Hey, I knew we had to beat Taylor Swift. And I'm a 49er fan from way back. It looked good. We were playing good.
It was a good game. It was a really good game.
And we didn't win, man. And fuck, that sucked. But oh well.
Yeah, didn't San Francisco lose the ball in like the fourth quarter and that kind of changed the game?
Kinda. They went into OT.
Yeah. San Francisco, the mistake was in the first half, we had a lot of good drives, but we didn't score any points. We looked great. Didn't score any points. And then the next thing you know, it was a grind out game. It went to overtime, and yeah, we fucking couldn't do it.
I love games like that because it's two equal teams, you know, like in my opinion, a championship game like that should be ideally the two best teams in the league. And it rarely is because normally you have like an Eastern and a Western conference or whatever, you know, you have American League and fucking National League, whatever, two different conferences that basically pick their own best team. A lot of times that's not the two best teams in the entire league. A lot of times the second best team or, you know, two tied teams or whatever got knocked out or whatever in previous round. So I love it when you have like a final match where you have like just a fucking grudge match between two essentially equal teams because that's basically what it was. It was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Sometimes there's been that where it's been the two best teams, but it turned out to be the biggest dud or a blowout.
That's true. That's
right. One thing too about this was only the second time in Super Bowl history, which is 55, I think, or you know, a lot of Super Bowls that there was an overtime. So like, yeah, most Super Bowls are pretty much or not just blowouts, but like one team has the lead most of the game and wins, right? So to see the final go down to the like in the end, even though my team lost, that was the most beautiful game. That's what you watch sports for, whether it's baseball, basketball, soccer, football, even car racing. Oh, when it gets down to the nitty gritty and the best is against the best and they're playing for it all, and it goes down to the wire.
It was a fair game too. Yeah, there wasn't a bunch
That's
of like
why I love
shitty
sports
calls
since
and
I've
whatever
been a
else.
kid. Is those games like the NBA Finals, last second shot, all, But you tune in every year hoping to see such an event, but hey, you can't create those. Like even the
Oh
idea,
man, I
there's a
remember.
lot of people that now think that this is all rigged.
Oh,
I
those
don't
people
think
are
you
not
can
mentally
rig
well.
sports
Seriously, those
because
people are not fucking
people,
mentally well. It's
the
nuts.
guys that play on a team, they're not. You couldn't tell them, oh yeah, this is scripted. You're gonna lose. No, they play to win. Like
Yeah.
I don't
They're
think there's enough
paid to
money
win.
you could
Yeah,
offer somebody to
Massachusetts
lose.
suspended gambling for the coin toss because they don't know they use a custom coin, and there's no real way to prove if it's 100%
Heads or
Mm.
tail.
Yeah, I get that we all want to have conspiracies that everything is some kind of like, not everything is like that. Some things are just what they are. Okay. Right. Like that this was all scripted and da da da. There's no way you're scripting a football game like that. I don't think so. I laugh at some of these conspiracies that of late
No, a lot of these
because
people are not mentally well anymore, and they just get coddled by a media that makes money off of them. You know, you mentioned Fox News. Fox News has multiple times in court been sued for huge amounts of money, and has literally argued that they're not a news source, but rather an entertainment source. And it makes me feel pretty bad for people who basically end up kind of whiling away their lives thinking they're informing themselves on Fox News, and they basically end up stupider than they were before. My mom wasn't watching Fox News, but she basically watched the fucking Russian equivalents of that and essentially made herself nuts. Basically, that's a real pattern now with older people, a lot of the boomer generation basically, but not just. There's plenty of younger people that are essentially, I don't know. They're just basically watching insanity TV, and they become insane too. They essentially they contract insanity. It's a weird thing. In
well,
a hundred years,
I
people will
mean,
study this stuff, but now, like, we're not ready to talk about this stuff because people get offended even when you bring it up. But when I see what happened to my mom, when I see what happened to a lot of other old people, like, it's obvious what's going on from the outside, but the people don't believe you. That you basically tell them you're watching insanity TV that is made to make you more and more and more and more angry. So you sit there more and more and more in front of the
yeah,
TV and buy things from their advertisers. It's the most cynical shit in the fucking universe. Anyway, back to you.
and I'm a person that from 9/11 until COVID, I was totally addicted to watching the news. I had it on all the time, the cable news, right? But I many years before I finally stopped, I realized it was making me sick. It was bringing me bad energy. I'd wake up in the morning, smoke a joint, have some coffee, ready to take on the day. And I'd get sucked into whatever the fucking story was of the fucking moment. And I would feel it. I'd feel like my life force getting sucked right out of me. And the next thing you know, I didn't feel good. I'd fucking burn out. Like, yeah, I stopped actually my online watching YouTubes and cannabis content and other stuff. Yeah, I replaced it. I don't watch the I listen to CNN or those channels in my car sometimes because I have Sirius and they have like they have all the news channels on in the there, but I never watch it. No way. That shit used to make me sick. Like I think I would be closer to dying if I spent more years watching that shit.
My
Like,
dad used
like
to listen
I
to
think doctors could show that, oh, that's unhealthy, and that that limits your life by what by getting caught up in that craziness that what you're talking about.
Well, my parents are that older generation, so they sit down in front of that damn TV and they're watching Fox News and everything. It finally got to the point where when we sat down to dinner, I had to turn the news to a different channel because my parents kind of believe everything that's on the news. And it's like, it's total chaos when we sit down at dinner and something comes on, and one of them's going to make a comment and I'm going to make a comment back, and it just ruins dinner. So we learned that sitting down for dinner, we don't have the news on, because my parents just watched that bullshit
Well,
news.
but a lot of us our age, we grew up in a time where having the news on during family dinner was like a conversation. It was part of family, discussion.
Exactly.
It's come to a point now where it's the 100% opposite, right? And there's so many examples of families that have strife in them, mainly over the news.
Yeah. Like if you ever come to my house, you cannot talk about cannabis with my parents. That they accept what I do, but god damn, if you try to talk to them about it, they just shut you out.
Yeah, well,
And these are people that got ounces for their wedding gifts. Okay. So it's not like my parents didn't smoke.
No, I mean that propaganda is still out there. I think less people are affected by it. But even though cannabis has made a big change in the last 10 years, 5 years, I don't think the propaganda against cannabis has changed at all. It's still the same rhetoric, the same thing, like put out by the establishment, like for whatever reason. Well, one, they're just stuck. Like they did that for 100 years. They're not going to change on a dime, you know. And like I've said on the show a few times, they'd have to admit that they were wrong, that it was propaganda. They'd have to go back and fix some of the lies they told. They're never going to admit those lies, ever, never. Whatever develops and how it changes, which will, instead of it taking 1 or 2 generations to change, probably will take 5 generations to change because of that. Because they just want to tax it. They don't want to like say, hey, we had this wrong. Like that's all they'd have to say. Like, oh, we've learned more, whatever. And because we had it wrong, we said this, we did all this propaganda and what we thought was the right thing to do. But it turned out we were wrong. They're never going to say that. I know that.
No, because then they'd have to do that to everything that they were wrong with. And holy shit, that would be half the show every day.
That's some of the reason that history repeats itself. Like, I think humans find themselves in a cycle. Overall, we don't like to admit our wrongs or stuff like that. And that's why we keep repeating the same shit in these like 30, 50-year cycles. Whatever, there's different cycles. If we would like approach it, learn from it, keep it on the truth or the quest for the real truth, truth, maybe we wouldn't have the repeating the same cycle. But it seems in my life, now that I'm in my 60s, yeah, we have these cycles that just keep happening. One, different drugs epidemics are cycles. Like we go from amphetamine epidemic to cocaine epidemic to now back to opiate epidemic, back to speed epidemic. Because like, I don't know, but there's this new pill called Zamblex or some shit that many people are on. It's like a diet pill thing. Like, there's any diet pill.
Ozempic.
Like, that's it. There's no other approach, right? And so all these people are taking this stuff. Yeah, they're losing the weight, but they're you can't stop taking it or you're going to even gain more weight than you lost. Okay, so yeah, but That's just another one of those things. They
No.
already did that.
Funny
It was
you say
called
that.
diet pills. My mom in the 60s and 50s, all the housewives were on diet pills. They were these little bennies or like, then they realized the
Home
wrong in
run
that.
speed.
They changed their ways.
all
Oh,
on the
then a different epidemic came back. And then, then another epidemic comes back. Those cycles are like on a shorter and shorter cycle because I think the establishment, that's all part of if somehow we created a society that didn't have the devastation from addictions and stuff, well, how would they make that money? Like they make a lot of money from that. Okay. That's all part of the system. Like they don't really want to get rid of that. They act like they do, but no, they're the biggest benefactor of it.
Malachode.
I got these at TPE, and it's funny because it says 10 milligram CBD, 10 milligram hemp derived Delta 9, contains less than 0.3 THC. Then it just says dietary supplement.
Well, calling it a dietary supplement makes it like that's like a different class. It's like supplements, right? It's really not about dietary. It's the word supplement, right? That you don't want to call
FDA.
something a drug. Once it's a drug, then there's a lot of regulation and stuff. Oh, supplement. There's like a gray area in our system, in our law. Like as
Yeah,
much
that's
as
why they sell those
it
like
would be-
rhino pills at the fucking gas station.
well, wait,
Yeah.
if you really look at all the substances out there, is cannabis a drug or is it a supplement? Like, I think it's more a supplement than a drug. Now, I know that there's some medicine view to it, but I think we trapped ourselves by the first laws in the 90s were medical marijuana, right? Even though most of it was total bullshit. People got their card for they wouldn't get arrested for marijuana. They didn't.
I did.
People that were 20 years old said, "Oh, what do you tell them? Oh, you got headache, you got a backache. Okay, you get your card." Now it's coming full circle where they're going to make it an FDA, lower the class, make it an actual drug, and that's not good either. More and more people are finally saying, "Oh, it needs to come out of scheduling, right? Not be in it." If you took it out of scheduling,
Deschedule.
it would end up as a health supplement or herbal supplement. It's a whole class of substances that are sold under that, vitamins and herbal supplements. Cannabis to me fits, even the medical part of it fits into that description better than a drug description.
You know what I've seen a lot? Kratom. There was a lot of Kratom booths.
Yeah.
Yeah, but being here in Thailand, they talk about how kratom is, and yeah, it does block the pain receptors and things like that. It kind of gives you the feeling of like an opiate, but I have seen people strung the fuck out on that. I mean, it's not this wonder safety thing that everybody thinks it is. There is a great addiction to it.
Isn't there some like golden rules of life? Like what goes up comes down. Like, like there is no magic fucking thing. Okay. So everything has a pro and a con, right? It's just the nature of it.
Everyone says ayahuasca is really like resets you for the addiction one.
I'm an addict and I've had some battles over my life
Ibogaine.
with
I
drugs.
that one. Sorry.
I'll tell you this. It's more of a mental thing than anything else.
Exactly.
Right? Like, yeah, if if you look at it a certain way and then feel like addicted to things and then use the whole logic of addiction, of course it's going to be hard to get rid of it. It's mainly in your head. Like they've shown that, like even with cocaine, right? Cocaine, after about a week of being rehab or being off of it, there is no more physical
No,
addiction. It's all in your head.
mentally.
All in your head, right? That's the hardest. That's the hardest thing to like. To be honest, it took me getting old and learning. Like, yeah, this all the same facts were true when I was in my 20s and 30s. You couldn't tell me those things. I didn't listen to that, right? Oh, only when I got to be like 35 was I able to like think of it deeper. Like as a young person, oh no, I didn't have any control of the I used to think I don't know how it happens. I just end up on cocaine every day of my life. I don't know how it happens, right? Oh, I knew exactly how it happened, right? You made a choice
Yeah.
mentally.
Fuck, I keep forgetting to buy alcohol. I gotta make some RSO, and I also gotta clean some pieces.
That's pretty
You
funny. Afroman remake. I was gonna get drunk, but then I got high.
What happened?
There's
I
a
think-
couple distilleries in Massachusetts that's making grain alcohol for like $40 to $50 a gallon, which is pretty cheap because I still get $100 a gallon for my
Oh shit! This
moonshine.
Well, they
Yeah,
must not be having to pay the federal excise tax because, yeah, per gallon, per proof is like a decent amount of money, right? That's like the whole idea of bootlegging. Like when this whole medical thing or legal thing started, I realized that like me as a black market operator, I'm just a bootlegger. It's the same thing. Bootleggers didn't want to pay taxes. Okay, that's the bottom line, right?
Speaking of, bud, there's new episodes of Moonshiners on right now.
Yeah, some of those reality shows, they're good for the first few seasons, the characters and all that. But then some of them go too many years where it's like, yeah, you've lost me now. This is like too staged. Like at the beginning, it's like fresh. But like, all right, how many times you gonna see a guy drive off in the hills and build a still and get caught or not get caught, right?
Yeah, but then you get the episodes where the guy's building a still and it's got 18 of these bottles going up, and then he explains it, and it's a purification method.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you're like, holy cow, that is really cool. That's really interesting how they did that.
After I rolled
And, you know,
for the picture.
every once in a while you learn something, you find out something
One
cool,
thing-
or you say, hey, that could work in the cannabis business.
Well,
I'm going to pick that one up.
like watching these shows, not just the Moonshiners, but the Gold Show and like a couple of, I realized, oh, wait, gold guys basically are sifting through to get little particles of gold. Weed guys are sifting through to get THC crystals, right? Same kind of thing. Moonshiners, oh, the BHO and distilling and the basic concept is same. Like when I've gone to these restaurants that have like a full blown brewery inside of it themselves in glass where you can see it, I look at that and go, yeah, that's just like a scaled up extraction setup, right? Like, yeah, like okay, like it's where of course these things can be applied to it's the same thing. Like even gold, like yeah, what do they call it? The machine that they put all the dirt through, the
Crumble.
Sluice box.
or whatever.
Crumble.
Yeah, that's just like
Sluice
a
box.
bubble bag set up in a washing machine. Okay, like it's scaled down or scaled up, right?
Yeah, well, they call it the wash plant.
Hey, one of my
And then the sluice box is where the gold is caught.
he even knows the exact year. I can't remember the year, but you guys got to remember there was a time when the price of gold per ounce and the price of weed per ounce were the same. It was around $400 ounce and $400 ounce. It was a while back, like many years ago. Yeah, I look back and go, yeah, that was gravy. I remember thinking, yeah, I could produce an ounce that's worth the same amount as a precious metal that costs all this money to refine in 60 days, 90 days. Yeah, that was the good old days when weed and
that's when
gold had the same price.
That's when my mom accepted me growing cannabis in a bedroom.
I mean,
because I was at her house and she was selling one of her a gold ring, and she sold gold weight plus a certain percentage. The girl gave her 250, and then she gave me 400, a bag and a half of green leaf flour. And my mom point decided that, hey, I'm getting $250, $300 an ounce on gold, and you're growing $400 an ounce pot in your bedroom. She stopped saying anything about me growing at that point on.
So there are places still technically getting a pound is the ounce of gold now, which isn't too bad, I would think.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Smash?
So you can get there's places on the East Coast, New York.
Smash.
No, you don't look for random places. You just look for the spot price. The spot price is 1992.
Okay, so that's like, what does an ounce go, around 2,000 an ounce now or something?
Almost.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just over 2,000.
So,
And
okay,
then you're going to pay a percentage on top of that.
Okay,
always remember that.
There's 16 ounces in a pound. So wait, you're saying that?
No, there's not. This is a troy
gold is different.
Ounce.
Yeah, it's a troy ounce.
And that's 32 point some grams per ounce. So there's 12 ounces per troy pound.
Okay, all right. But either way, at one point, not that long ago, it was ounce for ounce. Okay, now we're talking pound per ounce. Or maybe in California, you're talking 2 pounds per ounce. All right. So, that's a look. You could just look at inflation, normal inflation of the last 5 years. Everything has gone up. Cannabis somehow hasn't really gone up at retail. Really,
electronics haven't really gone up. Electronics and computers.
A few items that fix that, but as a consumable commodity, geez, like now the prices are leveling off, but we're still paying a lot for milk, butter. Holy shit, they want $5, $6, $7 for a fucking thing of butter these days.
Yeah, they're bastards. No, everything's going up. Damn you, dairy farmers.
I pay $5 for a half a pound of butter here in Thailand. $5 for a half a pound.
That's ridiculous.
Well, what is like our normal thing that comes with 4 sticks?
Don't forget, in Thailand they don't really specialize in butter, so you're probably getting shipped in.
Pound. Each stick is 4 ounces, 1 cup or 2 cups, I think.
Yeah.
We should all just be like the Amish, trying our own.
This
I go
Mama likes to churn butter.
go back to Ohio and I get Amish cheese.
How are you today?
You
That's
know,
pretty
when I go back to Ohio, I drive 30 minutes and I see horse and buggy.
Thanks. I seen a video. I seen a video of a Amish person in Ohio. The cops were there, and then I guess the Amish guy was drunk,
they got a bad
passed out,
problem with that.
but the horse knew where to take him, so the cop didn't even pull the thing over because the horse knew to take it home.
Well, from my
That's all
months
I heard.
of dealing with horses, yeah, horses are definitely like that. Like, oh, what the horse knew was where the
Yeah.
hay was. The horse knew where the hay was. All right. Like, don't get it confused. Like, horses are hay motivated.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I already know because her dogs are fat, my boss, okay? She feeds her animals a lot, right? So we have a few board horses here, and they live in the same pastures and have the same routine, right? Other than per their owner, they get fed what they get fed, right? Well, on a day, I'm in there mucking the piles of poop, right? Yeah, like their horses look as fat and healthy as our horses, but like there's only 3 poops overnight from the horse. Oh, our horses like 6, 8. It's like now that I do it every day. Oh, I know exactly. Overnight when they're in the stalls, they have an outside area, and yeah, the one horse poops 6 times every fucking night. Okay. If you fed it less hay, it might only poop 4 times, right? Because hay's like this thing that can just eat, and they can just eating shit. The bulls, they don't even move. Horses will at least shit away from where they eat. Okay, bulls and cows, they just shit right where they eat. And
Yeah.
they don't give a fuck.
No,
No. My uncle had
no,
a
cows don't.
cow farm.
Yeah, they're nasty, man.
I mean, I've seen cows literally eat and lift their tail and shit while they're still eating. And that stuff is just slapping all around. They don't care.
Now, the newest board horse, like it's not really a complaint, but I told my boss, yeah, this horse doesn't stop and poop, so it's in one pile. It like obvious. I don't sit and watch it, but I know from like having to go break it up. This guy must walk around and poop, okay? Which is the fucking pain in the ass. So at least stand in one spot. Then they got this special rake that like is meant for doing this, and if it's in one big old pile, oh, you can just scoop it up in one big thing and toss it in the can. But oh, if the thing walks around, oh, it's all over the fucking place.
Oh shit! I forgot what I was gonna say.
Cat.
Oh,
I got 2 more 10 milligram pieces of this 100 milligram. Not one more.
what's everybody in chat smoking on tonight?
Well, I'm trying to decide. I got 5 kinds. Same
Whoa.
5 kinds I've had for
Oh,
the crop that we take down in a week or maybe a week or a little more is the first time in a long time that there's a few other new ones in there. There's a Bubba Kush and a Hollywood Pure Kush that both look great. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not none of these are all these are killer weeds, right? But
Pause
Yeah.
on it.
I kind of like, I haven't been hanging around with many other people that have anything else. So yeah, I'm down to just smoking the same 5 kinds. Oh, how now? I could see me complaining if it was one kind. And me and my wife grew one kind for like 5 years at the start here in the tail end of '90s into 2000. We grew one kind, and yeah, I never even thought about it. Like back then, it wasn't a thing. Variety wasn't such a thing. Like if you had something that was like worth running and keeping, you just
Ooh, that
ran.
big.
You weren't like searching for anything else. There wasn't
Man.
anything to search. It wasn't like you went and talked to other people that grew.
Yeah,
Maybe at the hydro store. I remember at the hydro store seeing guys for years, but none of us we would like act if we didn't know each other. Like we wouldn't even say hi. We would like the early years of the hydro store was, yeah, like everyone mind their own business in there. No one talked to each other at all. None.
Yep. Oh,
Today, oh yeah, everybody's all talking in there and sharing their life with each other.
and I say, will you guys hurry the fuck up? I just want to get my shit and get the fuck out of here.
Well, my friend doesn't own the store anymore, but years ago, a couple times, like I would be at the counter doing and I'd overhear a customer talking to the store, and then I would chime in. And my homeboy owned the store said, "Dude, yeah, no, like if he wants to buy that, let him buy that. Don't like don't like don't like yeah, don't screw up the sale,
Yeah.
basically, right? If they're gonna buy some bullshit, let them."
Yeah, but
I respected it. Like, hey, if you run a store, yeah, like you're in the business of making the most money you can every day. That's all that matters.
cheers, cream fingers. What's going on, bud?
Not much. What's up? What are you guys doing? I didn't get a notification. Felt left out when I found the show.
Yeah, no
No
I
notification.
usually catch you on around the internet. I haven't seen you in a few days, Green Fingers. How are you?
Me? What do you
Yeah.
mean? I'm on the show. No, I'm always
See,
on the.
me.
I was on the morning show every day this week at that.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm listening to that. Sometimes I'm not.
I just sometimes have to go with my blind dog and go walk him around because, of course, he's blind. Of course, he's blind. So yeah, so I wasn't really on the show, I guess, for like a couple days. I noticed myself. Yeah, but I was on the show, but I wasn't.
Yeah.
And I've just been packing up a lot of packages, all the giveaways and stuff. That's time consuming because all those seeds are in the nug still. So I got to break it all up. So I'm like, damn, now I got to do.
That's why the few people that got seeds from me, they just got the bag with the wheat. I said, you got to shuck them yourself because
I wish I could do that.
yeah, I built this box and I followed some people that are more into it than me, and this is a while back. I remember going, yeah, if you thought trimming was a fucking pain in the ass, yeah, shucking seeds, that's a real fucking pain in the ass.
No,
That takes like trimming is easy
I
compared
love
to shucking.
love-hate relationship. I love to do it. It just depends on how seeded and how good the seeds are. If they're fully mature, I don't mind doing it. If they're not fully mature, what am I doing it for? You know, so some of them are good, some of them aren't. This is a waste of fucking time. But like when they're all good, it's like, oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna go wait.
they're all good. Yeah.
Well,
Go
both
wait
times
up.
I made seeds. Even though I had a feeling there were seeds in the crop, I still grew the bud as if I was growing the best flower I could, which meant that they were dense, right? Nugs,
Yeah.
hard. And I realized if you were growing for seed, you would probably, whatever you needed to do with the recipe and environment, you wouldn't necessarily be trying to grow the densest weed, because that made it very hard to get the seed. Some of the best seeds were like tucked in buds.
Yeah, in
You
the
know?
nugs. Like this
Yeah.
nug right here, the extreme cream. It's this tip probably has 2 vials full, so it's probably 15 each, and it's just a small nug. But like I probably won't be able to smoke much of this one, but the next one probably won't have but 5 or 6. So it all depends on how where the pollen landed. You know, it's like damn, this nug was really full. The other one wasn't. It's like I smoked the whole other bud. I only got a half a vial. Shit, that's
Maybe the
crazy.
Roboting.
decade of me being a smoker since I was a kid was like seeded weed. Like it was only like maybe 7, 8, 9 years of being a smoker that the first seedless weeds ever start to appear. I think that's one of the things of like why for all these years of growing, yeah, I just focus in on seedless, because even when I started growing in the 90s, yeah, like seedless, that was a thing, like seedless. So like I have never grown a male plant on purpose and have no idea what its tendencies are. Like the 3 times that I've pollinated a crop over 34 years, mainly accidents. I didn't cull a plant that turned out being a male, but as soon as I spotted it, I did, but it was too late. So I've grown like fuck probably 1 million plants in my life, all female. Right? Like, yeah, I think of it this way. I'm a pimp. I pimp these bitches. Like all my plants are always female. Like, and even though now, yeah, we can't really afford the chick labor, but I know for a fact that when it comes to defoliation and plant, like handling plants, women have a better vibe with the plant than dudes. Even though most people in the pot growing are dudes, I've seen it with my own eyes, with my wife and a few other workers. Oh no, that feminine energy and the feminine plant. There's something there.
I think my plants like to be manhandled a little bit.
There we go.
I've been puffing on this Gary Payton. It's been pretty fucking good.
Yeah, there's like hundreds of strains that are all great. Like Gary Payton's been around a while. It's been crossed a bunch of times and made great progeny too. I don't know what is Gary Payton to begin with. Kind of cookie cross or something.
Crossed into the snowman.
Is it?
No,
I believe.
I'm missing.
Okay. 0.3. 0.3.
These are pretty good.
Right on. Oh no. Hold on. I'm gonna wait this out. Let this shit out. Put some air in that.
Um,
If anyone's wondering, medications for my cat. That's from the oral. It's an oral syringe, so just in case anyone's wondering in chat.
I got boxes of syringes for my cat. It's fucking
Shit.
excuse me, diabetic.
I remember my
Yeah.
grandma had a diabetic cat. That was crazy for a while.
And my main little
Yeah.
Chihuahua, he's got heart disease, so now he's on these two medicines. After he left the vet a couple weeks ago, it was twice a day. It's the same medicine, but just once a day. He's doing good. But it's it's like one of those things. Basically it's diuretics, and then long term the diuretics have effect on the health. They do their job short term, no question, but yeah, you can't live on diuretics. And that's basically how they treat heart disease, lower the pressure, lower your pressure.
Yeah. Well, thank goodness. Hopefully soon she'll be off these. She's on 3 different medicines a day right now. 2 or twice a day, 1 once a day, and hopefully because she got it fixed and everything now, so she has to have pain medicine and antibiotic and steroid. He doesn't like it. Hello. All right, I'll be right back, everybody. I gotta step away for a second.
This piece hits so good.
Oh yeah, see your little outfit on.
Yeah, my recorder doesn't work. Ladies and germs, I was trying to set up my main computer basically to run the show and also test my recorder, and I forgot actually. Good thing that I tested it. Fucking thing doesn't work right now. It's doing some weird shit with Zoom. I don't understand why. Maddening this shit. It's just always something different with this garbage. Either Zoom updates and changes all the settings or something. It's fucking maddening, honestly. Anyway, ladies and germs, don't forget tomorrow we're going to be talking to North Star Genetics again. First interview was, gosh, I don't even know, probably almost a year ago, honestly. So it's going to be good to talk to him again. I meant to do a part 2 basically right away, but just life got in the way. So, folks, we're going to be talking to North Star tomorrow at high noon. Always a great guest. I've seen him on a couple different shows. He honestly didn't really show up too much on stuff, but he's been on Flora's and on my channel and a couple other shows here and there. Really cool guy, really cool breeder, very, very, very knowledgeable. So, folks, please don't miss that one. That's going to be a shame if you do. Of course, if you do, obviously, it's going to be on Fumidoro. And of course, hopefully, I'll put the podcast up on your favorite podcasting place, iTunes podcasts, Google podcasts. I syndicate on Podbean at the moment. I might change that in the future because it kind of costs a lot. But in the meantime, feel free to check it out. Chronic Table Podcast is the name of the podcast. I actually often forget to tell people about that. I didn't post for honestly probably going on 6 months. So thank you very much to those who did listen continually. I got some emails and DMs and stuff from people who told me like, "Oh man, I'm the #2 listener," or whatever the shit. Congratulations, folks, and thank you very much for keeping the broadcasting alive. Basically, there's always somebody downloading, even when I'm not posting. But in the meantime, check out the last 3 episodes. I've broken them up. Broke one big show into 3 episodes with Fang, so it's probably a little bit easier to download. People have complained in the past, and then stay tuned, of course, for North Star. I'll be posting that hopefully this week. So anyway, really would like to figure out what's going on with my recorder. I don't know. I guess I'll call the frickin' company tomorrow and see if I can figure it out again. Luckily, they have good customer service, so they always help me out. But I wanted to. I just figured out that you can mod the Vapor Brothers VB1. They actually sell the modded version now, which is actually cool. That company, I'm so impressed with them. Like they're these two cool stoner dudes. They're probably about your age, bud, maybe even older a little bit, and they just basically been making these Vapor Brothers for 25, 30 fucking years. Anyway, They sell the modded version, but they also encourage you to mod it yourself based on this. I can't remember the dude's name right now. I can look it up here in a second. But there's this dude that basically modded it on YouTube, and then showed everyone how to do it. And then Vapor Brothers started selling his modded version. And the best part is too, the Vapor Brothers is like, oh, it's okay if you break your Vapor Brothers basically trying to mod it. We support the right to repair movement. We'll honor your warranty. So if you basically break it while fixing it and it's still under the 5-year warranty, they'll still fucking fix it. Those dudes are aces. Anyway, so I'm so excited. I got some glass beads. I don't think I got enough, unfortunately, but I'm gonna try it. This was all the glass beads in the area right now. I'm gonna have to try again maybe tomorrow or something if it's not enough beads. But it's a fairly simple mod, so I'll see. It looks pretty
I
cool.
support any of the old schoolers that have had a
Yep.
product and are, because a lot of people, they sold or it merged or this happened. Very few people have just like run their small business basically and made a success out of it and kept it going 20, 30 years. That's like, you know,
Yep.
whatever years that Vapor Brothers, they've been around. They were around before vape was even a popular term.
Yep. Yeah, they might have been one of the very first.
Yeah, I remember them.
I should have them back on. I was thinking for the longest time, like, oh, I can't get them back on because the dude that got them on is a. We'll just leave that out of it. But actually, there's no reason why I couldn't just contact them myself. They're nice people. Should totally have them back on one of these days. Who just joined us? Somebody did. No, nobody. Hop on, folks. Welcome to the conversation. Show off your garden or tell us something new. Ask about genetics. We have a bunch of people here. I mean, Bud has grown pretty much everything you could possibly imagine, and has access to stuff that you couldn't possibly imagine. So he's definitely a wealth of information. Come on up, ladies and germs. We definitely have folks that can at least research your question if you have a question, or if you have perhaps you
I
have something to
answer a
show
lot of
us.
things, but like it's not like I've ever been like like trying to find things. Most of it is just like a circle, people like I know a lot of people. They're into cannabis just like me. They have their Instagram or whatever. They're not totally not online, but they're like I've told them about YouTube and this that. No, that's not like no, they don't have time for that in their life or whatever. We'll leave it at that. But like, yeah, it's weird how all that exists and almost it parallels this online thing. Like, even what's popular, usually you hear about things first online, obviously, and then they trickle down. Like, even our good source that gives us these pretty much 4 of the 5 things that are in production came out of it from him, right? Oh, the latest one he gave us a mom. So like we didn't have to mom it out. There's fucking ton of clones on it. It's a Crasher. Sherb Crasher, which that's run in a big facility, which they don't fuck around in those big facilities with things they run. Like it has to meet all the criteria. So that's sort of hard to beat. Like the last few years, I've cracked a bunch of seeds and played with a bunch of things, but nothing comes close to like having like a proven source, like just knowing where they come from and how they get to us. Yeah, that's a proven source. This isn't. Oh, we're thinking about running this one. No, this is in production at like a 1,000 lighter or whatever, one of these massive places, right? Yeah, most likely that they've never been wrong. Like they've always been exactly what they are, and like what you're looking for when you're and some of it I realize, yeah, I'm a pack. I crack packs of seeds. Like I've heard different breeders explain that, yeah, well, 10 or 12 seeds, like uh the keeper or the pheno, and they've done bigger runs, are like 1 in 1,000 seeds or 1 in 100 seeds even. So your chances when you only crack 10 of really finding that gem are pretty low. Like reality, some strains are better than others, but like even in my experience with a lot of these seed packs, a lot of them were uniform, meaning that the plants, there wasn't much to choose from. They were like pretty uniform. Years ago, like in the or 10, 15 years ago, when I got packs from Cali Connects and Subcool and all that, you crack a pack and there'd be 12 totally different plants. Like there'd be some real choices to be made. Where today, a lot of even from the known breeders or whatever, oh, things are really uniform, right? I get that because customers probably better that way. Like the wild west of like searching through, like, I guess those were more F1s, or I don't know how the breeding terms, but yeah, things used to be all over the map when you would crack a pack of seeds, where today, well, most of them are like whatever pocket they're in, they're already like, oh, they're all kind of the same height. They all kind of the same everything. That's my observation. Where I think some of the craziest, best things that were created, kind of like if you don't take those risks, then you're not going to get those rewards. Even in my way of growing, yeah, if we had this like set recipe that never changed, and we got there because it was economical, it was this, it was safe, it never, right? Well, then you wouldn't have that batch that oh, sometimes you try to recreate that batch and oh, you can't do it. Like it's not as simple as that. But I think some of these commercial places, because there's so much on the line, have come to this place where, yeah, they're just running in like, hey, there's people that run races that way, right? Where, yeah, you don't want to be too fast out the gate, or you don't want to be you just want to be right there. And then you know, I think a lot of cannabis has grown that way, where over the years, when certain people, I bought a lot of weed from different growers over the years.
How the heck did you mute yourself?
I'm gonna get out of here, guys. I hope you have a good night.
Get the same
Peace
shit
out.
from that.
Later, Smash.
And then next season came along,
Here's Matt.
and even though he had the same strain, it wasn't anywhere like it was the previous year. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like, yeah, I like.
I don't think it's meant to be grown like in some rigid way. Like that's just my take on it. And the more it gets commercialized, and the more so much is on the line, that's the choices. Hey, if I was running 1,000 lighter and knew all the reality of it, yeah, I wouldn't take risk either.
Well, at 1,000 lights, no, you can't take risks because you got a $50,000 a month electric
Even
bill.
if it's smaller, whatever size, most likely it's not just the size at this point. It's that you have investors on your back. And like, yeah, investors on your back mean
basically you have to answer to them, and they have ultimate control over the future of everything. So you have to abide in their what they, if you get sideways with them, you're in big trouble.
Yeah.
I talked to somebody that brought that up about going into business, and I said, okay, I want 51% of voting stock. You can get more in the money end, but I want to be able to control the voting side of it. And they asked me why, and I said, you don't grow cannabis, and I don't want to have to come to you to make a decision that basically needs to be made this minute to save what we're doing. I don't need to have to come and answer to somebody to replace a couple AC units and fans because something went wrong in the room or a pump went out. That's what you find here in Thailand. There are people that have lost rooms because one side won't spend a couple thousand baht to fix it. Well, 20 or 30,000, but still, they're too cheap. Oh, by the way, ran into Growers Without Borders the other day at the shop. They were up. He showed me all the nice samples of hash that he's been making through his trip here in Thailand. So that was kind of cool hanging out with them for a while.
Right on, Cap.
Sorry. Looking at seeds to our colors.
Hash is good. I got some free hash today from Moroccan.
Yeah, he actually he sat down. I was sitting there and I was rolling a joint, and I was sitting there smoking a joint, and they sat down, and my friend had just got in some new flour, and I was trying the laughing gas, which was really good. 13 baht a gram. But really good. Was sitting there smoking. I looked at him, and I seen he had a couple pieces of hash, and he started talking to my friend, and my friend went up to get them some drinks, and I said, "You're Growers Without Borders, aren't you?" And he goes, he did a big smile, and he said, "Yeah."
Nice.
Well, the shop is a little bit outside of town, so, the majority of my friend's sales here at the shop is basically 90% Thai. He doesn't charge anything over basically 300 or 350 baht a gram. But here in Thailand, just like I seen in Amsterdam there for a while, every shop you go into, they're carrying the same strains. And I can't figure out how they can get 38,000 baht for a pack of Dante's Inferno, and I can't get 4, 5, 6,000 baht for a pack of like Bob Hemphill shit.
Speaking of Bob, he made a post. He doesn't post often lately, but he's been it shows pictures. He's been working on a project for 6 years, bringing Master Kush to seed, right? And he had example. I grew Master Kush. It's like certain plants you can look at someone's picture of and have no question that, oh, he's got Master Kush dialed in. That's Master Kush. That there's no question. Like it, fat leaf, the certain way it grows. Same with Bubba Kush. Same with some other strains. But oh, yeah, I think he might have crossed it into. Well, no, I think he has limited amount of like Master Kush. That's what I would want, not Master Kush crossed into like Puck and Red Lab, and even though those are fucking fine and dandy, I'm like what do you call it? Like it's weird. I realize, oh, I just wanted the legacy. I like that's the things I want back.
Yeah, that's why.
Well,
They were.
you
Just
can get
some of
that,
those,
bud,
they were
but
perfect.
it
the way
takes
they were.
you it takes you 6 years to get to that point.
Yeah.
You know,
That's what one thing about Bob. That's like he's a person that he does the work, and it like yeah, like I guess in today's pricing of seeds, his still deserve whatever that the $100 to some odd dollar price.
125.
125.
There were a lot of people over the last few years that jumped on that same pricing, but didn't even spend 3 months making the seed. You know what I'm saying?
I have. My packs are 125.
And Masonic is kind of like led the way because like Masonic has a dollar seed club. He has $10 packs, $30 packs. Yeah, because he has a few that he's worked for a little longer that he charges a little more for. Yeah, that seems like a reasonable market. The seed thing in the last few years, like after COVID, it got inflated. It was, to me, the prices of weed were devaluing everything, hash, everything, devaluing, and seeds were like going up for a while. I think that peaked at some point.
Oh yeah, that peaked a while back.
Like it's super saturated, and yeah, like one.
But is it top quality though? Like what Bob's putting out that he put 6 years into. You know, a lot of this is pollen chuck. And yeah, you pull out the winners, and the winners get $75 to $100 a pack, and all the other ones that you're left with, because you have hundreds of packs of each, you just move for whatever you can. And that's what's happening. Because literally in the next 14 months, if I started right now, in the next 14 months, I could have 1,000 new crosses out on the market. Literally. And I'm only using like 8 or 9 males. Now, what if I took the 200 or 250 packs of seeds I opened and collected male pollen from each of those, and then took one female from every one of those, and then cross those? Look how fast that number goes up. Your percentage of winners are probably going to be 15%, 20%. Then you're left with 80% that are decent. Some may be really good. You may hunt a really good pheno out of it, but you've got literally millions of seeds. What do you do with them?
Yeah,
$1 a piece, $2 a piece, $10 a pack. Boom. You know, the Thai seeds that I was going to sell, they were going to be 15 to 20 packs, and you were going to pay $40 to $60 per pack. They were going to basically be like $2.50 a seed.
Yeah, I still just keep giving everything away. I'm not ready to put a monetary value on anything that I've created.
But if you want my Lemon G East Bay or the Death Star times Dumpster times East Bay or the Strawberry and Cream times East Bay, those are $125 a pack or 4 for $400. Why? Because of the genetics they are and the work that's put into them.
I got a bunch of free gear from a couple friends that I'm excited about. Got the biker kush and some other stuff. Can't remember. I'm looking for more seeds to get too for no reason. Because you guys are talking about them. Stop talking about seeds, man. Fuck, dude. I like don't have enough money for this stuff. I'm putting it away.
Talk about my freaking need for a Robertson screwdriver. God fucking damn it. I could swear that I had a square drive, basically, a little tiny square drive for this VB1.
Holy shit.
I'm trying to mod my Vapor Brothers, basically, and I can't
Cool.
unscrew the fucking bottom.
Here you go.
You got one right
Yeah,
there.
they're really common in Canada. Super common in Canada. I've heard that.
Or
Damn
Or
it, I don't have
this.
anything. Fuck, I got tools. Now my nose itches. I've got tools in storage, but that's not here.
It's a real small one.
So fucking annoying. I wanted to do it tonight too. It's not gonna kill me or something. I wanted to do it tonight. Whatever. It's life. Damn it. I don't think I can use.
Cheers, everybody in chat. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Potter.
That was awesome. I
Uh,
remember Mace came back with that song too. Like after he left Bad Boy, and he had to come back. And then he had to come back. Shit was funny.
baby, come back.
Decide what to pop next. The Mendel Breath Banana got F2s. Ooh.
If you're doing F2s, pop quite a few of them and see what you get. Because when you go to F2, you kind of unlock all those recessive traits. So that's where the magic happens.
I don't know why people say that. There's magic in every single round. I've found rounds F1, F2, F3. You find different things at every single time. If you have similar parents, the F2 basically opens up those parents. If you have dissimilar parents, you start to get the grandparents, depending on what you want. If you have F3, you've already nailed down brother and sister from the parental generation you're trying to figure out. So you find all kinds of different things in all the different rounds. It just depends on what you're looking for. No, I don't. People always say these absolutes. I'm not trying to jump down your throat, Captain, because I realize that's probably what that sounds like now. But I'm just thinking, like, gosh, people make these blanket statements. I think in many cases, I'm not trying to accuse you of this. By the way, we just lost we lost D again. I think people want to sound smart when they make blanket statements accusing F1s of being bad or F2s of being bad or some shit,
Oh,
right?
no.
They just want to
Oh, no,
pretend like they know
F1s
what
are
they're
awesome.
talking about. I don't think most people have any conception of what they're talking about, the differentials between the different rounds. Like you can find quality in every single possible round you could find. You could find a cannabis F6 that is still vibrant and vigorous if you did proper breeding. It's farcical to say, oh no, you lose all your F1 vigor. Da, 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 da. Come on, shut the fuck up. If you have good
No.
breeding and good selection process basically down the line, you're still going to have vigorous stock for quite some time until you really, really, really get recessive. So anyway, most people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It bothers me to no end. I have to be honest. A lot of the people online who talk about organic stuff, a lot of the weed people on YouTube that talk about organics don't know their asshole from their fucking elbow, and it grates on me, honestly, to hear the experts talk so decisively about stuff that they don't fucking know. Not to mention people who have never run an F1 or an F2 or an F3 together, and to see the difference between the genetics. They wouldn't know if it slapped them in the fucking face, but they'll be happy to tell you. I don't know how I could name a number of people in the cannabis community that are sure of telling you, oh, F1s are this or such and such, and they couldn't grow their way out of a fucking paper bag. Seriously. It's something else. We don't say that
Oh,
stuff.
like Tom Hanks.
I will
Don't make fun
agree
of Tom
with
Hanks.
you
He's an actual champion.
that I will agree with you though. Once you get to F3, then at that point you are going down a specific line because that breeder has now picked
Unless you
which way
are
he wants it to
schizophrenic
go.
breeder. Don't forget, Cap, the people do that too. They pick all kinds of weird shit every single round and then basically chase themselves into corners. That is surprisingly
Yeah.
common, actually.
Fuck, man,
Well, I've ran stuff and got it to like F3 and F4, and all of a sudden decided, you know what? It didn't go the way I wanted, and I just wasted 3 years on it. And all you got to do is start back over and, okay, well, I used this male. Let's go with this one. Maybe that'll work.
Oh, brilliant. That was well done.
Like I thought my Lemon G cross would come out with bigger buds on it. Or at least, yeah, bigger buds, but more dense. And what it did, a lot of phenos I'm seeing are much smaller buds and just as larvae, kind of, as we'll put it, but they're covered in trichlomes. So that did carry over. And instead of being that strong lemon pledge cleaner, I've been told that there's a lot of sweet lemon candy terps in it now.
That's cool. Speaking
Yeah,
of
we're gonna
candy
pop.
terps, that was a waste of time for me. That's been something that's been super maddening, honestly, to deal with the fallout, honestly, which continues, frankly, to this day, randomly. Like I'll just get hit by it randomly. Dealing with Coots stuff was a huge mistake, honestly. Like the genetics are interesting, and people keep telling me, every time I bring it up, they're like, "Fumi, keep the genetics, da da da," because they're interesting, they are compelling, but they're definitely not life-saving genetics. Like you obviously don't hear anybody else talking about Coot Special anything. Nobody really continued that stuff. They're really just good for genetic stock, really. Like they have some stuff in the bones basically that you could pull out essentially. But it was a massive mistake to run his gear, like a huge mistake. I lost over a year basically on that work. And it's kind of dumb to have his followers still think that I made millions and I owe Coot money or some shit. No, I really wasted a year. Like I didn't make money on that shit at all. Like I almost gave up. I mean, I almost gave up just because of that. Seriously, just because of Coot's bullshit. Seriously. So like it's amazing the stuff that you have to deal with sometimes. Like I basically lost an entire fucking year, more than a year, honestly, working on something that I thought I had blessing to run with and da 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 da, da, right? Like that shit happens. You know what I mean? And then what do? You back up and start over. I guess that's pretty much what you do. In my case, I basically took some of the genetics. I'm going to keep them in my lines. I'm going to run them into other stuff before I, really release them in anything. And then basically I redid it. Essentially, that's been the idea with the Jack the Ripper. And then basically I'll start over with what I was going to do last year, this coming year. It's a little bit idiotic process. But that's not going to stop the haters from fucking saying, "Fumi, you owe Coot millions." No, 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 no. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure I do.
I don't
I have
know
millions
where
going out.
people
I'll,
get.
I'll send it. I'll send it fucking prepaid. What's that, Captain?
I don't get where people think that seed breeders actually make a ton of money. I
There
kind
are a
of
few.
sat
There are a few
down
who make
because
tons of money.
I've
There
had,
are a few who make lots of money, but
well,
most of them don't.
A handful.
there are, but the majority of us don't. A majority of the people, I sat down, I've talked to a lot of people. A majority of people sell between 15 and 30 packs of what they make.
Here we go.
Okay. And that's it. So even if you're charging $100, a lot of times you're only making 1,500 to 4,000, and you've also given away probably twice as many.
I was a little bit butthurt when I heard a couple of people who I think are, I mean, literally just clown level, honestly, had sold out of their seed runs until, I talked to a couple of friends of mine here that know a little bit better and maybe know those people directly. And they're like, well, don't forget, like their entire seed run was literally 10 packs or 15 packs, right? Like teeny tiny little plants. Like they literally pulled
Yeah.
maybe 200 seeds total from the entire oeuvre. And that includes all the fucking shitty seeds too, right? The immature ones. So from that perspective, when someone sells out, it's a little bit better, or not sell out, not, you know what I'm trying to say? Like they sell out of production, right? How do I put it? That's something that every seed breeder would like to hear. Like, oh my God, I sold out of my fucking seeds. Holy shit. Oh my God, in record time. But yeah, it doesn't happen that often. So to hear somebody, that it happened quickly or in a week or something, you get a little bit butthurt about it to yourself, right? Maybe, maybe perhaps we should be more mature than that. But again, I was reminded, like, remember, that's literally like 20
It
fucking
happens all the time.
stops, So yeah.
I see those sales all the time where it's like it's sold out already, but then I see it only had 241 packs.
Mm.
Yeah. But I don't, it doesn't hurt that much. But then the price is like $200.
41 packs is a fair amount though. That's a decent sized breeder already. I'm not surprised when Mean Gene or somebody sells out. That's obviously,
I mean, like
that's
this is just from the bottom of one plant.
Hmm.
This is thousands of seeds.
Mm.
Half of them aren't even, a lot of them aren't good.
Big
But
seeds too, though. Big old fat seeds.
then I got these other ones right here where it's just like one little vial.
Mm.
It's like that filled. And it's like, so the difference of the plants, one's gonna get you a lot, one's gonna get you not. So
That was Bedrock Boogie, basically out of 5 attempts to beat this thing, I've only ever really gotten basically this many seeds. And mind you that it was a decent sized plant that looked completely and totally pregnant. For some reason, it just really didn't end up having seeds. Most of them are good, which is a bright side. Most of them are not shitty, as you can see. But Jesus, that's not even probably 120 seeds. It might not even be a full 100. So crazy,
I've had 4-foot tall plants that only gave me 100 seeds, and the plant next to it gave me like 20,000.
Yeah, that happens all the time. Happens to the ones you don't want it to happen. Sometimes it's like I only want like 10 of these ones.
Yeah.
I want 1,000 of those. And it's like, damn, went opposite. I only got 10 of them.
Exactly.
I got thousands of these to give to people though. That's where I'm at right now. Just giveaways for most of the stuff that I've made.
Yeah, I've actually got a box coming that a lot of the seeds in the box will be given away.
Hmm.
And hey, I paid for these seeds too. They're not free seeds from people that I get. I pay for them. All the Thai seeds that I've given away, I paid for.
Oh, that's crazy. If I make and I give away other stuff for just in case, like that I'm never gonna run other people's gear. I have a whole box of stuff.
Yeah, and my fingers want to do the walking through that.
Shoot you a lot of stuff. One of you guys.
It was also the mod that fucking Vapor Bros, and I'm all like, fuck, can I do something? Yeah, I do now. Oh shit. Tomorrow, I guess.
put some Scooby snacks in here. That stuff's really fire. Scooby snacks are really good from Crew, one of the brands that we have down here. They really did some good. They really did a good job growing that shit too. Taste us.
I love it.
There it is.
Does it have a berry taste to it?
I can't explain it. I can't explain that. I put some of my weed in with it, so it's like
Okay.
cinnamon. But it's indica dominant, so I'm not used to smoking that stuff. So you know,
Okay.
just get you. I'm a sativa person, or a hybrid.
Because the one I tasted had like a berry flavor, and it was a giddy high, and it was a body high,
Here you go.
but it was really giddy.
It's just all around good high.
I miss that giddy weed, the weed that just makes you laugh.
I think I had something the other day that did
Some
that.
Fumero, cough, cough.
Garlic punch or garlic cocktail. That shit was really a carefree type of weed where I just wanted to giggle at everything that everybody said. That's a really flavorful one too. But I found the same terpene combination in that other stuff, just not in the same percentage. So that's what I'm trying to lock down. Terpenes and seeds, not really anything else, just flavor.
Yeah, sesquiterpenes are getting a lot easier to find.
Oh yeah.
I remember back in the late 90s, early 2000s, it was like you had 4 or 5 different ones that actually held the flavor through the joint, and the rest of them were just like mono. After the first couple hits, it all just tastes like weed.
Yeah, which one did I have that had that? The Burberry. It was hanging for 6 months. I went to go pull it off the wall. It smelled like just blueberries, smacked me in the face. Right? It was crazy. I pulled it. It was like it's tan too, so it's all lost all the green. Started turning gold. It's fucking gross looking. Wouldn't even smoke it, but I had to smoke some. It smelled so good. I only found like 5 seeds out of the whole fucking thing.
Oh shit, so afraid.
Yeah.
Hey, when you ain't got weed, anything works.
Oh no, I still had weed. I just had to smoke it because just because it fucking smelled so good. Yeah,
I
it's hard
smoked
to-
some 3-year-old weed the other day. And yeah, it was that brown color and everything, but like you said, when you broke it up, it still had a smell to it. And yeah, it tasted kind of old, but it
yeah,
still worked.
smelled really good, but mine tasted kind of bad. And it tasted like good, like halfway through, even better than at the beginning. And now it tastes better than it did at the beginning.
He got all the resin built up.
Started coming back to flavor, right? Just leaving all that good resin buildup. That was great though. I'm gonna pop into that. I'm gonna pop some of those. It's with the Mendo Breath Banana got on it, so it's really be flavorful. Just all crazy.
Blueberry's an amazing, awesome strain. I love blueberry.
I got some cool stuff coming for some nerds genetics.
Just
Ready to pop those.
hard to find a blueberry that's blueberry.
Really? Blueberry muffin from the Humboldt.
That's blueberry muffin. I'm talking blueberry.
Yeah, it's all blueberry though. So like, I don't know what else.
Because even hunting through DJ
Straight muffin is
stuff,
not
it was
blueberry.
hard to find.
Different breeding.
But the high is missing. Or
Oh.
everybody that says, or they wind up smoking it all right away too. So I don't know. No.
On my list of plants to grow, it's always has been one of DJ Short's blueberries because you always used to see it in the High Times magazine.
I can't say too much good things about it, but I wouldn't say anything bad really because it just would break easy and it was hard to grow outdoors. Like it didn't want to get big. The tree took fucking forever to grow. But I grew it for like 5 years because I just loved it so much. It's just,
Oh, you're
that's my,
lucky.
but I didn't like how it grew. I hated how it
Yeah.
grew, but I loved how it smoked.
I'll keep
So
you
I think
posted on mine. I've got one in flower right now. Just started about a week ago. So yeah,
I was at the reserve. Last time I was at the reserve and saw Green Goddess. I stopped at. We usually stop at this other place as well, and they had half ounces on for $30. So like, okay, yeah, damn right, blueberry. And it was blueberry. And it was real, tasted like blueberry. I was like, right on. What the hell?
how did the snozzberries affect you?
For
What's up with Bud?
how much?
They're not counting.
I don't think I have anything that's in the blueberry right now except for the Mendo Breath Banana
Oh.
God. One came out very blueberry. One was mango. One was papaya. There was so much different fruit in that freaking cross. It was crazy. Freaking
Fuck. There we go.
yeah, for accident. That was a really good accident.
Oh, dude, Stony Creek blueberry muffins from Agnes Beckett was fire. I had some of that. I actually still have a bit left of that. And what else did you say? Blue Dream. Blue Dream is fire. 4 years ago or whatever, I grew over an 8.5 foot plant. Blue Dream Outdoor. And blue cheese is good too. I like blue cheese. 11-11 for some of you all.
Excited about these California Nightmare. Katsu.
Oh yeah, nightmare.
Got the green crack times blue dream, and that's times hot cakes. So it's like a raw genetic collab type of thing, I guess.
There's another strain called green. They call it Green Dream. The same thing. Blue Dream and Green Crack.
Yeah, see, there's another one, green crack times or blue dream times green crack times sour diesel from Katsu. That's the next one I'm trying to get. I'm not trying to do, but from his line of stuff.
The
And
headband sour
if I
diesel
could
would
find
be the
Bubba
one
from
I'd like
anybody,
to grow.
if I could find his Bubba from anybody, Kilowatt, I mean, if I could just get a cutting of that thing, it would be awesome. Fuck, man.
I should. I have green. I don't like Green Crack. I have them here somewhere too. This is Steve that smokes it. But I refuse.
Close my front door.
Gives me anxiety. Right on Zesty Air. One of the best albums. 2112. Rush for some of y'all. I don't know. Come hop on, everybody. Come join us. Gonna be here for a bit longer.
You can hop on up and come talk to us, ladies and gentlemen.
Come chat with us, Johnny. Come chat with us. I know. Oh shit, I screwed that up, didn't I? Supposed to be here's Johnny. Anyway. J5 in chat says he ran Katsu Sour Cross Death what? Hang on, stupid hearts. There we go. Sour crosses last summer. It crude out sour as fuck.
Hey, I have a banana punch times sour diesel from Katsu that I'm gonna pop to.
I like sour diesel. Sour diesel, as long as you get the real sour diesel.
I also have the Magnus.
I'd like to grab that pack.
Magnum Opus that he has from Mandelbrot. Okay, I can't find the pack. It's sitting right here somewhere in the box of seeds. I can't find it though. Killing me. Like, where is it? Somebody steal my shit. Nobody comes over. There it is. Yeah, the Mandelbrot's Magnum Opus, the F11s from Katsu.
Nice.
Guess there's two different Mandelbrot Magnum Opus. I can't say it. Magnum Opus. Jesus Christ.
I want Katsu seeds from somebody, but they never ended up sending them. I just never bothered them. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, I don't remember what it was, but it was Katsu. Something. And banana's good too. I like banana. OG.
I like everything. I mean,
Yeah.
not much I don't.
Same here, except I gotta be careful with sativas.
I say I have to be careful with indicas.
Oh, right. Oh, that's
We're
crazy.
opposites. We're opposites.
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Some sativas I can't smoke. Like I said, the Blue Dream, that's like medicine to me. But there's like some of those sour ones. There's sour dub or whatever. That's like really sour. It upsets my stomach, so I gotta be careful with that shit.
Some Blue Dream crumble. It's gonna.
Nice. Yeah. I haven't had Blue Dream in a while.
Pretty crumbly. Might fall if I try to show it.
History 5.
Oh, Johnny Pipe.
Cheers, fellas.
Oh, it's
How we doing this
J5.
evening?
Oh shit, the band's J5 live.
J5 still alive.
Oh, Johnny Pipe.
Up in this piece like I ain't never been gone.
I'll roll another joint. Ding ding. Yeah, I'm starting to sound like Remo.
I was just going to say that. You know what time it is, right? Time to smoke a big, fat, huge joint.
Ding ding ding.
Shout out to everyone in chat holding it down. What are you guys smoking on?
Death Club at the moment.
About to have a dab of some peaches and glue. Speaking of that sour dub.
Shit. Sounds
True.
fire.
Yeah, I gotta figure out what I might pop all my bog gear this year and do some seed increases.
You
I've
doing
like
your
all of a
product?
sudden this
You
year I've
got your
got all these
strawberry?
packs that
Or
are like getting to that point where I need to do something with them.
was it a strawberry? No, Lifesaver. Lifesaver, and I can't remember the other one.
I've
What
got
other-
Lifesaver, I've got Sweet and Sour Cindy.
Sweet and sour Cindy.
I've got a sour strawberry.
It was strawberry. I could remember all that kind of stuff, man.
And I've
Well,
got like
somebody in
a
Steve
couple
that
of his
remember
newer
all that.
packs, the Bluetooth. That stuff that he did with his kid.
Got the Bluetooth too. Nice.
Those aren't quite as old, but those
Yeah, those are not that old.
Lifesaver should definitely be popped. I don't wanna
But I
Those
still
are-
right. So the Bluetooth aren't even as old as the sour grape that I have, and I had a hard time with these sour grapes. So I'm just
You
gonna
did?
say I'm just gonna warn you now.
I popped
Just
some of
pop
those
them
Bluetooth
all.
last year.
I'll pop them all. Shit.
Yeah. I should just pop them all and open pollinate whatever comes up.
I would do that because the seeds are not doing very well. I'm like, these ones are struggling. So I got like 8 left, and I'm gonna pop those and try to do the same thing. If they
Really?
don't work, then I'm just gonna call back the seed bank and tell them you guys stored shit's sucky. No, you get stored sucky.
Well, with Bog stuff, I mean, for a while there was all those rumors that his kid was going to take over and work the lines and everything else, and just doesn't seem to be happening. So whoever's got packs, we should probably do something with them. Keep Bog shit around because the dude made some fire. Early flowering, early finishing.
Yeah, really short
Potent,
time.
flavorful.
That's what I was worried about, and that's like one of the packs. I was like, oh yeah, that's indica dominant or wide leaf dominant, whatever you want to call it. I don't know nomenclature. Words are words. It's an indica dominant to me. Same shit.
I got some blueberry muffin seeds I got still from last year. I'm gonna pop all of them this year. Be fire. And a Mr. Toads. I got a Mr. Toads.
What do you got?
Shit, I always forget.
One hitter quitter.
Thank you. That's it. One hitter quitter.
You're welcome.
That's cool.
Yeah, I'm stoked. I hope it's fam.
I've got a couple packs of that I should hunt.
That's awesome. One hitter quitter is some stinky fire.
And all
Let's see
I've
if
seen appears to be quite sedating.
Not for me.
No?
Yeah,
Just
for a
gives
couple
me
people.
like
Yeah, a couple
Yeah, when he
people
first
went opposite.
came out with that, all those dudes on that show were taking hash naps or weed naps.
Yeah, I guess 2 other people that watch the show say that they get really a lot of energy and want to do other stuff when they're on that one. They're one hitter quitter. So it's kind
yeah.
of person to person. It's
I
weird.
suppose it's extreme on either end, depending on your body chemistry.
Makes me want to smoke more.
Because yeah, I had Toad and shit sleeping on the line.
I've seen them take a couple hits and pass out too, but then other people, like I said they want to clean after. So I don't know. I don't know. They're
Yeah,
like,
I think I
want
heard
to
Zebra say something like that. Actually,
I've seen them pass out a lot after hitting that one. It's wild.
Yeah. Great.
no, that's the same as it's the same cross as the Guerrero Blaster, just the Corey cut versus the other one, right?
I don't know.
I think
No
so.
idea.
I think they're both Star Dog or something.
I don't know. I think the other one's on the Skywalker G cut times.
Oh, maybe that's what it was.
Yeah,
That's Guerrero Blaster.
Little Blaster, because I have crossed with that in there. That's the only reason why I kind of know what that one is. That's from the other homie. Crossed that with the Chernobyl THC Garage. So I got this Slimer cut with that.
That's Chernobyl, right?
Yeah,
I did Mama last night. Slimer.
so that's one I'm excited about. Well, the Chernobyl is what I was excited about. I don't think he gave me the straight.
Chernobyl.
The Chernobyl cut I ran back in the day was crap. To tell you the truth, it was just a shitty grower.
Yeah, no, I don't know. He
Like
said
rock.
he smokes joints only too.
Deeper.
The homie that gave me the seed, so
But it kept that sucker around because it was so fucking good.
yeah, good joint weed. If something that gets me going. And I got the Vortex from Project V from Spartan.
Oh, those
3
could
of
be
them.
nice. That's with the Spartan Puke or something.
Oh, I got the Spartan Puke too. I got the other one.
Yeah,
I
he sent me a whole bunch of those.
One of them. Yeah, I got one of everything.
Oh, the Project B is just the open pollination, the F2.
Yeah, that's just the shoot. I should just say Project D, Open Pollinated D2. Yeah, the F2s. I should probably say that because he does have the whole line, right? Donnie Burger times Vortex. That's the Spartan P.
I wasn't too impressed with Johnny Burger.
Yeah,
You
he's
weren't?
fine.
No.
I like it better
Really?
than GMO.
Yeah, it was fire when Bud gave when yeah, that was fire, dude.
It
But
could be the grower though.
right? I mean, no, it's all depends. It's all on the smoker too. You might just it just might not be your type of stuff. Who knows? A lot of stuff that isn't my type of stuff. Still gets me high though for a minute. Just make sure not to get it again or grow it.
Yeah.
My dog's crazy, dude.
It's just us three up here. What happened to Buddy and Captain and Fumi? Did I scare everyone
Ran
away?
everybody off, dude. Damn. No. I think it was just the time of
I mean, I haven't showered today, but
Nah.
no, we're supposed to have these solar flares.
Yeah, we keep losing people.
Interrupt a lot of people's internet
oh
today.
yeah, dude, that's been happening to me all day with those solar flares or some
Yeah,
shit.
so I'm just gonna say it was that. I'm just gonna say that's what it was for the other half of the crew. And my dog's driving me nuts. I gotta get him. I'll be back.
Cheers.
And then there was right on.
Folks, come join the conversation. We're still here for a
Hey,
little
Fumi,
bit.
I've been meaning to tell you. If you want to see anything run outside this year, or if you have anything you want to see ran outdoors, I'd be happy to test something.
Pardon me. That's a good idea.
I just don't,
Yeah.
I didn't pop any indoor this year, or this winter, so I couldn't really sign up to help you out then, but
Hmm.
if there's still stuff you want to take a peek at this summer, I'd help you out.
Right on. Yeah. That's a good idea. I don't remember if I have your address. I'm sure I do, but I don't remember, honestly. So just email me. That's a good idea. It'd be nice to try some things. Honestly, excuse me. You've already grown the Morgana, so you have experience with that kind of line. It'd be fun
Holy
to see you grow the Cuvée to the, speaking of the Coot Special, the Cuvée to Coot Special. That's one that I actually was, I was kind of keeping it for myself for private sort of stock and whatever, and I just didn't have time for it, right? So anyway, I was like, fuck, I basically have a whole seed line of it, essentially. Anyway, it'd be nice to test it and see how that runs. What else? And then, of
Cuvée,
course,
that's TGA,
Runts of
yeah.
Eden, the Coot Special. Runts of Eden Coot Special cookies crosses. Those are pretty special too, I think. So those would be really interesting outdoors too. Anyway,
I remember you. What about your Jack the Ripper?
Only a few of those. I have enough seeds to send out. I have a few. I definitely have the Pine Soul. You'd probably enjoy that because you definitely like those pine, and at least I think you've said you like the pine and gassy terps. I think you'd really enjoy that Pine Soul because it's overwhelmingly basically quite like gasoline fuely, honestly, but with a little bit of earthy pine in the background. It's really quite nice. Really big favorite among a number of my friends. That's actually one of their favorite weeds of anything that I've grown recently, which is of course always an ego hit. Obviously, they're like, "Fuck, why don't you like my thing better?" But in fairness, the favorites have been Sour Morgana, which of course is mine, and then Pine Soul, which of course obviously is freaking Bodhi. Which Bodhi now? Is it Green Bodhi or freaking the other Bodhi? I actually don't remember. One of the Bodhis. Anyway, fuck was I trying to say? There's a few actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, there's the Oaxacan Thunderfuck, basically the Pacifica Days version 2. I have that one ready. What else? A couple other ones. It was candidly, it was a really messed up fall, honestly, and it keeps going. I'm being sued by this fuck face, just a pirate, basically, just a fucking piece of shit. Honestly, I wish I could tell you a little bit more, but based on all the stuff that happened to me in the fall, this one dude, oh my fucking god, just decided now's the time to sue me, and just for astronomical fucking lunatic amount of money. It's so fucked up. Like I really don't think he's gonna win, but it's so stressful. I can't even express to you how fucking stressful it is. Anyway, what was I gonna say? But shit like that has just been one thing after another. So, for example, most of the Jack the Ripper crosses didn't really pan out. I got in some of them, I got 15 seeds, like seriously, 15 fucking seeds of a whole plant. Like, whew, it was last days of the fucking Roman Empire shit this last 6 months. I tell you what, I don't know. The luck has to turn around because I cannot even express to you the amount of things that have gone wrong. Like you guys wouldn't believe it. Like if I told you all the things that happened, you'd be like, no, Fumi just made up 90% of that pretty much. But it's just been one thing after another, including none of the plants basically coming out with many seeds. So pretty much what I finished my last place in the summer, pretty much is what I have. So the Jack the Ripper to Pine Sol, Jack the Ripper to Super Boof, Jack the Ripper to a little bit to the Bedrock Boogie that I was talking about. A very few on that one, honestly. I'm going to be very selective about sending those out. What else? Oh, I have the Jack the Ripper to the Cuvée too, but that one was again very selective because not very many seeds. So yeah, I guess there are a few Jack the Ripper crosses. I still have that male, so I'm definitely gonna continue running him. He's a really nice male. Really smelly. How do I put this? I guess based on the subcool school, sort of like there's a million different sort of schools of breeding and definitely cannabis philosophy. But if you kind of come from the subcool school of flavor and potency and everything else, and specifically how he picked males, pretty ideal male, honestly, really has a very reluctant tendency to show his pollen sacs basically. So even in veg, pretty much you don't really have to worry about him pollinating the entire crop or something. He's not an early finisher by any stretch. He's definitely not trigger happy either. You really have to flip him into flower so he doesn't just like accidentally flip one of these days. Like what else? Great structure, on and on and on. Of course, goes without saying, super skunky. There's a huge amount of skunk in that Jack the Ripper and Space Queen when you look them up on like genetic analyses and stuff. Anyway, good fucking male. So I'm definitely going to run him again in the near future. But I wanted to, yeah, it's honestly, I don't know this garden very well. I've been setting this place up, so I don't want to do a breed basically until I actually can pull it off well. So I'm basically doing a test flower essentially, and then hopefully in the very near future here, I'm going to be doing an actual breed again. So anyway. It was a long
Yeah.
one. I don't remember what the original question was, honestly. Oh, it was something about the Jack the Ripper crosses. That's what it was. But then just found me babbling. Anyway.
Put together a list of, give me like what you would like to see done the most, I guess. And like I do a couple things, I guess. I do that Cuvée and the Coots. And then what were the
Yeah, that should be a
JTR
super
crosses
nice one
again?
too. Pardon?
Didn't you say you wanted the Cuvée and the Coots or something done?
Correct. Yeah. I basically have to pick, because I don't have 45 testers or something, right? I probably have, I don't know, probably 20, 25 good solid testers. So I can definitely run a few strains, but you need to really test something, you need honestly a few people per strain. It's not that helpful to have one or two. So I really have to be
Right.
judicious about what I have time to have people test, you know what I mean? So I have to pick what's best. And the other thing is too, it's an awkward situation with testers. You want to basically, I don't know what's the word for it. You almost want to, I don't even know what I'm trying to say. I want to say you want to attach a time bomb, and somehow that makes sense mentally, but that doesn't make any sense at all. Basically, you want to, as a breeder, you want to make sure that the people actually grow the fucking thing like right away. Very common that people don't do that. Very common that people kind of put it off to the side for a little while, and they mean well in many cases. You can't really blame people for picking a different pack of seeds or something when they're planting their seeds or whatever. But man, you're always apprehensive, like fucking grow my shit now, do it, but
Right. Yeah, that's why I didn't even bring it up until now, because I haven't even thought about popping a bean for months. But now I'm
no,
getting to that
thank you
point where
for
it's
bringing it up
getting to
because
be off
I
time.
have to be honest, the stress, maybe that's why I brought it up, but the stress of this shit with this oh man, Yeah, I don't want to tell you anymore, honestly. There's no reason to tell you anymore.
Yeah, it
but
sounds like you're going through it. You're
it's one
going
of
through
these
it right
things.
now.
It's literally it's one of these things like a slip and fall, and the guy basically like in the worst moment of my life, I accidentally crossed something a Y when it should have been a fucking Z, and now the guy's literally throwing everything he possibly could at me. It's fucking fucked up. But that's America. It really teaches you a lot about America, how ridiculous the extremes are. Either you get screwed by the one or you get screwed by the other. It's never right in the middle somehow. Anyway,
And they never buy you dinner first.
yeah, right,
What
100%.
is that? Fuck
Even
yeah.
courtesy of fucking crackers or some shit. Yeah.
Or whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
What's that?
You said they didn't invite you dinner first, and I said, or whisper sweet nothings in my ear.
Definitely not that. Yeah. Whatever. Anyway, Chasmanian Devil said it doesn't flower too easily if it gets pot bound. No, it doesn't. Now, granted, I don't grow in plastic pots. Well, technically they are plastic, but I grow in fabric pots pretty much. So, I mean, stuff definitely gets root bound for sure. And how do I put this? Like, I'm not saying the Jack the Ripper, but if you have too small of a fabric pot, I guess stuff definitely gets root bound. But I was gonna say like it's different than plastic pots. Like in plastic pots, fuck, they crash out at one point. But with fabric pots, they just kind of diminish over time a little bit, and then you realize, oh, it's time to freaking repot them. But yeah, no, I've got a pretty substantial Jack the Ripper behind me right now. The main dad, I guess you could call it. Uh, Honestly, in way too small of a fabric pot right now. I've been meaning to repot him. But I don't have enough. Well, I probably have enough soil, but I've been meaning to go up to the worm casting guy and get some more worm castings and make some more soil and stuff before I get cracking with the repotting here. But yeah, no, he's fine. He's fine. He's not flowering or anything. He's not unhealthy. I have to water him pretty much every day, so that's the downside of too
Wow.
small of a fabric pot. Yeah, because they really suck down. They suck through the water basically.
Almost said.
Yeah, that's right. Um, but yeah, it's a good thing, when you see a plant actually respirating water quite vigorously, that's a very good thing. Of course, I suppose depending on your selection pressure, we were talking to, or at least I was talking to Mr. Scotto about how his strain that he sort of accidentally had this incredible winter longevity. I discovered. We accidentally planted a couple of. No, I think they were I think they were bag seeds or something. Now I kind of don't remember how it happened, frankly. But anyway, we ended up planting a couple of Mr. Scotto's gelato crosses or wedding cake cross. I can't remember. And these things just basically because busy and life was really traumatic. What's that, J5?
Oh, just singing the Roboto song.
Oh, am I doing Roboto?
No, what's that? Isn't it a Sticks or what's the song? Hey there, Roboto, Mr. Roboto.
So is my internet shitty again?
No, my bad.
Oh, okay.
That dude's
Anyway,
name.
long story short, these fucking
Don't
Mr.
listen to
Scotto
that.
gelatos. Oh, Mr. Scotto Roboto gelato, whatever. They stayed alive until like December. Literally, they were still alive, like healthy until December. So I was like, that's not a very useful trait for probably 95% of the cannabis growing world. But honestly, it's a really cool trait. Let's say if you lived in Alaska or in Canada or somewhere where it's I don't know, somewhere where it's fucking cold a lot, right? Or where basically you have a very short growing season. If you had something that could continue growing even in the freaking cold, even in the winter, fuck, that would be pretty useful, right? Anyway, I can't remember how I got on that subject, but fuck, we were talking about something I don't remember now. That was just really funny that with Mr. Scotto stuff. I still get a kick out of that. I have to be honest, in 1,000 years, I would never grow a strain called Spartan Puke. Like I know Spartan doesn't like me. I don't know why, but Spartan apparently doesn't like me. But in the meantime, all respect to Spartan, I've never had anything offensive or something. But I would never grow something that was called puke. I don't care. Let's take the Spartan out of it, because again, nothing against Spartan whatsoever. If it was called
Baby shit.
or some shit, I still wouldn't fucking grow it. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it with a stick. It's so funny. Some people, they're like, "Oh, give me more of that," and I'm just like, I would not grow that with your dirt. Oh my fucking god! If it was called Green Fingers Puke, I'd be like, it can stay Green Fingers Puke. It's not going to be Fumy's Puke, that's for sure.
Mhm.
Puke.
Speaking of that, I'm rolling up some laughing gas.
See, I would grow the shit out of that. That sounds great.
It's actually pretty good.
You
It's
got
got a nice body height to it, but a nice clear head. And it's fruity flavor.
I
And
heard out in
it's
these streets that strain goes
75
by the
cents a
Wawas.
gram.
What's that,
So
Jay?
for 75 cents a, I'm
Out in
sorry.
these streets, that strain goes by the Wawas.
The Wawas.
Wah 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 wah. If you do balloons, you get it.
Whole bunch of bad jokes you're full of today. No. What's up with
But
like
you don't
bad
get the
dad
Waws
jokes,
when you
dude?
do it like this. You don't get the Wawas.
Yeah, Wawas.
Everybody gets the Wawas. But it was a shitty joke.
They're all dad joke almost. Like yeah,
Out in these streets here, we call them the Wawas.
out of control.
I get the joke.
Dude, it's so corny. It is funny.
It is corny as fuck. Shit. The
Corny
Wawas.
as fuck, dude. Hilarious.
He's here all week,
Do I not
folks.
have a fucking
Is
Robertson?
this even
Okay,
somewhat in focus?
I have Robertson screwdrivers, but they're not small enough for that fucking Vapor Bros. God damn it.
Is this thing on? Hello? Testing?
Testes on your chin. I mean, testing 1, 2, 3.
Plus light gear. Well, motherfuckers, we're still here for a little bit longer. I don't know, it's a somewhat slow show, but we'll be here for a little bit longer, I think. Definitely a good show tomorrow, folks. Don't miss it at high noon. We're going to be talking to North Star Genetics. Great breeder, if you guys have not heard of him. Well, okay, now honestly, my genetics have changed quite a bit, but up until, let's say, the last, I don't know, 6 months, probably the bulk of my genetics came in one way or another from North Star, either directly through his breeding or somehow from his parent, through his library that he loaned to people. Somehow, one way or another, probably 80% of my library came from North Star. Everything that wasn't Ruby Jack, one way or another, I think, basically came from North Star. Great guy. I've had nothing but the highest possible experiences with his genetics. I can't say that about any other breeder, really, that I've run with. Which is not necessarily a bad thing. I mean, you can't hit it out of the park every single time, but every breeder, including Mean Gene and everybody else, they've had hits, and then they've had some, not flops, because of course, Mean Gene doesn't have flops, but you know what I'm trying to say, things that weren't necessarily hits. I've had great luck with everything that I've grown from North Star. I've always been super, super impressed. So really looking forward to talking to him again. Don't know him too well, actually, personally. I never really had a chance to meet him personally. And basically, I met him on the show pretty much. So, or maybe I met him on Flora's show. I can't remember if I was on this show or not. But anyway, definitely met him on this show, and we'll get a little bit a better chance to talk to him tomorrow, of course. So, folks, one of the only channels on the internet where you could potentially hop on here and talk to North Star. Guest rules will apply. So, if you are a new viewer or if you've never been on the panel, basically, put it that way. If you've never been on the panel, ask nicely in the chat, pretty much. Just ask permission before you hop on here. If we don't recognize your name, basically, when you hop on here, we just won't let you on. And of course, the mods that basically will have the power know that. Like, for example, D, he obviously knows that we don't allow random people on here. So it's a problem that basically solves itself, right? So if you want to get on here, just ask nicely. It's super simple. You're going to get on. You know what I mean? Like, if you ask nicely, you're going to get on. You're going to have a chance to talk to actually a world famous breeder. It's funny to think he is really world famous.
Dude,
But
he's a rock star, man. Like Subcool had the rock star personality and everything. But as far as the breeding work went, Joel was pretty much the rock star.
For sure. There are different statements, and you don't want to step on people's toes, but there are a lot of people who say that the bulk of the TGA came from North Star. And, that's an arguable statement, of course. There's a lot of stuff that came from other people, but goddamn, the
He's
most
a heck of a dude,
thing to
too.
say is a lot came from North Star, and a lot of his own genetics, honestly, too. So.
Yeah.
And he was cool with that. And that's that, I think that's dope that you can have a relationship like that, because Sub did his part, that's for sure.
Mm.
Um,
Here's love for the plan, by the way.
we're
Says,
still
cheers,
talking about the news
beers and
today.
friends. Sorry, J5. I think there's a bit of a delay. What were you saying?
I don't know. I'm high.
Test Nugs is saying what your mama always likes to say: grind it down till it fits.
Yeah. I wish she'd come home one of these nights.
Sorry, I'll send her home one day.
Well, would you clean her up this time? It's fucking rude.
I'll take the pressure washer to her.
Blue nozzle.
Strip the open.
But
Damn it, my kingdom for a fucking tiny Robertson screw.
and that horse and tail shampoo, that horse and mane shampoo. You can just use it on whatever.
Horse and tail, that fucking shampoo. Holy shit. Use it for everything.
So those what am I trying to say? Like a broom.
Uh-oh.
You
Now
know,
we're getting dirt. Now we're going there.
clean up some cobwebs.
Too much concentrates out.
That's all extra. That costs more money.
Oh yeah.
Just like
Robert,
the
did you
car
see a
wash,
chat today?
if you want the wax job, you got to pay for it.
And when Grumpy got that aficionado pack, and he's like, "Yeah, I didn't even get any tracking." I typed in chat, "Oh yeah, aficionado packs tracking costs extra."
That's just out of control. Those
$25.
prices,
Just to get the
125.
tracking, it costs extra for aficionado packs. They don't give that to you. This is
125 went to 225 to 200 without that tracking. He said,
I
hell
thought
yeah.
they'd be more. Honestly, I thought that sour diesel went for more.
No.
This AJ Sour Diesel was like a $500, $400 pack.
We're not talking about AJ though.
Right. No. We're all talking shit. No, we ain't talking about that, Captain.
For aficionado, I'd never bought it. I'd buy AJ shit. I wouldn't buy
I've never been
aficionado
able to
shit.
afford one of theirs because it's been 200, 300, 400.
No shit.
What are they laced with gold?
Let's split a pack. No, they got limited runs.
Yeah, some I.
Now, I do have to say that I did buy a pack and I spent $200 for it in California, but it was a coffee F8 and I bought it basically for breeding stock. And like the next three people behind me also bought a pack. And when those people bought a pack too, I thought that my $200 was well spent because of who they were.
I think. What do I got? I think I got 4. Is that the one with shoot, who are the people that do that pink plant? Good people, not good people garden.
I've got one that's got pink pistils and it
No, but
turns
they have
out
that
to have
pinkleberry. The people that do the
pineapple and
pinkleberry.
banana terps to it.
The DEM certified homies of BioVortex. We got a dope ass farm. It's like the American version of Dragonfire Earth Medicine. Yet. Whatever. But they've been working that coffee. And I have like the collab with Pacific Northwest and well, there's like Green Table Gardens, there's Good People Gardens, and these people are something else G Gardens.
Benchos.
Well, I suppose I could find out, huh?
Ben Jones.
The butterflies are back. It's mating season for the butterflies here, so they're following each other around.
Little tabs of butter flying around. Butterflies. Like butter actually flies. That's what I think of when I hear butterfly.
Why?
Fly.
Well, parents.
Have a hat pin. Butter with wings.
And why do they call pairs pairs? Why don't they call them singles? I mean, hey, who are these people?
Oh, it doesn't have wings. It just looks like it has wings. Tab butter or tab. Freaking square
Red Bull
butter.
Red Bull will give you wings. That's what I've heard.
This came with a gram of butter a year ago. Hat pin. A little butter on your hat. A little butter on your hat. Stuck on the top.
He's got butter on it. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, everybody lurking in the background, smoking a joint, hitting the bong, doing some work. Hope everybody's having a great night. Like Jimmy said, don't forget to join us tomorrow for the High Noon Safety Meeting with our guest North Star.
Oh, it's a nooner. All right. Tour for me now.
12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 3 o'clock a.m. for people that live in Thailand.
It's good to know. You gonna make her cat?
I'm sorry, guys. I was reading a text. What was that?
D said it's 3 a.m. for you, Thailand. I said, are you gonna make her cat?
No. It's that show. I don't know because what is today in Thailand? Today's Valentine's Day, February 14th.
Bong chicka wow wow.
Don't forget to share
Eh.
VD with someone you love.
And that's the girl I'm going out with tonight.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, dude.
So
earlier
yeah.
Cake in the Cup. It was on which chat were we in? Fuck, I don't remember now. Shit. It might have been, I don't know. Who fucking knows? But Cake in the Cup brought up how what's that crazy bear that they have in Australia? You know what
Koala?
I'm talking about?
Koala?
No. A long bear or something like that?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna stop because it's nearly as funny.
Oh my.
Told us how all the bears in Australia, and it wasn't koalas, it was like a different bear thing. Because I know the koalas have VD. He said whatever bear, they've all tested positive for fucking 100% for chlamydia too. And
That's crazy. A drop bear?
It says
Polar bear?
gosh,
Teddy bear.
I wrote, man, You can't even
Okay, you
fuck
know
a
what?
bear
Fuck
these
it.
days without catching
Fine.
something. What does the world come to? Nobody laughed. Nobody said nothing. And Cake didn't even respond. I'm just like sitting there like a fucking doo-doo-doo. Uh-oh, maybe I should do that. And like 5 minutes later, Cake hops on. He's like, "You win." Funniest comment of the year. It's like,
Drop
thank you.
bear.
It's left
Gotta get
hanging there
drop.
dry. You can't even fuck a bear without catching something.
Oh my. I'm closing this frickin' window. It's freezing.
You got to get Caker on here some night. I bet that dude would be a hoot. He'd probably get his banned, but it'd be fun doing it.
Right on.
I'm running
Come on,
out
fellow
of
kids, join. Come play.
without sun.
I didn't even. I'm gonna try to look in chat.
Paddington Bear. Hello, Ice. I see you. That's funny. Paddington Bear.
What comes up on my screen when I'm away?
Some like flaming, no,
A
flower,
dick.
red flowers. Yeah.
Fucking fat.
Is it Bertha with a sugar cube on her tongue?
Talking ball.
BBC pops up.
Cocking balls.
BBC pops up and you fucking jump off. It's fucking.
Oh, that's my buddy.
I bet you that's what you tell
Oh
everybody. That's just my
my.
buddy. Just a
We-
friend.
Brother. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nah, your real name pops up and everything else. You
Well, I just want to
know,
know if something cool came up or not. I can't see anything.
you need to go into settings and set a picture for that, I
So there's
believe.
nothing.
You have a weird picture of a skull and some flowers.
Oh, it's Bertha, dude. That's a flaming Bertha with a sugar cube on her tongue. Captain should know that. No, that's what I want up there. Then perfect.
I can't see my screen because of the sun.
I can make a joke there, but I won't.
You got Bertha on your shit.
Do it.
Michael
It's
Jackson.
gonna hit 88 today.
Dude, it was 30 this morning. 30 degrees and it got up to like 70 something.
It was 52 last night.
It got fucking cold this morning.
We get like a 35-degree difference, man. When you get that 35-degree difference, that's like,
We got snow on the mountains around us. I'm in the desert. So that breeze now is freaking
Yeah.
really cool. It's full of snow wind. Snow wind. It's fucking gonna be my next strain. Snow wind, bro.
Look at phones.
Snow here.
so about halfway through the morning, the wind actually warms up and comes from what used to be the pineapple field. And that would warm up the house. And then about 5:30, when it would start getting colder in the mountains, that would push that air down. And shit, my house gets 10 degrees colder than 4 kilometers away in town. Just because of that. 10 degrees.
It's
Yeah, it's
different.
freezing here.
Shit hits different when it's that fast of a change too.
Yep. And it's within a couple hours it drops that. It's like boom, a rock.
When I used to live in Newfoundland, that's the east coast of Canada. For some of you guys that live in the States that don't know where it is. Anyways, 6 o'clock. As soon as 6 o'clock hit, I'd have to every day. I know it's time to put at 6 o'clock. I had to put like a jacket on and a sweater. Just dropped like 10 degrees instantly. It was crazy, and the wind picks up every day. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Out in Newfoundland where they have funny
So,
houses.
D, I have a question to ask you. The
Okay.
place that, because I was looking at the map the other day at the different wagon wheels, the dispensaries that they have up around you.
Okay.
Which one does Green Goddess work at?
Medicine wheel.
Medicine Wheel, I'm sorry. Because I noticed that there were like 12 different listings for them all over like northern part of Toronto and north.
Yeah, it's weird.
So which one does she actually work at? Is she close to you, or does she
She's
like work at the one farthest out in the middle of nowhere?
No, she lives on the Green Mile. She
That
works
don't.
on the Green Mile. There's like a whole bunch of them. Hang on, we're talking about Gigi. The medicine.
Yeah, I don't know what the Green Mile is. Maybe you can explain that to all of us, because it
Like a
sounds
mile
like
and
just a road with a mile of nothing but dispensaries.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's all it can be in my head.
Hang on, I'm trying to bring up the map.
That actually sounds pretty cool to go do and walk the Green Mile.
I don't know if you want to walk it.
No.
Well, no,
Golf
you'd
cart.
walk it.
Pop on the golf cart. I'll pick you up every
Yeah.
store. Pick you up every store.
Oh,
Yeah,
dude,
well, there could be like 250 stores, so it'd be like, okay, get in, go 12 feet.
Yep.
oh, some of them they're like right across the street from each other. It's
Yeah.
crazy. Shit. I'm just trying to bring it up.
Dude,
So
shut
you-
it. That's awesome.
There's a corner in downtown Bangkok that
Uh-huh.
literally, if you walk 100 meters, you can go to 20 shops.
Uh-huh.
And it's a major intersection, and both three of the corners have weed shops on them. And then two storefronts down, there's another one.
Shit, back during
Couple more down, there's another one.
Miss Medical Days, Thousand Palms had like over a couple thousand fucking just delivery services. It was like you could find like so many people. They were just everybody and their mother were a delivery service back then. It was crazy. Everybody.
Well, hey, you know, get to that market that people won't get to. Take that drive. You may live out that way.
Oh, there we
So,
go.
you know, doing a delivery service out near your way may be really good,
All right, hold on.
especially if you turn up in like 15, 20 minutes every time you call.
There was one called Best Curbside Delivery. They were the best curbside delivery, in my opinion.
I love
24
delivery.
hours until one day they couldn't do 24 hours anymore. I don't know why.
Yeah, if you could get like 4 people together in a nice size area, and have a delivery service that way. So no matter if the person's on, 45 minutes on the north side or the south side, they can get weed within like 20, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, back then you just had to find a friend in another city, give them like half your stuff, and they'd have the same menu you had, so they could just drop it off.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what Big Tussle was in a small kind of big town, kind of growing fast. But that's a lot of them. Sweet leaf.
Yeah, so here's the Green Mile, guys. This is up in Roseneath, up by Green Goddess Works. So you can see right here in the bottom, the first one is not listed, but it's a smoke place as well. They call it like Sig First, but they also sell cannabis. And so they're everywhere on this. This is like the Green Mile, so it's like store, and they haven't updated this map in a bit, so there are more stores up there now. So it's like on every side. There's like every red dot there, that's a cannabis store. And then the last one
know,
on the map is Medicine Wheel, which is Green Goddess.
it's a mile, so I do a lot of walking. It takes me about 15 minutes to do a mile, but that's a pretty good clip. If I slowed it down, and then hit all the shops, it would take 5, 6 hours.
Oh yeah. Me and Mrs. D, the first time we ever went up that way to meet up with Green Goddess and check out the Green Mile. We tried to stop at every store. It was crazy. There's so many up there. It's like, oh, we passed it, and it was getting dark. So we passed a couple. So it's crazy. So you get to there, and it's like, wow. It's like, all right, let's go to see Green Goddess now. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of stuff, especially this one place we go, other place we go to. Um, they have lots of stuff just piled in, like in this little trailer. Like this one place, it's like a trailer, but he has like this little trailer, and it's like half is like his kitchen, and then he's got this little booth behind him, and this one side was cigarettes and cannabis, and then you look over and there's this kitchen and everything. We go in there one day. These two guys are sitting at the kitchen table having a smoke, just hanging out, cigarettes, hanging out. It's funny.
I'd like to have like a social club where people could come and just relax and smoke and talk, have a good time.
They used to have one in BC. Bubble Man and Johnny B and all of them used to go there quite a bit. I think what's his name? Dana Larson was a part of it or something. I'm not exactly sure though. Don't hold me to it. Oh no, it wasn't Dana Larson. It's that other dickwad. What's his name? And Mark Emery. Mark Emery was part of it.
I remember that club.
Yeah, there's like 3 floors. There's 4 floors. It's crazy apparently.
Yeah, that was in the late 90s, early
Yeah,
2000s.
I heard it recently closed. Like not recently, but a while ago it closed. It's crazy.
I think the offices for the magazine and everything were in like the bottom floor or the basement of that place.
Cannabis Culture magazine.
Hmm.
That magazine was hard. I used to buy that one instead of High Times.
I thought it was actually better than High Times. It had better articles,
And it had a better menu.
better pictures.
The whole freaking menu of 4 pages of seeds. Those things were reliable too. They showed up every time.
And you were getting, instead of like 4 or 5 new pictures of things, you were getting like 12, 15, 18 new strain pictures. And it was like, yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you said fan folds while the nug. I put like every center picture up on my wall.
He gave us a really good deal. Our chapter actually bought the magazines directly from him. He ended up giving us like 75% off, and then he sent us probably 15 or 20 of all the back issues, which was only like 6 or 7. No, actually, I think there were only like 4 by the time we started buying directly from him. We also bought directly from High Times too.
The haze that I smoked earlier.
Cool.
It's the Tom Hill by Honey Badger from Blackbird. And now I'm gonna do a
Yeah.
salad of. Well, I guess I don't have a big piece of it out here right now, but this is
How
the,
is that?
what's
How
that?
is that flower alone though?
The honeydew or the
The
haze?
one you just read off, yeah,
Yeah.
from
Nice.
Blackbird, because he
It's
does
nice.
really good work.
Yeah,
Blackbird
I didn't.
presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hunt it by any means. I just wanted to pop one of those deals. But yeah, it's good flower.
His work is pretty steady, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Still
Yeah.
can't wait to meet him. He only lives like 4 hours, 5 hours from the house. We'll meet up
This is
at a
honeydew.
show sometime.
It's guava gelato by Devil Driver, I believe.
Cool.
It's actually really fucking good.
Fingers were coming in so clear, but the nug was just like, nope, not gonna focus for you, my guy.
Oh, and then I'm gonna throw a little bit of this. This is Chemsys by 41.
What's 41, if I may ask?
Gelato.
Oh, okay. I'm a little slow on that.
I guessed. I'm just guessing because I used to say 41 there. Everything when I had the gelato 41, which I had to pull out some of those to give away.
Good.
Tomato times banana god, not Mendo breath banana god, just banana god.
That would be an interesting one there.
Giving them away. To the last winner.
So is Mendo Breath, like OG Kush Breath and Mendo P or something?
Mendo montage.
Ah, and that was all right. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then Mendo Montage.
I don't remember past fucking further in the lineage.
It's got some cookie shit. One of those freakazoid cookies, the mutants thing.
Right. Know what's going on.
This 41 Chemsys is fucking nice. Strong.
Smoke something else, but I'm already high. I just took a dab. And, what I just took a dab of.
Oh shit. That's the other part.
That's crappy.
I was gonna put this this is Mr. Toad stuff here. I was gonna put some of this in. This is no, this isn't. I'm wrong. This is Caleb's dude up in Washington.
Caleb dude up
Founding
in London.
fathers. He works with that
Mhm.
T1000. He's the dude that found that keeper cut T1000. This is his
CSI
PMO by
Humble.
T1000.
CSI Humble.
What up?
Yeah.
You know
What'd you say?
CIS Humble
CSI Humble.
is
It's not, no, it's
Caleb.
his homie in the north though, the dude in Washington.
Oh, you don't
The
mean North
dude that
Pacific?
found T1000.
Okay. The dude that found it.
Yeah, it's his homies. And then he started breeding shortly after that with it. Most of his stuff is that T1000, but it's some nice work.
Just watched him on the podcast the other day. I don't know.
Yeah, like they called it like CSI Washington or Seattle or something like that for a while, but I don't think he does that. I think he did his own thing. He's like founding fathers or something now.
Okay.
You know, I think he's got something to do with that T1000 and the Obama. He might have made the Obama. But yeah, it's nice.
Good stuff.
It didn't purple or anything. I was hoping to get a little color to it, but that TK and Urkel, nothing's guaranteed.
Nope. Sometimes the color doesn't transform over from the male.
Right.
That's why there's a lot of crosses that are like, these are going to be killer, and then you grow
I
them,
wonder what was reversed.
do them,
I think it was
and
the
grow
Urkel.
them out, and it's like everything's shit. Well, you could have had seeds, so you didn't have to reverse anything or self it.
When did Bud check out?
He's been gone for a while.
Oh, I
Yeah.
guess I do kind of remember him leaving. Maybe. No, I guess I don't.
I think somebody was there with him. He was talking to him, and then he just shut us off. Because he looked up behind it and started talking like that. And then we went dark. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, that probably meant he had to do something on the farm.
Yeah. Horse. Horses are dumb, by the way. I'm going to say this because I take care of 6 of them. So some of them will eat rodents and birds. And they shouldn't be doing that, but they do.
I used to.
And rabbits. I seen one eat a rabbit, a bird, and a rat. I was like, "You're a psycho. You're a fucking psycho, dude." And it stole my hamburger patties. I was gonna make. It stuck its head over and took my hamburger patties. That stupid. Yeah. Motherfucker was a meat eater, bro. It was crazy. And it was a champion horse. It was a barrel championship. Like it did the barrel things and it won every time. This thing was hungry for that meat. It was just ready. She was crazy. She would kick her horseshoes off at people, try to hit them with the horseshoes. She knew they were gonna fly off. It's crazy, bro.
Dude, I showed horses at the fair a couple years. I hated it. I was all into sports and shit, you know, at that time, that age. And all my friends, of course, had to come heckle me and shit while I'm doing it.
The horse races are fun.
But yeah, I had to wear a cowboy hat and all that jazz.
Man.
Yeah, I kind of grew up on a hobby farm.
Horses are crazy. Do without them.
I
Ben,
grew up on a working farm.
Ben,
Everything was work.
Oh, it was work, believe you me.
Yeah,
The
winter
cows, the chickens, the pigs, the garden. Fucking 2 people and you've got an acre fucking garden. 2 people, come on.
So like until I was big enough to like defend myself, I used to have to carry the wiffle ball bat everywhere. Like if I'd go over to my neighbor's house, he's my best friend. We were like 2 weeks apart. We were born, but it was across the field, and between me and that was like 2 football fields and a goose that hated my guts. That fucking goose would get me on the ground and assault me, girl child. Carry the wiffle ball and I'd beat the goose off me to go see my butt.
That's
Now it explains everything.
it does
I
explain a
did
lot.
something to it. I must have pissed it
Goose
off.
trauma.
They don't forget, apparently. Like elephants, for
Okay.
fuck's sake.
Wow. I got really high. That was pretty good.
Ah, placebo effect.
No.
I found a little hash. I'm gonna sprinkle in this blunt. Look at my
But I
hand.
will say this, if you change the places that you get high instead of getting high in one spot all the time, you will seem to get a lot higher once you get out of that spot. My buzz lasts an extra 45 minutes when I smoke outside.
When I smoke it through my rectum, it lasts till about 0 but 30. Boofing it.
Something that hardcore would say. I wasn't expecting that.
Well, he's not
I
here,
was
so I gotta
about to
bring up
say
this.
we got a replacement for hardcore
Yeah, I was
here.
gonna say
Nothing
the
but
same.
You didn't let me
shit.
finish. You didn't let me
Right.
finish. I was just gonna tell you that
It
one was just
doesn't have
by
to.
hardcore.
You
That
don't
one,
need to finish.
that one was
That
messaged
was
to me on
sent to me
Instagram
by
just now by
hardcore.
That was a hardcore message.
Hardcore feed me lines tonight. I didn't tell you guys.
We just thought it was the goose now, but okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was gonna say. It's the trauma from the abuse. It's fine. It's fine. I
But now
understand.
you're getting fed lines. Oh man.
Man, yeah. No bueno.
Oh shit.
I need a writer
I
for my
call
The
it
world
out.
will never know.
now. I
I
need a
call an
writer.
ounce party foul on that. You have to send everybody on the panel an ounce.
Oh, I'm just talking shit. I'm full of it, dude. I don't believe anything that I say. If I seem a
Well,
little
in
too
that
hardcore,
case, then in that case, sorry, we don't go for bullshit on here. You have to leave.
oh, fuck.
But
No,
at
I
least
don't
you
bullshit.
called yourself out on it.
These are all off the top of the dome. I'm cool like that.
Oh, cool.
I'm with poop jokes.
Cool. I think.
Oh,
That was a good moment of silence.
what time is it?
4:20.
Oh, it is a 20,
10:20.
isn't it, dude? I'm fucking good at this game.
10:23. What time is it for you guys?
I'm late. Fuck. Figures.
Fucking, you guys are late, bro.
Monotone.
Fashionably late. Actually, I think I got a torch.
Cheers to everybody out in chat. I know we haven't said hi to you guys in a while.
Cheers,
I was
everyone.
over there a little bit ago. I went over there and told a joke.
Uh-oh.
What? Gonna do what? What?
I
More
went over to
original
chat and told
jokes?
a joke a little bit ago.
More original jokes.
Well, you got to go to chat to see it and say hi.
Hi, in chat. I went there, see.
Fucking
Hi.
motherfuckers act like they forgot about chat. Nowadays, what the thing? Say,
Oh, shit. Now you're a rapper.
yeah, I got Be Real, feed me lines.
My ghostwriters now, too? Shit.
I got Kurkowski for butt jokes, and I got Be Real for my rhymes.
Get quick ass butt joke. That's fucking great.
It's been more runs than Lady Susan in a minute since my guilt is proven.
Oh, hi, man.
1, 2.
Cheers, fuckers.
Was it Tuesday today?
Not anymore.
It
For
is.
me.
It's still Tuesday for the West Coast, man. It's only 10:25. I had tacos, I had taquitos, I had tortas. It was fire. I just had a burrito for dinner. Shit was huge.
I
Taco.
think I'm gonna have ribs tonight.
I'm gonna have multo meal.
I'm trying to pick a place that's like halfway decent to take this girl, but
I'm gonna have cream
has
of
a
wheat.
limited
Rice,
menu.
bro. That's what I was gonna say.
Easy.
The cream
Yeah.
of wheat.
The creamed oats or creamed rice?
Cream of wheat and what's the
Yeah,
other
it is
nasty
good.
one? Shit.
I like grits. I had some
Cocoa
grits the
puffs,
other
not
morning.
cocoa puff.
I had,
Oh,
Cocoa wheats or something.
I had grits the other morning. That shit was fire. Cheddar grits with 2 eggs and some bacon.
Oh, I'm talking the shit you just put water in and it's like
Yeah,
hummus or
instant
something.
grits. You know, I had the instant grits, the instant grit patty. Fucking cheddar is fire. I just made some bacon on the side with the eggs. That's easy.
I just ashed it myself. No. This blunt's gonna put me fucking next level.
Blunt?
Huh?
Christ.
uh-oh.
Can't
I
smoke
tipped it.
that one. I can only smoke those when there's
I
a
tipped it because I'm not a
funeral.
savage.
Tips. I got
I'm fancy like that, yo.
Welcome,
Rainbow
brother.
colored tips.
Oh yeah. Dude, look at this bullshit I bought.
Pre-rolled freaking tips. 420 of these fuckers.
If you buy them from Raw, they come in this metal tin and there's like 100 pre-rolled tips. The tins are perfect for the king size joints. Put them in there. They don't get smashed in your backpack as when you're traveling. It's perfect.
Hey, you know what
At
sucks
one-
about Raw? Besides all that other bullshit drama, whatever the fuck. Yeah, you go to buy 200 pre-rolled tips, right, Captain? And they hand you these, and you walk out the door after paying for them.
I would never.
Can you see it?
What?
I said I need some tips. I bought Look what they are.
Yeah, raw tips.
I thought tips.
Baby, I
Cotton.
like it raw. Baby, I like it raw.
They're actual filters.
Yeah, you get them with cotton in them over here.
Jeez. Those are filters. I don't want filters. I want your fucking tips, dude. You know,
You just want the tip?
just the tip.
Cardboard. You have to ask
Just the
for
tip.
cardboard tips.
Just the tip.
Well, yeah. Well, Captain, I bought a few tips in my days.
So you can roll it. Yeah.
I've got
you can-
5 different tips here.
Okay, then
For
then
his
in that
pleasure.
case, you were at fault for not looking at them when they gave them to you.
Well, you asked for
You
tips. You don't
Bought them
expect them to
that
hand you
many
filters.
times. Well,
I didn't
hey,
even know
you
they
gotta
made
look
these.
at you gotta look at who's
Yeah.
taking care of you too.
I didn't even know they made these fucking things. Like, what the fuck are they for?
Well, we just found out that they make
Are they
those.
for rolling
because
tobacco?
You just showed us that they made
Yeah.
those. The first time I seen them.
Exactly.
So thanks
They're
for
tiny.
teaching us. Thanks for teaching us a lesson. We'll know
They're
what
tiny.
to ask for. We'll know what to. We'll know exactly what not to ask for. Tips.
Well, most hand rolled joints or cigarettes are not the typical cigarette size. Not
Here,
like
look
I
at
get
that.
out of the
Look
roller
at my
every
tip.
time.
Look at my tip and look at that filter.
No, I ain't looking at your tip, motherfucker.
You know what I mean?
I'll look
It's
at
like
it, but I'm not
tiny.
touching it.
It's like a pinner
I'll
filter.
look, but I'm not touching.
If you smoke pinners, that filter will work.
Well,
The pink,
people out there
Yellow.
smoke
yellow.
pinners, believe me.
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
mine's,
That's a urban myth.
7
Captain.
millimeter.
Bullshit. Come to Thailand.
Mine's
That's
7
urban
millimeter,
myth.
lady boy.
Pinners.
Hold on,
Cops
what?
smoke pinners.
You do the kung fu. Come to Thailand. Ask
I
the
like to do
cat-
that to my friends that say to me, like, oh, I'll do a little dab. I like stop what I'm doing. I jerk my head quick and I say, are you a fucking cop?
Do that, dude.
Little dab? What the fuck is that? Are you fucking cop, dude? Little dab. That's fucking cop talk.
Do that.
No, I do little dabs now. That was back in my fucking red hot titanium nail days.
Bro, I melted a titanium.
That's what she calls it. My
Dude, you melted one? I exploded
It
one.
freaking started to fall apart. It started to
I
crack.
exploded one, dude.
Yeah, the
You know
grill
how I
started
exploded it?
cracking.
A glass blowing torch.
With what torch?
A glass blowing torch, like the big
Nice.
the big fucking $1,000 torch.
I just used a T4000 or whatever one.
Well, I was at a homie's glass shop and I thought that was a good idea. I put it up in it and the fucking thing disintegrated.
4000? Is that the one I used?
1,000.
Disintegrated the
Yes,
titanium nail in like seconds.
I melted my shit, popped it. It kind of like my middle exploded straight down the hole.
That's what she said.
Ah, shit.
That was
Beat
a
me
good
to
one.
it.
Winning
Nice.
with a little haze bud and a little GMO funky thingy. Funky thingy.
White hot motherfucker. Can't even flex. I'm tired. Ready to go to bed.
Oh,
Yeah, I ain't got too much longer. Maybe to the next 20 would be the end of me.
Time is it? 23, 32. Fuck, I can't even see.
46 was my number.
I gotta take a shower while the sun's out to keep the water hot.
A week's off. I used to have to do that on the homestead. I couldn't stand that shit, bro. Like I have to hurry up and take the shower before the sun goes down.
Man, code.
Take such a hot shower that it feels like it's burning. I fucking love it. I wish it could get hotter. I wish it could actually burn. Like be that hot.
Yeah, man.
Smells like burning.
Smells like burning. Smells like smoking and drinking.
Smells like burning.
Smoking. and
See if we can show video. All right, boys. Hot. That's enough protesting for today. Let's go back to the hotel and have a hot shower. Hot shower. Hot shower. Hot shower.
Yeah, no shit. I
It's gonna
should
wait an
just wait
hour.
to the hotel.
The KKK.
What the fuck
Alright.
does Ralphie say about his cat's litter box?
What?
Ralphie
What?
from The Simpsons. That's
You
where I got that.
kidding me?
Tastes like burning from. Ralphie says something about tasting his. My cat's litter box tastes like shit or something.
The fuck?
I know what you're
Ralphie.
saying. I know.
Or
I
Ralph,
forget what
not
it was.
Ralphie. Ralph.
Yeah,
Ralph
yeah,
Wiggum.
yeah.
Ralph
I
Wiggum.
remember that. I remember that, J5. I just don't remember. It goes, tastes like burning.
Yeah, and he did.
Yeah,
He
why
did the
do I
one
know
about
where
the
that's
cat
from too? What
Yeah.
the fuck?
too.
Where is it from? Robot Chicken or some shit?
Simpsons. The Simpsons.
Ralph Wiggum. It's Sheriff Wiggum's kid. He's like half a Momo.
Oh shit! I think I remember now. Fuck.
I'm on special. I'm on special team. I'm special.
Yeah, like real special, dude.
I
Fuck
choose you, Lisa.
Yeah, I wish I could remember some of his quotes. They're fucking funny.
Jesus Christ. We have this shit.
Yeah. Just at the tip. Is that what she says, Bernie? Is that at the tip? Vern, sorry, Vern. I hope everybody in chat's having a great night. We're going to be here for a bit longer. Well, I know I am. I don't know the rest of the panel here. Cheers, everybody in chat. Cheers, everybody lurking in the background, smoking a joint, doing some dabs, doing some gardening, perhaps. Right on.
Or you have a cat on your lap.
Don't be petting your kitty right now while you're watching us. That's don't
Hey
be doing that.
now,
Don't
you can
spanking
be
that
petting
kitty.
your kitty.
Don't be
Just
spanking that kitty.
there you
That's
Oh
go.
my.
Don't make it purr. Don't make it purr, please.
Oh my. Oh. Oh, brother.
Oh,
I wet my arm pants.
what the fuck?
I wet my arm pants. Like what the
Coco would have. Oh, he's already lying down.
Well, he wasn't the brightest one on The Simpsons. Come on.
There's like some kind of repressed trauma or some shit, right?
If mommy's purse didn't belong in the microwave, why did it fit? He's that kind of special.
Yeah.
I think just two people that shouldn't have had a kid special.
Smithers, there's a rocket in my pocket. Yes,
Obviously.
I know, sir. Oh my.
I am so glad you're so comfortable.
Yeah, cute cat.
Yeah, but I can't like grab my drink. I can't grab any cigarettes. I can't grab the tray to grab the pot
Uh-oh.
or fall off. And when he goes to fall off, that means I end up with the claws.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, he's one of those when he starts to feel him falling, the claws come out. I've tried to break him of it, but no. But it is cute how he is laying on me, though. He's
Yeah.
using my belly as a pillow.
Aw. Right on.
The small ass belly, bro. I'd be using my belly as a bed. The hell? You're smart.
Hey, I'm in Thailand, man.
I'm all freaking bonza.
I found it, D. Took me a minute. It's my cat's breath smells like cat food.
It's fucking cat's breath.
No, but he does. He says it tastes like burning.
Yeah, I haven't got. I can't remember what he was eating.
Yeah.
I think we
Yeah.
could just Google it or look it up on our phone. That's just
Dude, I'm on like number 33 of his quotes.
Yeah.
Can't believe I came past it yet. I just finally got up to that kitty mouth one.
My kitty's fat just like
Your eyes need diapers. That's a good one. I'm gonna use that. Sounds like your eyes could use some diapers.
Oh, is up the price.
I'm gonna pay when I roll one more coin.
My grandma had hair like that when she went to sleep in her forever box.
Uh,
What the fuck? Oh. Dude, I just pictured that. I don't know why it's cracking me up so much right now. Forget about that shit. The Simpsons, man. How the fuck? How crazy is that? We should probably be talking more about that shit.
I can't believe they're still going.
I can't believe that they're like predicting the future.
I can't believe they're still predicting the future for the past 20 years. Jesus Christ. Bro.
Yeah.
Fucking wild.
Shit's fucking wild.
Everything's happened that they said. They've had an episode on everything that happened. From,
Oh, there it is.
from going down the escalator, everything.
Yeah, something happened, dude. It got
You know,
weird.
yeah, there's some kind of rift in the Matrix or something that they.
I
I don't
found
know.
it. I'm throwing them.
I think this bitch is about to flip, is what I think is gonna happen.
Fucking something's wrong.
The poles are gonna shift, dude, and this fucker's going swoop, swoop. And we're fucking going for a ride, son.
Hold on.
Fuck. Head for higher ground. There ain't nothing high enough.
I think we get ripped to shreds because of the force of the flip, right? It's supposed to be so fast.
Shit's fucked. That's all I know.
Oh, I found it.
Like half of us are gonna freeze to death, and the other half are gonna fry to death. Except a few are gonna get underneath the ground. I'm gonna wing it out.
For that result, though, like who gets what? Because I'd rather freeze. I think instead of burn. But I already deal with the heat all the time.
Yeah.
But imagine that 24 hours a day for the first like week or something before that fucker starts moving again.
But freeze for the first 10 freeze to death for the first day.
You'll freeze to death quick, dude.
Yeah.
And the hot side's gonna be fucking hot as fuck too, I would imagine.
I can't imagine.
J5.
I'd move to Canada.
What up?
There's that
Move to
video there,
Canada.
J5. I put it to you in chat.
How do I do that?
It was the purple berries.
I got 2 purple berries.
I eat the purple
Yeah.
berries. It tastes like burning.
Wouldn't have you lived in Thailand?
That lady
That's
boy.
really-
Oh no, lady boy.
No, the dating situation
Can you
in
just like hang out with
Asia
him?
is completely different than back in the States. I mean, they don't expect you to, pay for everything. I mean, it's completely different here.
Don't pay for everything. I'm broke. What the hell? Like my broke ass don't pay for shit. Girl, you taking me out. We're going anywhere. You fucking taking my ass up.
Dude, I think a
Well,
ladyboy would be a good hang. You ever just kick it with him or
actually,
something, Cass?
to tell you the truth, don't laugh at that.
I'm
Don't
not. I'm
laugh
being
at that
serious,
You did laugh, but
because
dude.
I treat them like a normal human being,
I'm
and
saying, do you ever? I think they'd be a good hang.
I treat them like they're lady, and yeah, they're some of the most loyal friends you can have if you treat them that way. As long as you give them respect
Dude,
and, accept them for what it is. And you can tell them right off the bat, hey, no, I'm not interested. But they'll still come talk to you and everything like that. And they're some of the coolest people to hang with,
I agree.
because a lot
We
of
learned at a
times
very
here,
early age that
because
they got the.
here
It was,
they're looked down upon, and you're treating them just like a normal human, and they respect that a lot.
so a dude
So
I rode the school bus with, like, was we knew he was gay his entire life, but he ended up becoming a fucking famous drag queen, dude. And he's like 6'8" in stilettos and fucking rocks it, dude, right? And DJs and does all that shit, dude. And I learned, yeah, way early on, like just out of high school, like those are the people you want to be fucking hanging with if you want to do party drugs. And dude, Doug, it was his name, but his stage name was not that, obviously. But yeah, he was always my homie and ton of fun. Those people are fucking they're a lot of fun.
the ones here can be really, really violent because they are looked down upon and they're treated that way by some people. So yeah, they'll be one of the first ones to cut you.
Sucky, 450.
Right? Those dainty little hands are quick with a knife, with a blade. I bet.
Well, the lady boy hands are pretty big, buddy. So are the
Well, not all of them.
feet.
Not
No, not
necessarily.
all of them, but you look at the feet and you can tell definitely from there.
Well, the Adam's apple helps.
A lot of them, that's even, I mean, you have to catch it at the right angle, at the
Well, you just
right
tell them right at the
light.
back that you're like into choking and you want to like feel what it's like.
What the hell? I'm in the choking. Can you come in real
Oh,
You
quick?
have to cop a
boy.
feel, you know?
What's your name? Hold on.
No, you just
Tell them it's a
politely
kink or
ask.
something.
You just politely ask them, hey, you look
We usually
very
tell you.
beautiful.
I
Are
shouldn't be
you a
joking
lady
about it. You're right.
boy?
You're right.
Are
You're
you
right.
a lady boy?
You're right.
And they'll tell you yes or no, or they'll play with you a little bit. And if they play with you a little bit, it's, yeah, they're a lady boy. But,
Hello.
I had more problems in Vietnam. There's a lot of stuff that I can't show you in Vietnam. I actually was videoing walking up to a certain area in Vietnam, but I didn't even enter the area, and 3 people came up and told me no video. It was like, okay, we're in that part of the town.
Sounds like the Brambles in New York.
This is basically like
Central Park.
if you could put up a building that was maybe 30 meters deep and back them all together and make like a half-kilometer area of little streets and alleys all like this, just filled with bars with girls sitting in them, hoping that someone's going to come in and buy a drink so they can get a small percentage off of that. I mean, there are literally thousands of girls that are just hoping for that. And when I
COVID
was
essentially
there,
shut down the sex
Ex-
trade there. Yeah.
well, no,
Yeah.
COVID pretty
Or
much
the
shut
sex
down
the sex
all,
vacationing, not
all,
trade. Sex vacations or
no,
whatever.
it
I said it
shut
wrong.
down all tourism.
That's what I'm saying.
Tourism here in Thailand is 25% what it was prior COVID.
What would those girls have been doing if they?
There were over 40 million people here, and right the year before COVID, they hit a record number. It was like 42, 43 million people, tourists. And now they're hoping to hit like 16 million, 18.
Like that across the board, I think. Every country, pretty much.
Exactly. Cambodia's that way. Right now, a Westerner, you can't even get into Myanmar where I'm at. I can't do a border crossing. They don't allow Westerners in because of the fighting that's going on there.
What are you doing there, Cap? You just telling me you're the captain or what?
No, I don't go.
I thought you just said you were there.
No,
I heard you wrong.
that was Myanmar that you can't get into because of the fighting. I was in Vietnam.
Ah,
Oh.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Sucky, sucky, $5.
Oh,
That was another thing in Vietnam. That was a lot more expensive.
me money you long time.
Me love me so horny.
Me money you.
Me money you. Give you a big finish. Oh,
They
happy
wanted-
ending.
I'm saying money, not marry.
They wanted a lot of dong. That was for sure.
Well,
Um,
oh my.
me like you long time
Oh, GI.
versus love.
was-
Me like you long time. Get it?
It was
love you
4 to
long
5
time,
million
yeah.
baht dong.
That one was all right. That one wasn't horrible. I didn't totally strike on that. It was like a foul tip. Back to the tips again in honor of Korkowski.
Just a tip. Ah.
I gotta bring him some weed when I get back that way.
Oh, kitty.
All right, one more joint, and then I gotta get the heck out of here.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Another joint.
Yeah.
I relit this
That'll
blunt.
carry
I
us
kind
to
of wish
the
I think I'm
420.
gonna roll something else.
We do have an awesome show, so if you're available for the noon safety meeting, please join for North Star Genetics.
That's 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 12 o'clock Pacific, and of course 3 a.m. Thailand time. If you live in Thailand.
And it's
Well, the
And
Thai
sometime-
boys.
Thursday.
sometime
It's not,
the day. What about Australia? What's their difference?
I don't know.
Isn't that about 12-hour or flip flop too? Kind of like Cap. Or are they all kinds of fucked up, like a full day behind us or ahead of us?
Australia has like 5 time zones, right?
Yeah.
Bunch.
Yeah, they got a bunch of at least 3 time zones.
So they're all fucked up. So, yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Man, this cat's giving me like 40 pictures today.
Oh, you better not be taking too many pictures of that pussy girl.
That's what that is.
No, 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 no.
Naughty, naughty.
No, no, no.
Naughty, naughty.
You're touching and taking pictures? Dang.
Man, catch and release. Practice catch and release, Cap.
Catch and release. That's catch. You grab my pussy and then you just
Can't
throw
keep
it.
them. You can't do that no more. This is like 2024. There's no keeping them.
The girl I'm
You gotta
going
let 'em
out
go
with
home.
tonight, I've
You gotta let
known,
'em go
I
home, Cap.
I met her like 2
yeah.
years ago.
I don't know. I
So
guess
no catch and release.
Yeah,
lucky
that's in Australia.
we can't see her, so we can't confirm or deny.
Fucking. That's
Well,
Holy
I
shit.
will have
We're talking about the cat, right?
no.
Cat
I
woman.
showed her picture earlier.
Wait.
Wow. I always thought the Catwoman thing was weird from Batman. Like, how is people are like so turned on by somebody who's supposed to pretend that they're a cat? Shit. Like, wow, won't you do
1
it?
o'clock Australian time.
It made me crazy.
Is that what it is, Stony?
Wow.
I think Stony Creek's saying 1 o'clock Australian time.
1 o'clock, man.
But I think
Either-
that's
Right on.
yesterday.
Right
Okay.
on lowercase M8. Cake taught me that.
So Stony Creek is on the west side of Australia.
What up, Stony?
There's less ruse up
Good day,
there and
mate.
more dingoes. There's less ruse and more
Crikey.
dingoes.
Get a collar on that dingo.
Hang on, I'm gonna bust out my
This is
didgeridoo.
this is LA. You gotta have a collar on that dingo.
You sick cunt. It's a dingo.
They do like to say "cunt" a lot.
they,
You don't hear it over here, but I know they say it over there.
they say that shit all the time. That shit's so
Oh
awesome.
my.
Like, but it's not funny over here at all. That's funny.
I think it's funny.
Cheddar
I think it's hilarious.
so name. Anyway, on the lady, the
Okay,
tarot
now I'm
card
all screwed up.
cup, dude. She had a cup, right? It
When
had
I
a big.
think that, I
mug.
just think
It
you
was
need to
like
spend it
you hold
somewhere
a
now.
mug, a coffee mug. And it
Sick
said-
cunt. You need to shop,
It said
bro.
UNT, and the handle made the C. You know, the handle of the cup was in black, and then it had a black CUNT.
I like taking I saw a picture of this lady going to Cancun. She's standing in front of the Cancun sign, but she made a T with her arms like that with her hands out, and she just stood it out and cut out cut out CAN. So she spelled CUNT.
Uh,
Uh-huh.
I get it.
Good stuff. Fucking too high.
Yeah.
Everybody's still here. Is it just us? The people watching
Yeah.
us?
I haven't gone over.
Crikey.
I'm gonna pick out the next pot.
Whoa.
One ounce.
I don't want to
wasn't
be like
that.
Spartans.
Did you show your garden? Jeez. So I found out a lot of people don't like to jump on shows because they don't like to show their face. And they're afraid to talk too, so they get stage fright. That shit's crazy. I don't know how that's possible. How could you be afraid to talk in public and have stage fright and be afraid of YouTube? That don't make no sense. You ain't even with nobody, people on the screen. No, you ain't even with nobody.
Who are you talking to?
I pretend nobody's existing so I can fucking be afraid of being up here. I'm so frightened right now. Just kidding.
Oh, that's what you do personally?
No, I just drop a little bit of. Never mind. I was gonna say-
I'm fucking high as hell.
I did take a little bit of. No. Some
You
liquid
know
courage.
nothing.
I've never
I
been
know
afraid to
nothing.
talk in public. How about you guys? Public speakers? No, you're all afraid to be on stage talking.
I'm just here to party.
I don't party. It's a lifestyle. This is a lifestyle, my friend. There's no
Party
partying.
like a motherfucking rock
I
star.
wake up at 6 and I start smoking and watching weird smoke videos and stuff.
Like smoking this fucking Chem D line 5 at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning is about partying that I get these days.
I don't party. The dabs I took earlier were the party nowadays.
Oh my god, shit, this is so fucking rank.
Legs are cold. That sucks.
I've been at one spot for quite a while now,
What?
and I've been smoking on the same. Well, not same. Like I got like a fucking dozen different fucking varieties to choose from, but I've got different ones at the other spot. I'm excited to get back there, get some different terps. But that's me saying that, and I've got like 30, so I know it sounds stupid, but whatever. I mean, I'm excited to get back there.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I still got shit I haven't even tried, dude. Yeah, my fucking blunt bud fucking thing.
Banjo.
What? Sweater?
Yeah, because I'm already like mixing shit. I'll put a little bit of this, a little bit of that. See if that.
If I have 5 strains, usually by the end of the month, I'm starting to mix strains together because I've already gotten used to that one just alone.
Right. So you get what I'm saying.
You
I'm
know.
excited to go get some new terps, even though I've got like fucking 15 of them here.
Yeah.
I think I'm good with that. I found some weed that's really good. Like the
And half the shit I have tastes alike.
Dream Cream gets you high every single time. You're so high where you're like, I don't know.
Which one?
Extreme Cream.
Oh, yeah.
That's-
So you already have that? I thought you were looking for that.
all I had is the cut. I lost it.
You lost the cut?
Yeah, I have crosses with it now. Or I made a cross, Mendelbreath Banana God, with the.
That'll be good.
I want the. I just want Extreme Cream still. Shit was fire.
I want to find strains that I can get
Well, that-
high for a couple hours for like 14 days straight off of them.
Well, maybe you should open pollinate that one for me, and then I can do the bog shit. or something.
There's a ton of bog stuff back in Ohio that I have access to, a large library of it.
That's dope. My shit's getting old. You better start popping yours.
I gotta pop mine. So.
We've already backed some of it up and already started crossing them. That's in a big project that's coming up.
Let's rock them. I want to get into some bog, yeah, dude. I shouldn't even be talking. I'm gonna quit talking.
Crosses will be out. It just all takes time, dude. You can't snap
I
your
ain't
fingers.
talking. I'm outside. I didn't say nothing.
Find another room. I can get some bog finished. I need.
But I was sitting down with someone the other day and we were talking and I said, yeah, but now that it's like 20, 25 years later that I've been doing this, we now have PBS plastics that make pollen bags for you.
Ding.
So you can take and do this massive seed hunt and go through all these different packs. And if you wanted to collect the pollen from a male plant out of every one of those, you can now just put these bags over them and throw them all into one room. And then as they finish, just collect all that pollen. Not like years ago where shit, man, I gotta space them out and collect the pollen from each one. And well, it was about a 3 to 4 week interval you tried to do in between them. So sometimes you were taking pollen off of like a 1.5 foot tall plant, and then by the time you're done, they're like 4 or 5 feet tall.
Benchode.
Can't do plants that don't stretch and veg. I will pull them out of my room and throw them away from now on. if you don't stretch and veg for me at least 2 feet, you're out of my fucking room.
I don't want to see any stretch in mine, really. I want to keep them one fucking spear.
Yeah, I had these long ass spears that were like 12 inches from the extreme cream because it stretched at the end. It got me
That's
that
what she said.
12-inch fucking spear giant.
That's what she said.
Like 14 of these fuckers too going across the whole thing. It's crazy.
That's what they said. I just found a seed and I don't know what from or what I pulled it out of.
What's the mom?
I don't know what I've got 15 different. No, I don't have like 5. I'll be able to figure it out. I don't know what it is, but I took it out of.
Throw it away. These other ones. I'm gonna throw it away.
I like S1s, dude.
I just put them all in these.
I mean, there's just one of them.
All the random ones where they're
Oh, dude, I find them. If they're there, I find them. They're my favorite fucking thing. I love popping those fucking things. F1s and F2s. Where the fun's at?
extreme cream times Mendo breath banana guy.
Nice. Yeah, that should be a fucking real good one.
I lost my seat.
Damn, that fucker probably washed too.
Dog droppings. Schweiler droppings.
That's nasty, dude.
Hell yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Random seeds. They're the best. Look at that. There's a bunch of them. Packaged all up.
Is that how you inoculate them?
No, that's what I'm calling them. The Schweiler droppings.
Like the Jorge Cervantes fucking butt cure for the hash.
No, it's Culero hash. Get it right. There's a real process to it. Come on.
I wish I never would have saw that because Jorge's a real fucking good dude, and I just
Yeah.
can't get that video of him sticking hash out his up his butt out of my head.
There's a process.
It's serious.
Yeah, I'm sorry. If I had to do that, no.
I don't know. If I was like if I was about to get like fucking pinched or something by the Turkish police, I'm probably gonna shove it in my ass.
It depends on how big the chunk is, and can you actually
If
eat
an egg will
it?
fit.
Make a 12-inch one, right? 12-inch, couple inches in circumference, and yeah, you can get that. I mean, when you fill up the toilet and one end smoking out, the other end smoking out. Like, yeah, that's about 12. It's a lot of hash.
Well, you guys never swallow condoms?
You gotta load up.
Tell them you had bad curry when they pull you out of the car and you can't walk straight.
Man, that's code.
All right,
I've
what was I
been
doing?
very lucky. I've been very lucky in my travels, that's for sure. But I've also kind of been smart in my travels when I do smoke.
You
If
only
it's
do it
not
when
a
you're
cool area, no, you do it off into back alley where no one can see you.
Ah. Yeah, I only do it when I'm awake too.
That's why I try to get higher hotel rooms so the smell doesn't go down into the lobby. We got called on that in Amsterdam about the smell and the smoke coming from our room. The first time they called us, they asked us to open up the window. We didn't have the balls to tell them the window was already open because we had opened up the door too, and I guess all the smoke traveled down into the lobby.
That was nice of you. I think their cannabinoid systems were depleted, so you did them a favor, probably.
We were setting off the fire alarms
because it's getting hot in here.
Take off volume.
You got like
dude.
2.5
Nellie's doing fairs.
grams.
She did my fucking fair last year.
Like 2.5 grams of weed and 3 grams of hash in a joint. You've got 2 of them going.
Tough and tough.
Yeah.
That's how we roll, Cap.
That was the same hotel that you could win prizes in the vending machine. And I won this little Pepsi radio, transistor radio, that I actually took the radio out and left all the paperwork and the headphones in the plastic, but I packed the inside with flour and hash, and I sent it back in a box.
Was the flour cocaine?
No, it was skunk pearls. And this was the first cannabis that I ever came across that when you broke it, you just seen the outline on the table of trichomes from the bud. And it was like, I have to send some of this home. People won't believe me. that package, the dogs got a hold of it and they went through the box and they didn't look in that transistor box for some reason. But my parents got the box before my birthday and held it 3 months for my birthday. And I'm
Oh,
like just waiting for the cops to come knocking on my door. And it's like,
Surprise!
fuck.
I bet you felt good to find out it wasn't.
Yeah. When and they brought it into the normal chapter too to give it to me.
Did you act like if like when they dropped that package off at your house and you just kind of act like it's not there for the whole afternoon? Did you do that?
Well, I
Walk by
immediately
it 15 times. Don't touch it.
They've sat there for a few days.
yeah.
No, that was always my
No.
move.
It was because usually they were going to come and knock up for that package in 2 to 3 hours. They weren't going to wait any longer than that. But you let it sit for a couple days and you even write, you know, return to sender on it.
Dude, my nephew got popped when he was like fucking 19. What was it? Like 5 pounds and like 2 ounces of Molly.
Well,
And guess why he got caught? Because he went behind my motherfucking back. Stupid little fucker. Anyhow,
you mean
what was I gonna
you
say?
mean he dealt with somebody else and
Yeah.
they turned him in.
And I know who.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a whole big fucking mess.
Hey,
But-
Jake, that reminds me of my brother. Like when I was already out on tour working for the biggest acid dealer there ever was, my brother, without me having anything to do with it, went behind my back and did a deal with my guy, the boss, BT, and sold 5,000 hits of acid when he was in 11th grade to a fake undercover cop in the
Fuck.
school, right? And it was in the newspapers. It might to this day be the biggest, like,
Back
acid.
then, it was like a life sentence per hit and shit.
Yeah. They kicked him out of the school. It was this whole thing. And my whole family, the grandparents, the aunts, uncles, they all blamed me because, like, oh, my brother was getting good grades and seemed like, he was on track where I only went to school in 9th grade and ran off. And yeah, even though I had nothing to do with it, like, it was like him doing what you say, going behind your back or whatever.
Yep.
And
That's what happens.
yeah.
Fucking sucked, but still.
Well, he was like in 11th grade. I remember thinking when it happened, like, yeah, I met people along the way and did that kind of number, but like, oh, you'd have to like meet certain criteria. Like you couldn't just like, yeah, even the deal wasn't like they bought a small amount and led to this amount and then that amount. Oh, it was, I'm like, dude, in high school, somebody's buying 5,000 hits. Are you fucking crazy? It's a cop. Like I was a couple years older than him. Oh, I
Buddy,
would have
the
surely
hits,
that way.
he would have been fucked because everybody would have been way too high and it would have gotten back to him anyway, even if he would have got away with it. You know? That's how it was at my school. Like if somebody brought acid there, they pretty much got fucking busted because it's a town of like 12,000 people, right? And
It was like just because like I was his older brother, I was the deadhead out on whatever. Oh, I took like everyone assumed I had something to do with it.
Oh, for sure.
I had nothing to do with it. No, I no.
Well, what do you think my family thought? And come to find out, it was another dude that was like a former friend of mine. You know what I mean? So in a way, it was my fault, I guess. but whatever.
I mean, snake moves. Now the snake moves are happening in like corporate or investor level. But the
Oh
snake
yeah,
moves,
that's fuck. I've
snake
been there
moves,
already too. Well, already, fucking 5 years ago already.
yeah, like whatever percent of the population are snakes. And wherever they are,
Oh,
whatever they're working, whatever
tough lesson to learn.
real life they have, oh, they're snakes. Like there's just snakes out there, like human snakes. Like that's I think in today it's more acceptable to be snakes. Like we're like dog eat dog. It's
Yeah,
like
not for me.
not for me either. But I
Well,
that's
it's
what
not.
it is. Like
It's my generation. This one falls on pretty
yeah,
much.
it seems like things have changed, certain things have happened, and then way people look at it is, well, everybody's doing it. You know what I mean? Everyone's a snake. But not
Welcome
everyone's
to the United States,
yeah, not everyone's a snake.
land of the thief, home of the slave.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at it, it goes all the way to the highest levels. You're like, oh, there's it's like just a snake move, whether it's some Wall Street scam or some political fucking bullshit, or it's all the same thing. Those are the
I have
snakes.
faith that there's got to be one of these fucking mega rich billionaire assholes that is a good fucking dude. There's got to be one of them that's
Yeah.
like wants to
Well, here's
fuck
the
up
one thing that I think that happens right off the bat. Once you become a billionaire, it's just assumed you're a fucking asshole, regardless if
Yeah.
you are. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I
a
get
weird
that.
thing. Like, it's not like we, as like a population, we celebrate somebody that achieved that. Oh, somehow right away you achieved that. It seems like we're looking for ways to tear you down, right? Whether it's, I mean, just look at them: Zuckerberg, Bezos, Elon. They take a constant barrage, most of which is just, yeah, what I'm talking about. Yeah, once you become that six wealth or six, oh, 99.9% of the people just hate you for that. And most of the time for good reason, because
Right.
you could wake up and live in the bubble that you create being that rich, but the money itself it does things that, well, you hire the people that manage it or represent you and invest with, like, so you do have ultimate control. But I don't know, like, yeah, like a lot of it isn't done by the person themselves. Like they're not, they're too busy living their life and having a good time with all the money. But oh, they've hired a law firm, or they hired accounting, or they hired a investor. Uh, and yeah, those people
Don't ask,
earn
don't
their
tell.
money. They earn their money by being snakes, right?
Don't ask, don't tell.
It's a tricky thing.
Later, everybody.
Who's all here? Later, D.
Don't forget, everybody, tune in tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific time, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, and of course, 3 a.m.
And we have North Star Genetics, right?
That's it. North Star Genetics.
That's
I forgot to ask you guys if you want to keep going. D, thank you very much for running the last couple hours. I've been actually in the background, so I was just spaced out. What was I going to say? Cheers, by the way, D. We are doing North Star Genetics tomorrow at noon. If you guys want to cut the show, we can certainly cut the show. We just hit the 20, or we can keep it running. I'm kind of busy with some other stuff, so you guys can kind of just keep chatting, and other people can.
I'm down.
Go,
I was
so
gone
it's
for
up
a
to you.
while, but I'm back.
I can make you the host, bud. You wanna
Alright.
be the host?
We'll go a little longer. It's not even
All right.
midnight today.
Oh, there it is. Bud is the host. Oh wait, I should have made him co-host first. All right, Bud, now you can make co-host, like you can make me the co-host again. I think I might already be the co-host. Because that way, am I the co-host? Hold on, I'm gonna reclaim host. There we go. And I'm
What
gonna
up,
make
chat?
you co-host.
What up,
Okay.
Stoney? What up, Vern?
And co-host. There we go. Everybody's co-host now. So, folks, if you'd like to hop on here, I have
Southern
the
VP.
sound playing so I can hear you guys talking. Hop on here, join the conversation.
VP.
Cheers, by the way, Nathaniel. Cheers, Al Telescope Uranus and Pip Jam MBF. Good to see you guys. Hop on though. Welcome, folks. Welcome to hop on. Just don't be a dick. Don't show your dick. But come on, talk about whatever. Talk about growing, snowing, whatever the fuck. And back to you guys.
Don't show your Dick Cheney.
That's it. Dude's had like freaking 3 heart transplants or some shit.
And like 14 shots of adrenochrome or whatever the fuck that shit is. That
No,
weird fuck.
certain people, like, it seems like he's like living on basically life support systems some of the time. And yeah, if you got it like that, then I guess you can do it like that. He seems like he should have been dead a long time ago.
And live off virgin blood.
Huh?
And pig heart. Pig heart and virgin blood.
Well, it's weird.
Yes.
Like, I never really like thought Bush was just the Bush. It was Cheney that was.
We can't go there. They are all horrible. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said Dick
And-
Cheney. I don't-
And as time went on, well, yeah, like most people don't even know who the fuck he is anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He was only president during 9/11. I know
What's
that.
really weird is, like I really despised him, but somehow, and
He
even
gets
though
away as being goofy, but he ain't
I'm
stupid.
I'm a bleeding liberal Democrat, period. Oh, I like Liz Cheney, and I wish she could somehow get control of whatever madness is going on there, because she seems like a reasonable fucking broad to me, and has
She
some
ain't.
integrity, it
She's
seems.
not. She absolutely cannot be.
Yeah, she's a fucking related to the Cheney. Holy shit, she could be the biggest devil in disguise.
It's impossible. It's a Cheney, for fuck's sake. Oh,
Yeah. Well, he must like.
oh, I got like I got weird like goosebumps, like meat sweats right now. Just saying his name.
I used to believe in this deep state. I thought, oh yeah, there's this like deep state, fucking CIA. That fuck, you get out of line, they'll
I
whack
don't even know
you.
if they know shit.
Trump, he thinks there's this deep state. He's supposedly the hero gonna squash it.
Oh, fuck them all.
The argument I make is, if there was a deep state, Trump would be fucking assassinated already, or at least somebody would have attempted it. Like, the deep state must not be very strong if this motherfucker's like playing charades with the whole planet, right?
Wow. I think he was a compromise to keep fucking Bernie out, and that's how it all got fucked up.
Something like that.
Now
or-
he's got to get one more year out of him, and then they think they can be done with him. If he gets
Like-
too fucking wild during this term, if he ends up being it, they might. Now who knows what the fuck will happen, dude? I
Or
don't
the
fucking know.
other angle would be the
You don't
deep
think people are gonna get candidated anymore?
Control.
I don't know about that.
to them, the best person in charge or in that role is a bozo. So that's why this is happening, because the deep state benefits the most, because business as usual, because everyone's eyes are on this fucking bozo show that's been going on for 8 years. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I don't even watch the news. But you can't avoid to hear the latest whatever news, like every single day since this all started, like 8 years ago or more, whenever this all started, this fucking thing. It's crazy how there's not a day that he's not part of the lead story or narrative on out there. Whether it's
I am
news,
thankful to say I have no clue.
algorithm on YouTube or whatever, like you can't miss the story. It's like the biggest soap opera we ever fucking created ever.
Dude, I should sell my algorithm. People, it would probably like, dude, I see none of that shit.
It's there. Like even if you scroll on YouTube and there's a section that has nothing to do with you, they just have a section down the scroll that's like current stories. They feed it to you. They're the headlines.
I must just look past it or something.
Yeah, well, I mean, most of it is
Which
so
I probably do. You're right. I probably do that actually.
it has become pretty ridiculous. Like, oh, we always had whatever. Like even for me, I came up and was like a crazy deadhead kid that like was anti-establishment. Like fuck all of them, right? But then as I got older, or then like as we are now, it's like, oh, yeah, well, we actually need some semblance of fucking a system, or it's all chaos, right? We're like close to this chaos as it is. Um, so like, oh, you kind of do need something. Like, oh, I as a younger person, I was like, oh yeah, fuck all of them. But like, oh, you can't really. That's not real. You need some kind of system, right? Now, could it ever be a non-corrupt system that didn't have like the way it is now? No, I don't think so. Because you actually look at our initial constitution, everything from like 250 years ago or whatever. For that moment in time, it was that. But now, 200 years later, they figured out ways to fucking twist everything. You know what I mean? All in the sake of freedom, right?
No, all in the sake of division.
Division, right? Like that's what I think. I don't know what decade, what year, but I think we came past a point where they realized the best way overall is division is the best fuel. Fuel for viewership, fuel for spending money, fuel for for the best from the establishment. Keep them divided, keep them like that. And now we're like almost at the extreme of that. Like, cause some of it's now so ridiculous.
They've gotten really good at it. Like
Right?
literally like 49-51 type shit.
Well, even the fact that we're really in a stalemate that gets down to in these little 4-year increments and all the different votes and power switches, even though it's an idea that that party totally believes in, they're not going to like participate in passing it as long as the other side gets credit for it happening. Well, they were in power, right? So we go back and forth between the two powers, and somehow they don't want to give credit to each other for anything, nothing. And so nothing, absolutely nothing can get done.
You want to
And
know
now-
what I believe in? Broccoli.
Yeah. Well, even the cannabis thing, that literally,
I shot it.
yeah, I guarantee you, Biden would love to have positive cannabis news before the election, right? It would be exactly what would push him over, right? That he had some part of federalized legal cannabis or even descheduling, whatever he can get in there. The other side ain't gonna fucking do it, even though they are enough of them are for that. Because when the other guys in their guys in power, that's when they want it to pass. Because certain legislation or change, it does go down in history who and what party and who was in power when it happened. That's what people remember, right? And now we're at a point where, it's such a lockdown that they don't want to let the other side. That's like Yeah, I mean, I don't know what you call that. I guess in chess it's like a fucking, a stalemate, a draw. You know.
Look at that, bud. It's a freshie. Broccoli, bud.
I went to this place for the first time. It's like called Dave something chicken, right? Over the weekend. And the chicken sandwich was pretty good. But we ordered this new thing on their menu, and it was like basically they looked like chicken nuggets, but they were cauliflower. They were like cauliflower
Yeah, I fucks with those.
deep fried, and
Mhm.
then you could add sauce or whatever. But I was
I'm
like,
almost
yeah, deep fried cauliflower is fucking pretty good, dude. I was like, these things are fucking tasty. I guess if you deep fry, that's the guys at the fair that made all the money going, yeah, if you deep fry anything, people love it. Whether it's a Twinkie, an ice
the
cream.
cauliflower is better than the broccoli deep fried.
Yeah. It like
They
it
kind of
cooked
add
it
cheese
just the
and
right
food. Not
amount.
good.
It wasn't mushy. It was like, yeah, it was a good
Cauliflower is
time.
dank. It's got like meat and texture to it.
Yeah. Well, I think they use cauliflower. It's like they make like different things out of it. You can buy like cauliflower fake
Whatever.
meat and
Pizza
shit. Yeah.
stuff or whatever.
Yeah, and crust and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I fuck with cauliflower.
I've never tried that stuff. I like usually steamed cauliflower with butter with a little breadcrumbs over the top of it. That's like
Just give
this.
me butter and salt and pepper.
Well, I also say that a lot. Like I don't know if I like lobster, crab, shrimp, certain
I like
things,
melted butter.
but almost anything dipped in butter is pretty fucking good.
Crab's the best.
Yeah, but like I don't eat crab. Like I have no interest in just eating the crab.
Crab
If
over
it's not
lobster
a
for me.
fucking melted butter to dip it in, then I'm not into it.
Oh yeah, I gotta drown it. I need like 3 of those
Yeah,
ramekin things.
same with lobster. You're like, wait, if lobster was so fucking good,
Lobster's almost too meaty for me.
why do you need to dip it in butter?
Yeah.
No, but lobster's pretty good. I like lobster, the tail, the good meat in the tail, better than crab or anything else. It's good.
No, king crab for me.
But I'm not a seafood guy, so it's not like. But well, I think lobster's too expensive. Like if you really want a good lobster, yeah, you have to pay market price. It's a fucking
Oh,
expensive.
all that shit. It don't matter if it's clams or crab or you want. Yeah, if you want quality, you're paying for it. Especially where I'm at. Where you're at, it's probably a little better.
Well, yeah, but not thing about it is freshness is all that matters in seafood, right? And
Mm-hmm.
we don't have local. I mean, I guess if you went down to the fishing ports where the sport fisher guys, maybe you could buy some of the yellowtail or stuff, but no, it's all like comes from somewhere else. We don't like have. I don't. There might be a couple small commercial type fishermen that based out of Southern Cal, but nah. Now in Mexico, different story. They fish down there.
I love that about Mexico, man. Love
and
it.
like Baja, Ensenada. Ensenada is like a kind of a
See, I
fish.
know on the opposite side of the bay when I would go there.
They got a bunch of different. You can do ponga boats where it's like small boats off, like a little bit offshore. You catch pretty good fish, or you can go, on full day, 2 day. They got fishing down there.
You can snort cocaine off the glass bottom boat. Out in international water.
Yeah, Like in my family, my dad had
Did
stories.
you ever fuck around with those
Him and his
clear
best
bottom
friend,
boats, though?
like, were partners with this boat, which I guess it was called a crisscross or crisscraft.
Chris
It was like,
Craft.
right. And I remember it as a kid. It wasn't that big. It wasn't like, to me, not to be doing
You can take it out on the
trips,
ocean.
but like,
That's big.
these guys were parties. My dad had a beer every minute that I ever remember him, right? Yeah, there's stories where like they got rescued by the Coast Guard after like 3 days, and what they realized was, yeah, they had, this was before aluminum cans, so they had their beer cans, and it was too close to the compasses, and they went and got totally lost at sea, right? I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty crazy on that boat, like floating, because oh, it's seaworthy,
But that
definitely
ain't
not.
fun though.
I don't know
I got
about.
seasick and shit as a kid.
Well, I don't go on boats because I get seasick. Like my brother, it was younger. Him and my dad, their main thing was fishing, and we used to go on like multi-day trips, all these fishing trips. From the first time I went on one of those boats, I got so sick that even as a kid, I was thinking of jumping off the boat and dying because I was throwing up, and like it was the worst sickness. And we were out there for days, right? Even after that, it was kind of like to give my mom a break. So it wasn't like, oh, you don't like to go fishing? Well, you stay home with me. No, it was, you go with your dad and your brother. You're going on this fishing trip for many years in my childhood. And every time we would barely even be getting out to the bait boat to get the fucking bait or whatever. Like the first hour of the trip, I'd be fucking sick till came back in. One time I worked on this cruise ship TV show, and it only went from like San Pedro to Ensenada and then back. It's like this 5-day thing. But we were doing a TV show. I had this thing behind my ear, had doctors on the crew that, or treat you seasick. Oh man, it was a cruise ship, and I was so sick the whole time. I've gone on party boats where it doesn't even leave the harbor, bands play. I start getting nauseous just standing on the dock, right? Because the dock's already going. Ding, ding.
Yeah, it's got that weird that motion.
I've gone to lakes, and no, I never nothing. I could be on a boat all day out on a lake.
And then you get off that thing and you try to walk on solid ground.
Sick, lake, river, none of that. But man, I get in the ocean, I get fucking nauseous, and oh man, terrible. And even like a few times we took a boat to Catalina to stay for a couple days in a hotel. It would take me like a whole day to get over it once I even hit the land. And then, when I get home, it would take me another day to like, I would still feel like seasick when I was on land. Like, it was weird. Like, somehow I don't have the equilibrium for that. Yeah. I'm a land lover, they say, right?
You ain't like Elka, the king of Atlantis.
My dad used to tell me, even when I was a kid, oh, you'll get used to it. You'll get your sea legs, he used to call it.
Oh.
No, I'm 60. I've tried a couple, like, it's not like no.
Hey, I forgot to add the fact that I got seasick out on Lake Michigan.
Well, that lake is pretty big. Like, it's almost like an ocean.
It's big. You can get seasick on it, but yeah, it's kind of funny. Like I should probably add that tidbit.
I remember all these tips. Oh, if you're getting seasick, look out at the horizon.
And it was my uncle.
Nah, like I some people have equilibriums like that are like, I watch those crab fisher guys over the years, and like, yeah, those guys, and even some of them get sick. The greenhorns, they say, whatever, because oh yeah, those are like 30 to 60 foot fucking waves. Like holy fuck, no, couldn't do it. No matter how much money I could make. No.
I thought it was so cool, and I wanted to so bad because it was my uncle's boat, and he was just like a badass dude, right? And there was like a big fancy whatever boat, you know, for the big lake. And yeah, I couldn't hang, and I tried like 3 different times over like probably 2 years or something like that, and then just gave up. Catching big Lakers and yeah, fun stuff if you can fucking stomach it. But we always like it's one of those things like where I would only be visiting for so many days, so we would go out and like the conditions wouldn't be ideal and just had bad luck too, I guess. Who's that, buddy?
This is Herbie.
What's the name?
Herbie.
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 Yep.
Yeah, for over 20 years, I had a pack of 5 Chihuahuas. Really, my wife, but even though many died along the way, but we kept 5 at all times for 20 fucking years. Yeah, Herbie's the last of them.
Mm.
And just like the ones that passed, and some of them lived long time. One 19 years, couple 14, 15 years. Pretty good for small dogs. Yeah, Chihuahuas are prone to heart disease once they get over 10 years old.
Yep.
And sure
My
enough,
mother had ones over the years.
Herbie.
She always had small dogs, but she would go
I
like with
didn't know
Pomeranians.
because
That
I've
too.
been through it with all these other dogs. But over the last couple of years, I just like even his weird cough, breathing. I thought because he had these teeth pulled because they were rotten, his tongue hangs out. So I was thinking, oh yeah, that's because he can't breathe good because his tongue hangs out. Like I wouldn't accept it. Oh, he had a cut. He got cut, and I'd take him to the vet, and then the vet did some whatever. Said, I remember the guy says, yeah, there's no lungs. It's all fluid. Right. If we don't treat this immediately, aggressively, he's got a week or so to go. Right. And yeah, he's been put on all this medicine. He's doing a lot better.
Oh.
But I went through this with some other dogs where we were at the specialty vet with the best vet. And I mean,
but still in the moment, it's hard to say no.
Treating dogs for like cancer, and they had chemo, and there's a lot of different things I witnessed in the time I was in the lobby of the place with my dog. And yeah, one thing, heart disease, unlike people where you get a transplant or they can put no, they don't do that. They do a lot of things for dogs veterinary wise, but no, they don't do that. They just treat it, and there's no recovery. Where even some of the other things I saw, there's a chance of recovery. And sometimes dog has really bad cancer. They do chemo and like has a whole second life. It recovered. Yeah, heart disease. No, there's none of that. It's just a progression. And you slow it down the best you can. That's what I learned with all these specialists over the years. It was like when this guy, he's a PhD, he knows his stuff. New vet to me. When he started trying to explain all this to me, I was like, hey, I'm going to save your time. At least 5 other dogs in the last 20 years. I went through this. I named some of the doctors that treated us, which he knew of because they were prominent people in the field. Yeah, like I know all this already.
Fun little buggers though while they're here.
Oh, they can still go for years. You just gotta eliminate salt 100% from their diet.
Yep.
And give them like these diuretics.
Yep. Every single one, pretty much, damn near.
Yeah.
And with my mom's, they would always die. Like she would always have a pair of them, you know,
Why
and they would
not?
always seem to like
I
die
don't know
near
a lot
like
about
around the same
every
time.
breed, but enough dogs I have almost every breed of dog. There's if you do your research, you'll come to find out has certain ailments that they're prone to, right? Some of that overbreeding,
Breeding.
chihuahuas, a lot of that's overbreeding.
We
Some
bred
of
a
the
bunch of
pups
cookies,
and bulldogs or those
bunch of
French,
cookie dogs.
French bulldogs that are like worth so much money right now. They're being overbred. Yeah, it'll start to. It's even when if you look at those lessons that happen in nature, that's like cannabis ain't immune from those same things, like overbreeding. I think we're in a period now where we're like overbreeding. Like a lot of
I don't
it is
know.
like line work. It's more like just throwing everything you can together and see what comes out. Well,
I
not
think there's
everything
enough
that comes out
people
is
taking it seriously and
yeah.
doing the work. Thank God that yeah, it's gonna get a muddled muck, but there's still gonna be those people that have the building blocks
Yeah.
in their pure
Well,
form.
I
It'll
think
come
we
back.
were going through phase like we were talking about earlier, and yeah, we went through. I think COVID was like this weird thing that created this boom and bust, but one of it was growing and seeds. Not only was cannabis seeds popular, like the big seed vegetable and flower companies during COVID had to say only existing customers this season because that's how much like people bought seeds and grew. Like now, I think those numbers have dwindled post COVID, but they're still up. And cannabis wasn't any different. Like, a lot of people, whether they were growers for a long period of time. Yeah, I hadn't cracked seeds since 2015. But in the first couple months of COVID is when I like went on a tear and for like 3 years cracked like almost 100 packs and grew so many different kinds. It's insane. Maybe only like 60 or 70 kinds. Maybe more, right? I don't know what like yeah. To be honest, there were some good things, and I enjoyed all the different flavors and stuff. Like my other partner in this other operation, he made me realize it best when he's like, so out of all that shit, are we running any of that? Like, because over at our other operation, it's more like monocrop, a few different strains done at scale, right? And it does. You don't just grow a couple here and there and
There's
try
no time
this.
for R&D.
Yeah, no bullshit.
Bills.
And yeah, any of those that I had, no, none of them like were no. Oh, I think a couple of them we gave.
Did you work all of them three?
A tray or two, like
Did you
40
run them all 3 times?
or something. But no, ultimately, what's kept and what's been paying the bills are the clones, the like, but legit clones, not just some nursery down the road type, like verified, like came from X facility, blah blah blah. Like ones that people are paying, not necessarily to get the clone, they're paying like a right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like turns out it's weird. If I would have seen the whole list of all the clones that were available and knew its lineage of company, I would never have picked any of these, mainly because I don't support burner cookies. I think that's all bullshit, right? But like 4 of the 5 strains from that are like, yeah, these ones are killer. It turns out they're not like they're like what they call cookie collabs. I didn't know all this until
Well,
like
Seed Junkie is making this shit for quite
we
a
were
while there,
running the
buddy.
shit, and I thought they were all great for like 6 months before we like searched it up and saw what it was. And couple of them are compound, but
Even
compound
before all that
collabs
compound
are
stuff and all the collabs, it was Seed Junkie by himself and
yeah,
Burner
and
for a
now
long
all
time.
these things, which hey, these things are fucking. Now these aren't we didn't start the seeds. We started with like a legit facilities cuts that they acquired. You know what I mean? Like, so legit cuts of
Yeah, that's all that.
pre-selected. You know what I mean? Like maybe it wasn't my selection, but somebody selected this one for a reason. You know what I mean?
You've got that hype shit, dude. You gotta sell that shit on them. That's what goes at the dispensaries.
Yeah,
And
but
now they're all fucking great.
that train moves so fast. A couple years ago, we realized that when we were like closer to having the ones that were like hype right at the moment, by the time you grow it, cure it, trim it, oh, they've moved on. That was yesterday's fucking news. This shit moves. If you're chasing the hype of the week as a grower, oh, it's hard because by the time you get it going, veg it out, yeah, people are like over that already. Like that shit moves fast. At least the last couple years, it seems like it's slowed down. You know, because for a while there, like every other fucking day, there was permanent marker. Wait, I could start naming all these things that had their little moment and most of them just fade off. You know, a couple of them come back like like a year later, they're still there because they're actually like were good ones. You know what I mean? Like Gorilla Glue, certain strains like you can't just totally eliminate them, you know, because people still grow that kind. Gary Payton kind of like as there's a few strains. There's so many though. It's hard to like pick your poison, right?
Yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. These days, seems like, gosh,
Well,
the lesser of the two evils doesn't work anymore.
Okay, they're buying my logic, but okay, so we got legit Bubba Kush cut. It ain't fully legit because it isn't done yet. The first plant, the clone that we mommed out and turned back in the middle of another whole tray. But I grew Bubba for a lot of years. I can spot a Bubba. Okay, it's Bubba. Man, it's these biggest, fattest fucking golf ball buds, right? But the
There's three of them.
We couldn't turn them back with the rest of the cycle, right? Because they're slow vegging, right? Oh, they don't just take to quick topping and branch out. You got to spend a lot more time getting that plant to put enough structure and nodes and branching to make it worth the space, right?
There's three well-known Bubba cuts that circulate regularly.
Katsu.
Katsu has all three of them. There's the Katsu, there's the pre-98, which, okay, so they say a lot of people think that the Katsu is an S1 of the pre-98, and then the pre-98 is an S1 of the original Bubba, which is like a 91 or 92 something Bubba Kush, which I can't remember which year.
Yeah,
That's
and like even when I used to grow that in the like 20 years ago when it was first really hot, I always got
the
the best.
original one's bigger and like more OG
This
like.
is weed from like the Hindu Kush Mountains, or this is weed from fucking Afghanistan, like the Bubba. This is like a strain found in some valley over there. I never knew any of this, just the smoking of it, that the cushiness. I felt like, oh yeah,
Delicious.
this comes from there, not crossed into anything else. This is like pure, like yeah, that Master Kush, few other strains that were like these pure Kushes, right? Yeah, that's some of the best. Like, but 20 years ago, before, hey, we were getting over 4,000 a pound, so like yield numbers wasn't your biggest worry. It was the first plants I ever grew where I started to realize that when I looked at the tray, by this point I had already been growing like almost 10 years. I could pretty much estimate the weight of a. I've been growing on the same size 4x8 trays, either grid of 18 or 21 plants per tray. Like same thing, whether it's like 2 lights over 4x8 tray. So like all my measurements or all my data in my head comes off of that. It would be these big golf balls, just like this. You'd be like, holy shit. Even when you did trim it and when you looked at it in the bag, it was just all these fucking perfect golf balls, right? Of the cushiest Kush, right? But it never, like when it came down to it's okay, let's see what the tally is, weigh this shit up. You were always like, oh, that's all, right? Like, where's the rest of it? Even though it was super bomb, right? Back
The
then,
original was a little
even
was
getting
like the bigger
knowledge of like,
variant.
I'm not
It was the
sure
least of my
who, what,
favorite
maybe it
smoke.
was
So.
like some one of the books or something, but there's some other way that, oh, you do see a green, you do like I think I might have done 60 plants on a tray, like just made it one little bat and didn't veg them long because even back then, that like certain indica plants, they don't stretch. Like earlier you were talking about, they veg slow, right? Oh, when they flower though, they flower big, but you got to build up that structure. And like a lot of these current other strains, man, like it's hard. Sometimes I post on my story, but unless like I should probably narrate it, it's really fast. Like from the time the clone goes to the Hugo, it's only like a couple weeks. They're only like barely this big, but they've been topped a bit. And then we turn them in flower. The first 2 weeks of flower, well, they 5 times as big as they were, right? Because they start, they barely even come near the trellis. Oh, they fucking 2 weeks later, fucking huge, right? But yeah, that's where like a what do you call it? There's every reservoirs go like 4 to 5 days, right? Each change we call a week, but it's not a week. It's just a reservoir change. Oh, because we use salt. Yeah, I've learned how to make certain, like we know how to get certain responses at certain times with certain recipe and basically certain NPK. Like, yeah, knowing what the plant wants, needs at the right time, you know? Like even dry backs and all that's kind of new. We've only been fucking with that shit for maybe 6-7 years. But at the transition, 2-week transition, there's like a certain now in dirt, totally different world. In hydro, salts and Rockwell. I guess they call that crop steering. You know what I mean?
Yeah, forgetting the water.
Well, no, we don't forget the water. Hugos hold a lot of water, even when they seem light,
I was kidding.
right?
It's like, oh, I'm not forgetting the water. I'm crop steering.
Like, it's going on 35 years that 99.9% of all the weed I've ever grown was in Rockwell, from the baby cube to the 4-inch cube to the Hugo cube to the loose Rockwell. Now, there's a lot of hate on Rockwell, and I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about Rockwell. I remember a lot of years ago, like in literature and things that described all the methods of growing, they described Rockwell as like advanced, right? Where since that's where I
I told you
learned
about those clones I took.
all I know. There's a
First
few.
clones I took was an aero cloner in like fucking a decade. I did Rockwell because I heard you talk about it.
Well,
And yeah, every one of them rooted.
they did root.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, and then probably shorter time. Dude, and
Dude, I just forgot about them, and I went over there, and then they had roots.
yeah, no,
Hey, I know you're not into the whole Bubba. You want the cut, but
Well, I call
listen
this
to what I'm gonna grow this year. I'm taking all from Cat.
but
I'm gonna
that
pre-98. But listen, he's got pre-98. So
I know.
pre-98 times the GMO. I'm gonna do Strawberry Cough by the original Bubba Kush, the first one, and I'm gonna do Cushy Peyton by Katsu Bubba. I'm gonna do all three of them.
Bubba. Wasn't Bubba perfect as it was? Like you would.
The original one isn't the one you want. You've never had the original, I don't think.
Oh no, I grew 3 kinds of Bubba dating back to early 2000s.
Did one yield more and kind of like not as good?
I had Katsu Bubba. I had pre-98 at the end. Those were the 2 that I
They're
ended
the better
up
of the 2 of the 3, I think.
Back then, they were very close. I could harvest them together, and nobody could tell the difference.
It might be one of those rare cases where the S1s are better than the parent.
But back then, I kept the pre-98 going for years and let the Katsu go. Right?
Yeah, those are both great.
Like a couple months ago is Katsu Bubba. That's what the guy told me. That's what it was marked on it. I only used 2 initials and called it BK, Bubba Kush. But I know it's Katsu. Yeah.
Right.
But those 2, when I grew them side by side, they were like you say, they were pretty much, you could hardly tell them apart.
Right. I'm also gonna do the Katsu or shit from CSI. Oh, Sour Diesel by Bubba Kush from CSI.
Yeah. See,
So I gotta look at one of his Bubbas. I don't know which one he has.
I'm back to this point where I'm like, no, I like Sour Diesel and I like Bubba Kush themselves. Like that's what
sour pea or something like that.
Fucking clusterfuck of everything thrown together.
Oh, it is. It's the pre-98, I think. It's called Sour Pea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can go look.
Because not that I'm in tap with it, but I think there's a market, like even in the last 5 years,
Sour Bubba Kush.
There's this new someone that becomes of age that can now as a cannabis consumer, right? Most of them growing up in the most amazing time. Look at all the fucking flavors, selections, fucking a whole. But if they start to dig into like the history and learn about it, they're gonna find out about Bubba. They're gonna find about Sour D. They're gonna find most of those things aren't available in the marketplace that I see unless they're like crossed. Like, I think there should be staple weeds that are always like available because those are like the staple weeds. You know what I
They'll be
mean?
grown with salt and it'll all taste the same.
The new smoker shouldn't have to like just make his imagination
They'll be
from when he
grown by
hears
Marlboro and they'll all taste the same.
opinions from older people that experienced them, but go, oh, they're not around anymore. You know what I mean? Like some of why things aren't around anymore was prohibition, right?
Have you ever grown half plant 13?
Yeah.
Have you, Captain?
I've tried so many things, but like a lot of them, like I ran, and I don't just run things one time. I ran a couple times and then like went away from it. Like
Plant 13. I'm gonna run that one too.
Sometimes I think back and I'm like, why'd we get rid of Donnie Burger? That shit was killer. Why'd we get like, I don't know. One,
I want that.
if you're like, even though, okay, this is pretty much.
Oh, shout out Midwest Outlaw.
If you're trying to like produce multiple units of a certain kind, then you have to limit how many kinds you have, or you're just going to have a bunch of small amounts. Right.
I like a bunch of small boats for my head.
Yeah, I mean, hey,
I get bored after an ounce or two of pot anyway.
But I stopped serving my large customers.
Fuck, I was muted.
And only using my partnership, which that doesn't mean I make all the money, but because when I start cracking all these seeds, those my bigger customers, they weren't interested in like a mixed up pound, or they wanted
one kind.
They wanted one kind.
They want one kind.
If it was good, they would interested in more than one of them. And when I start cracking a bunch of seeds, I'm like, well, I have 6 ounces of this and 9 ounces of that, and you win 1 or 2 of these. Now, there were people that enjoyed that.
Yeah, I can get away with it.
They weren't the bigger people, right? But yeah, I'm over all that small shit, dude. Fuck that.
Monocrops, whole tables of something.
So one of the freebies from CSI is called Shuntz. SHUNTZ. It's fucking it's Sherbert, excuse me. It's Sherbert by the Ruthless Runts. Shuntz.
Ruthless Runts.
Yeah, what do you suppose that's all about?
Hey, I grew a whole line of Runts reversals like 3 years ago when Runts first came out, and at that
Ruthless
time,
cut's supposed to be different.
They kind of said that the Runts
whatever it's called
used in that project was called White Runts, right?
That's that's the one you want, I think.
I think there was one other color Runts. Now it's like 3 or 4 years later, and like there's like 100 different names of Runts.
Oh yeah.
Right? Like, okay, what is it? Is it you just named it for different, or is it the same Runts that was the Runts, or is it some like how does that happen?
Shit gets out.
It makes it that you really don't know what anything is. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I mean, after a while, once you've been around this shit long enough, you can kind of look at something and be like, oh, I see that, I see this.
Yeah.
So like certain people can.
Crosses are harder to see that stuff in, but
well,
I think parents like I've seen a lot of Bubba crosses where I'm never like, oh damn, that's Bubba. When
I can spot them.
I got this plant, it was only a clone like this big. I knew right away from the leaf, the leaf, and then when it put on its first set in our thing, and I was like, oh. That's it. Like,
but buddy, you can go back on my Instagram thing. I've got a thing where I pop some of Tony Boneyard's Bubba Backcross. And it was like the same thing. I had the first set of real leaves, and I was like, oh my God, I took a picture. I was like, it's like having an old friend back because I hadn't
Oh.
had Bubba around for so
Yeah.
long.
I believe that Bubba should be like a staple. Like you should always be able to buy Bubba, OG, like
I
it should
agree.
be like, oh no, hardly anybody grows those anymore. Or nobody grows them anymore. Like,
Power, OG, Blue Dream, shit like that.
but you know, like even when breeders, to me, when I hear all this, the new
MD.
crop of breeders are talking about IP and it's my, you know, want to patent my work, except that like that 90% of them are just working with someone else's work. Like there's been all this, oh, just because people weren't public and people didn't have Instagram and people didn't do all this, there were like generations and thousands of people that took the initial way. Maybe it was like 15, 20 different varieties from around the world at the beginning and narrowed it down and then started putting those together that made these and then made those and made that, you know, a lot of things, you know. And then, oh, somehow in 2018 or 2019, somebody comes along and takes this and this that has like a lineage of so many people uh, to get it to those points, puts it together and then thinks, oh no, this is mine. I don't know. Like, what do you mean? What about, like, what, you know what I mean? Like, even that ultimately, especially with
How do we get out of here?
the Kushes and the strains from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Hindu and all that stuff. Yeah, most of all the dankest dank shit came from that stuff being crossed into the other varieties from around the world, Colombian, Mexican, Thai, the list goes on. When that stuff was introduced into the gene pool, that's when things started rocking, right? And oh, there's probably thousands of years of a group of people carrying on the Bubba and working with that through all those years in the fucking whatever mountains, Hindu Kush mountains or wherever the fuck they were, that refined it to the place it was, Master Kush and all the different Kushes. Yeah, Kush is just like a word. Like people make a strain and then add the word Kush or they add the word OG, even though those aren't even part of the lineage. It's just like a word that can like bring attention to your strain name. Because like Swerve, I remember saying that to him when we were a lot closer. When Blackwater first came out, it was just called Blackwater. But somewhere around 2013, 14, and you can look at his catalogs. Not only was it Blackwater, like a bunch of strains that did not have OG in the lineage of it, right? Got the OG thrown on it, right? Because we began the OG era. Like, so, Blackwater OG. Wait, that's Mendo Perks crossed into SFV. SFV was at first SFV, San Fernando Valley Kush. Even that you call OG Kush, like Kush is Kush and OG's OG. Oh, they probably came together many times and made OG Kushes, but from my way I experienced weed, Kushes were Kushes and OGs were OGs. Like they're different. Like they're different.
Yeah, they are.
In a lot of like naming of things are just called OG Kush. Like those two names or basically letters or whatever became
Got
like
added to everything.
yeah, it just basically got thrown on there as a which then kind of like yeah, we wonder why there's not this like pocket of weeds that are like the pure cushes that are like still held, still sold, still put in retail. They're all crosses, and at this point, they're crosses of crosses of crosses. Even I heard an interview on the podcast. That guy's pretty good. The Australian guy. He had Skunk Master Flex on. And that guy's done some work. Like I've never met him. I don't even really know who he is, but I heard his voice. Yeah, well, it was weird because I'm like on a Bubba kick. Oh, he talked a lot about Bubba, but oh, Bubba's part of the lineage. He's the guy that made GMO, or who claims he made GMO. He made a few things. He's got the burger lines that came out of the GMO. Oh, he knows his stuff. That dude actually knows his history, and he's a serious breeder. Yeah, Bubba was like something today that you're crossing to Bubba probably is like what do you call it? Is like it is Bubba. It had like it might be a watered down at this point, could only have like a eighth or less, but you're like crossing something back into in itself, basically, right? Because it's in a lot of things. Because at that time, part of what Bubba and the Cushes brought to the game at that time were early finishers because all these other weeds took so long to grow. You crossed it into the Cushes. Cushes are literally 56 dayers, not even 60 dayers, right? They really do. Oh, and their buds are fat and big in a short period of time. You cross that into longer varieties, and you got ones that finish shorter. That was like what I remember when the first, because there was only so many weeds, like at one point. And then those multiplied into so many more weeds, then multiplied. It's like we're in this exponential math. If you really did a phylos or whatever, this thing, it would be way bigger than what they like showed, like way bigger. Because there's a lot of people and weeds in a lot of people's hands all over the world, and a lot of years have gone by. A lot of years before it ever was legal or any of that. Mainly the 60s, 70s, 80s, and the people that carried the torch through that. Some of that, they did the most important work and selections, I think.
No, you're 100% right. Yeah, definitely. And a lot of that stuff's still around and accessible,
Well,
not
In
necessarily by
small
me,
pockets.
but
most things are around. Even a few years ago, I thought for sure somewhere down the line somebody's gonna pop up with this fucking roadkill skunk, and bam. But like, no, that one kind of like we like just left to its own devices. It might have like been misplaced and or left gone or selected away from it. I think we selected away from it. Oh, I remember driving around in Northern Cal as like 20-year-old, and you could smell shit from the road. Usually that stuff, right?
I
Like
bet you when it really comes
Afghan
down to it,
skunk.
is we're all describing the the roadkill skunk or the skunk or whatever you want to call it. We're all describing it, but I bet you when it comes down to it, if we took all of them and put them together, none of them would be the same. Everybody's description of it equals everybody else's, but the flower itself is probably actually different.
It wasn't just roadkill skunk or skunkweed. There were weeds that even if you had an eighth or a gram in a baggie zipped in your pocket,
Double or triple bag.
God forbid you were trying to dry it in your fucking house or growing it in a neighborhood. It was, and we had some control of smell and were aware of it. No, there was shit that would reek up like 5 houses away. You'd be like, holy shit, it's like, oh, only for a few days during that time, right? I think just due to prohibition, right? Meaning that a lot of people got caught for growing weed because of the smell. Okay, that was a fact, right? That's how people, neighbors called, or people, police found it. That, you know, back when growing weed was a big problem. That the breeders at the time, like all breeders are breeding with some purpose, right? I mean, at least the ones that are doing work, whether it's to make it more, whatever, shorter, longer, this shape, this flavor, that, there's a purpose. Back then, the purpose was to not get busted. So like when, oh, a couple years, the strain stunk up the whole neighborhood and further, they selected away from that, you know, and oh, years went by of selecting away from that due to the problems that it could cause. And the next thing you know, even though weed smells like, no, like weed used to really stink. It wasn't always the best weed, like smoke wise and shit, but oh man, it was hard to disguise the smell of like a pound of weed. A turkey bag didn't always do it. It would just be dank. I remember getting calls in hotels. We didn't smoke at all, but like we had weed.
You can smell it down the hallway.
The whole fucking hallway.
Yep.
Today?
Oh my God.
I don't know. Oh, there's some weeds smell a little more than others, but like it's hardly like anybody ever walks into a room or place you're at and you can smell a bud of weed they got in their pocket from across the room. But there used to be bud like that, like lots of bud like that. It wasn't always skunk. There was buds that like whatever we did differently, or well, I think it wasn't necessarily what we did differently because we didn't grow near as technical as today. And I think we just over the 80s and 90s selected away from things that stunk like that because people did get in trouble for it.
We gotta get cake on here. That's who's
Shit, I think it was 1998 or 9 when I bought my first ion generator to kill the smell because the can filters weren't doing it.
Yeah, they used to be. I realized when I had ozone generators, like 12-inch in line, I remember the first time getting that working, going, "Oh my God, this is what the Pirates of the Caribbean, that ride at Disneyland that I've been on since I was a kid. There's a certain smell when you go in there, right? And that's it. Like back then, I don't know if that's still how they do it. Maybe it is. They were just using ozone generators inside that ride to make it smell like that eerie, weird smell. That's like, that's ozone. Like Disneyland.
I
And
also
when I told someone else this, they said, "Yeah, that makes sense because it was a water ride and all this, and they were trying
to
to
kill the
disinfect
bacteria.
the bacteria. It's a long term thing, and ozone was really effective for that. So makes sense to me.
Yeah,
The
you
problem
just
with
need
those
to
was
put it in your
basically,
exhaust duct. That's all. Don't have it in the room.
yeah. Well, even though I didn't have neighbors, so I wasn't so worried. But I tried to keep it from leaking past the driveway. What I learned, I now do sealed rooms with AC and supplement CO2, all that. But years ago, we just used to move a lot of air, right? Well, we used to at the beginning of learning that we just used CFM, like, oh, how much the CFM is in this room? Oh, we need this size fans to move this amount. Oh, and it would reek like fuck. And if you had positive pressure, it'd reek like fuck. And having negative pressure, teeny bit with static pressure, they call it negative static pressure, whatever. But ultimately, I came in the end to realize that if you just moved a tremendous amount of air, like a couple, I had 12 and 14-inch inline fans that were the XL models that moved like 2,350 CFM, right? If you matched the amount of in with the amount of out, and you had to really control that to keep the static pressure right, and you just moved a shitload of air so fast that it didn't even have time to pick up much of the smell. That was the best way to keep the smell down. Just move the air so fast and so much of it that it's faint. When you slowed that down, a couple times in those same places, the power would go out. Oh, and I ran the air 24/7, right? But power would go out, and oh my god, it would like be like a stink bomb. The whole fucking place would, like, within an hour, be reeking all the way down the property. But as long as that air was moving and moving fast, and a lot of it, like
Sounds like a jet airplane.
well, that's where you get the money. Like, even when you get into the better fans, it's not the motor that's any better. It's the
The
blade
ball bearings.
and that, but the blades, the like, oh, the cheaper ones, you look at the blades, it's pretty basic. Oh, you get into the more expensive ones that move a lot more CFM, quieter. Like, even these other fans run at a way lower RPM, but move twice as much air because it's like a turbine almost. It's like, jet engine technology as far as the blades, basically, of the fan.
Yep.
And hardly anybody just moves air anymore. But yeah, like the bud I won the cups with, the best bud I ever grew was when I just ran air. It wasn't always year round, but there would be certain batches that the ambient temperature, the night and day, and just everything. Because when you move that much air, you're basically, when you move enough air fast enough, you're going to replicate the exact temperature it is outside. Or, like, I would be, when we first started this, you'd be like 10, 15 degrees hotter than the ambient temperature outside with your lights on. Toward the end of it, when it was moving so much air, it would only add a couple degrees, way under 5, like 3 to 5 degrees with 10 lights, HPS, lights on. But it's because you were just moving the air so fast. Like, but you had to have the same amount in as the same amount out. I'll give you an example. If like the exhaust fan came on and the intake didn't come on, you could not open the door. You'd think someone like nailed it shut. There'd be like the suction would be so gnarly, it would like so they had to like be synchronized, and air grime builds up on fans. So over the months, right? And controllers, but those things are, yeah, you can use them, but not really on the big fans. It's harder to use them on the big fans than on little ones, but we control the speed. But yeah, I would learn the hard way that the exhaust fan would pick up, like build up, mainly whatever, the air grime, maybe because of the humidity,
Dirt from the
whatever.
room.
It would build up like gunk on the fan blades, and then that would slow that fan down just a little. But when you're really moving a lot, like basically like a regular size or bigger size bedroom, 4,000 or 5,000 CFM. That room's like only like 1,000 CFM or like less than that. But no, I don't know. Maybe some other people did what I did. I came across that just learning myself. No, it wasn't like someone told me. And it was like gradual. It was stuff I learned over years that finally got me to a place where I used to run massive
Mine were
amounts.
12-inch exhaust fans and intake fans.
Well,
Because I
standard
was
ones are
told that from the beginning from the guy that I learned to grow from. He said, move as much in and as much out as you can.
Yeah. The standard 12-inch ones are like 1,100, 1,150 CFM. And then, you can get what they call
Mine's
the
a little bit higher.
They got these different models. Each brand's different. That is a 12-inch, and it looks almost the same. But when you look at the blades, it's a whole different thing. And those ones move twice as much, 2,000 CFM, and actually run quieter. But they do cost a considerable amount more.
I think I paid almost $400 for my fans.
When I first started, there weren't even inline fans at the hydro store. We used to take squirrel cage fans, and they make some pretty big ones of those, and then build like
noisy as fuck.
Like if you were going to use it as an exhaust, you could just hang a squirrel cage in your room and duct 12-inch ducting out, and that'd be good. If you were going to like use it outside to pull air in, you'd have to like build an air box for it to suck the air and blew it in. But when I first started growing, we would use squirrel cages, is what those fans were called. And try to move a lot of air with those. Those were noisy and very inefficient and would vibrate and shit. See, when I first started growing with he passed away now a couple years ago, Scotty. We were kids in LA that would rent the cheapest fucking house or apartment we could find, right? And we did pretty good in them. At a certain point, mainly when I met Sabrina, which became my wife, and a lot of it had to do with just trying to live like, we made this, like, I remember the first time, and it was like paying $27.50 for rent, which today that same place would probably rent for $6,000 or $7,000 a month, right? But yeah, it was mainly Sabrina's influence and ideas, right? Like she was like, well, let's just look at this house. And when we went there, she was like, yeah, no one would think we were growing weed if we lived here, right?
Yeah.
And some of it too became a thing. Like there was a lot of factors, but like we started renting like high-end houses, basically, right? And making the bitches pay for it because, like, oh, the plants paid for it. End of story, right? And a bigger place has more room and more things you can do. And my other friend, oh, for the next so many years, he's continued basically in the low rent style. Okay. Where I went the other way, where, yeah, $1 million fucking spots. Like, and yeah, with neighbors not next to each other. Like, oh, I remember my homeboy would always be like, like, yeah, literally in housing where somebody's like right next to you. No, once you start paying money a little bit more and, you know, go a little off the beaten path, you find places. Even me, my other couple friends, we used to scour. I guess it was Craigslist or different, like, even though we already had places, we weren't even looking for places. We would still keep an eye on like what's available because every once in a while, like something like beyond perfect comes. Not always when you're looking. That's the hard part about finding the right place. Like, oh, you need a place in this particular time, and that's all you're looking at. But a lot of times, oh, if when you're when you already have two places, when I got this other place I just moved out of, that I had like no power bill for 10 years, and wasn't stealing power, had a meter, was they just we weren't on the we were phantom. Like the company didn't have that.
Yeah, I fucked up one time, buddy, and called them because I hadn't gotten my bill in like a year. I was like, fuck.
Well,
I kind of freaked out.
I
And
had
I called them and I fucked myself.
the last thing I needed that day was another place. Okay. Right. But when my wife was always like looking for places because she had her own whole
That's
business
what women do.
of raising butterfly, breeding monarchs by the thousands, and growing all the milkweed that it takes, and atrium, like it was a whole thing. And so we looked at the place, and even when we were the landlady was showing the house to some other people, he told us, well, just go down below, like where the building is and this other, and just look around. I forgot.
Oh, I remember.
I think it was plant tag, or it might have been, oh, it might have even been a Rockwell sleeve that was like sort of buried, sort of not in this ground. And me and my wife both spotted and said, oh, somebody's has grown in here. Right. And when she showed us this one little part of the building, oh, I could see there was like holes in the ceiling. Like, oh, they had put furniture and all this, but like I could see, like a grower can see places.
Oh yeah, only that a grower would notice. Hey, you guys want to meet somebody?
Painted and patched the fucking shit. You see certain things and make a conclusion, right? But yeah, we pretty much knew, and then somehow her and my wife kind of talking, whatever, and yeah, she was a widow. Her husband just had died. Turns out he grew weed, right? And okay, this was literally months after I won the Cannabis Cup, right? So tells the lady, we tell her that, this, that, right then and there, even though there was all these people interested in the place, we made a deal. And even then, because like we had done this before, because we don't have jobs. When you go into like more expensive,
You put a chunk of money down.
and yeah, like a lot of times And a lot of this was my wife because, yeah, she didn't give a
I
fuck.
paid cash.
She
I
wanted
pay a
to-
year's
she would
rent
figure
gas.
out how we were gonna
They
get
always
it.
seem to take it.
She was like that way. Like all the places, we would end up saying to them,
I always
okay,
had pit bulls, so I'd have to buy it.
we'll give you 2 months deposit or 2 extra months. Like instead of coming in with first and last, we'd come in like over that, like triple that, right? We'd like go first, last, and another one. Will that do? Oh, usually that was all it took, right? Sure, yours, done, right? Yeah, just throw a little more money at it. Anyway, any of those places would take at least that long to pay for themselves, right? Right?
Am I on the screen?
You had to like know that it was going to cost you this amount of time. So a lot of times we would just like pay up what would have been the
Oh,
whole
humidor left. That's what's going on.
take before the place will pay for itself, which would normally be 4
There,
months.
Fumi.
Yep.
Yo, you
Yeah.
guys want to meet Cake in the Cup?
Hell
They'll come
yeah.
out here and teach us either rugby or cricket. We got to choose though.
Well, I kind of know what rugby is, but I don't know what cricket. I mean, I've seen it, but I don't
Right.
really.
Hey, Cake in the cart. Get on here. You've been officially called out. Don't make me double dog dare you.
4 o'clock. I'm gonna have to get going here soon. 4:20 is gonna be my end.
What time is it? Oh, we got a half hour then. Shit.
And that's about my end too, because
I'm down for that. Half hour Cake in the Cup show.
I think, yeah, I start my day like I get up at 7 by 7, and then by 8:30, no later than 9, I'm fucking working. Like, I even told my boss tonight, I'm like, yeah, like I'm not, if I get up at 7, I can't do, like, I'm definitely not the type that can get up and 10 minutes later be out the door doing something. No, I need to like drink coffee, smoke weed, like shower, like take time. I'm not like, and I can't get up any earlier than like 7. There's no way I can get up at 5 to then be able to do shit at 7. Like the last thing I'm capable of doing is waking up, throwing on clothes, getting in my cart, and then going to all fucking horse, bull, all these animals and feed. Everyone gets fed before 7 in the morning. I'm like, oh, don't count me in on that one. I feed them at 11 and at 5 in the evening, but no,
Time.
no. And since they've been through the whole night, oh no, you can't just be like, oh, well, why don't you just feed them at 8:39? No, can't do it like that. They need to like, they got to eat. And drink water. Like I'm familiar with filling reservoirs up, but like a 4x8 tray of plants uses what would be 4 or 5 days worth of water to grow them, is 1 day of water for one horse. Like they literally drink like 60 to 80 gallons a day. No.
Well, the normal person's supposed to drink a couple gallons a day, and you look at a person compared to a horse, and he's all that energy that he's burning off. Yeah, I could see him drinking 40, 50 gallons a day really easy.
And like a dog, they lap water, so they drink, but a horse doesn't tongue their water like that. They like stick their head in, they siphon. You could look at their throat and see it like going, like, and next thing you know, the big old 50-gallon reservoir is just going down because they're like going. Yeah, they don't fuck around,
Yeah, exactly.
man.
Definitely ain't like a cat or a dog. You know, thinking about that, cats and dogs and like maybe rats. I think all other animals, you know, do like a horse and siphon when they drink. They don't like lap it up. And it
Well,
may be more of like a defensive type mechanism that they're used to being hunted when they're drinking.
I didn't even think of it till like sometimes the horses are wet, and that's because they were running around because they sweat. Dogs, they pant, they don't sweat. And I was like, oh yeah, I guess like I never thought of it. Like, yeah, dogs don't sweat, right? But horses sweat. Like I don't know which animals sweat, which animals don't, but if you don't sweat, then most likely you pant to cool yourself.
Yeah, I'm starting to sweat out here. Holy shit. Let's see. 93.
Yeah. We're like in the mid 60s highs and pretty damn cold at night. It's clear as a bell, but it's like it's winter.
It's cloudy as shit here. I wish it would be nice and clear. It'd be beautiful,
I'm
but it's
a
cloudy.
there's my friend, a horse transporter guy. He sometimes stays here for a few days in between jobs. He's from Oregon, and today we were doing shit in the afternoon, which where when the sun goes down, it gets pretty chilly fast. Maybe it's like in the 50s. Okay, I have an alpaca beanie on, a hoodie, a shirt with a hoodie with my hoodie over the beanie, and a North Face jacket with fleece in the inside, gloves, and in the shade, I'm cold. And this dude's out there in shorts and a tank top. And I'm like, damn. He's like, dude, this is like warm, dude. Like I'm from fucking where it's like,
I used to be that way when I moved to Thailand.
dude.
And then I got here for a year and it's like fucking
Fred, like
68 degrees is cold.
I've traveled a few places and been cold and seen it, but 60 years of my life,
the
vast majority of it has been in Southern California, coastal Southern California. So I'm like, yeah, yeah, 65 in the daytime, that's freezing to me.
Exactly.
50 at night? Oh man, I'm fucking turn the heaters on. Shit.
Actually, I kind of enjoy sleeping with a little bit colder weather. So, you know, basically a couple fleece blankets, really soft ones. That's all I need here. And then I've got that heater to kick on for a couple hours to warm up the room.
A few years, and they're not hard to find, but no, for many years, I like the light. Like they make a light, medium, and heavy. It has to be real down, like down feathers, comforter. And yeah, when they break in after a few months, yeah, it's like, oh, when it's cold, they can be warm, but when it's warm, they're light and even I realize because most of my long time. I slept with one. They're very light, right? The light when you get the light one. Sometimes we're in hotels and stuff, and oh, they got good bedding and shit. It's a nice hotel. The weight of the blanket, the duvet cover, the sheet. I'm like, holy shit! People sleep with all this weight on them because when you sleep with a lightweight down comforter for so long, it's like super lightweight, so you don't have any weight on you. When you sleep in like a whatever bed with blankets and all this typical shit, yeah, it's like weight, like I like when you don't sleep with weight on you, all of a sudden you get in bed and there's weight. You're like, holy shit! Like your body's
That-
spending energy because of that weight, right?
That's why when my parents asked me, I was 12 years old, what I wanted for Christmas, and my grandparents, I said an electric blanket because I was literally sleeping with like 3 old-fashioned quilts on wintertime.
I like electric
Got
blankets. Those are cool.
then they came out with the electric mattress pad. And that was like, yeah.
Yeah, it's not really cold enough for any of that here. Like
In Ohio it is.
I like
Michigan
sleeping
it
where
is.
it's chilly, a little chilly. That's why, like here
Yep.
in the current time, it's too chilly to leave any of my windows a little bit open, right? Oh, and then it'll get cold. But okay, it's comfortable when they're closed. But then, oh, in a few weeks or month, I don't know when weather's going to start getting better, but when winter's over, yeah, I'll be able to start like, especially whatever bedroom, closest one to where I'm sleeping. I not open all the way, just crack like an inch or two. And yeah,
Cake,
that's
Cake in the cup is now number 2 current in all of us Aussie land. He punked out on us. He said he don't want to hang out with us.
well,
Well, maybe
the show's
he was
almost
just saying that to be polite to someone.
No. He's number 2 overall current, right next to Russell Crowe.
Oh, that's so nice.
J5. Did you see the tour of Neil Young and Crazy Horse today?
No,
I
he's
think
like going on a full tour.
Yeah, finally.
Wow.
Over 5 years, and it's like the original Crazy Horse, which they're getting pretty old.
Yeah, I've seen more Crazy Horse than any other one.
in San Diego. I got tickets for those, but I don't know what's close. Oh no, they're coming to Pine Knob. Is that close to you?
Yeah.
It ain't too far from Cleveland, that's for sure.
Well, it's not close to me, but it's doable, you know.
It's called Love Earth or something like that, or I forget the name of the tour. It's Neil and Crazy Horse. They start in
They'll
late
should come to
April,
Cleveland.
and yeah, they're going across the country. They're even going to Alabama.
They going to Cleveland?
Alabama, you got that weight on your shoulder.
They should have at least a Cleveland or Columbus show or Pittsburgh.
Here, I'll say.
Kick in the current. I can't believe he did that
Because
to me. Kick in the current.
If there's a Cleveland show, I may see if my dad would want to go. That would be something to take my dad to go
Want to
see.
learn cricket?
I took my dad to a normal festival. That's when
How normal was
him
that?
and my mom were set up, or separated, I should say. That was 1997. 97.
That's pretty weird for 97. Not too normal. I bet they did. Like that was like that took balls for them, is what I'm saying.
No.
Well, all right.
My dad was living with a 23-year-old after
Okay,
my
so he's
mom
slinging a little
kicked him
D, but
out
don't take it
because
out on him.
mom took Mom kicked him out for another guy for a while, and Dad
Oh, I know
found a
the story.
23-year-old.
Welcome to America. Welcome to America. Are you telling my story or yours?
All right, here's where they're playing. So it
I'm
starts in
52.
San Diego a couple nights, then goes to Phoenix,
Sounds like my family life.
it goes to Austin, Dallas, Huntsville, Alabama. Then it goes New Orleans at Jazz
Man, he's
Fest.
going deep south.
Then he's going Atlanta, Franklin, Tennessee, Bristol, Virginia, Camden, New Jersey, Queens, New York at Forest Hills, Mansfield is in Mass, Bridgeport, Connecticut, Toronto, and then this is the one you should go to. Clarkston, Michigan.
West Virginia.
And
Don't
then
tell me that's the
World
last
Tour
night. That'd be dope.
in Chicago at the
Of course.
Huntington
Of course.
Pavilion. That's the announced tour. Considering
Of
that
course, they're not in Chicago.
I
Those
can't
currents.
imagine that they're not going to like add more shows and do the Bay Area or LA for sure. But I was excited that there's two at what is the best venue in San Diego, the open air amphitheater.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
I'm sorry.
Right in your backyard.
Yeah. Well, the day
Have you ever met Neil?
COVID in our country, that day was like I'd had the they're I don't know if it was this dates or whatever. They probably changed all that in the years, but Neil had it scheduled for a month, was going to release the dates to the tour. And then that was when we got locked down or whatever happened, and whatever day, whatever year that was. But yeah, so now it's so many years later, and finally they're doing the Crazy Horse tour. Because Neil Laughlin, who plays guitar in Crazy Horse, that's who plays guitar in Bruce Springsteen's band. Springsteen just finished like a year and a half of a tour. Like he was on
E
a
Street
tour.
Is it still the E Street band?
Yeah. Well, there's been a couple changes, but no, for the most part, it's still the same guys.
That's cool.
Max on drums. And,
I was never a big fan. His early shit was cool when he was like a folk dude. I like that shit.
Bruce is legit. He's not my thing either, but he's legit.
Oh yeah.
He was
Like I said, he
with
did that
them
early
when I
shit.
seen the other ones show.
Yeah, I mean, he captures
like-
like a part of Americana that is, you know, he told the tale pretty good in his
I ain't
way.
mad at him.
I mean, to me, I'm like a California guy, so he's like full Jersey. You know what I mean? Like that. And he doesn't try to be anything but that. He's full Jersey. You know what I mean? I appreciate him for that. But
Jersey as Bon Jovi.
yeah, I mean, music. I mean, rock and roll was kind of that way. Like bands came from certain areas, and the flavor of their music represented that area. You know?
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, for a while there, that's what some of the best bands. They just named themselves whatever fucking city they were from, right? There was Boston, and wait, there were a few other bands.
Kansas.
Kansas.
Well,
I don't know if they were from Kansas. Maybe they were, right?
Look at
Even if they didn't name
Meatloaf.
themselves,
Chicago.
they identified from where they were from, and that's who made them the artists that they are. I mean, that's the Allman Brothers were from the South, and a whole bunch of music that has the southern
flavor. And then you've got Meatloaf, which actually, when you listen to it, is a little bit more edgier. They came out of Youngstown, which is a steel factory city. So they came out of
Right.
blue collar, so they're gonna be rock hard edge.
And I mean,
And they were for that time, and
I
then they
think
had
I
a ballad.
think of
They
Michigan.
were rock
I think of-
lobster hard.
I think of Bob Seger, and I think of Jay Giles band. Wasn't Jay Giles band Michigan thing?
Seeger was the shit.
Seger, man, I
I
loved him.
I took
Um,
Mom to see Bob Seger. He played in Cleveland on Mother's Day one year.
I grew up in Wisconsin. We had like the Violent Femmes and Garbage, and I don't know. That's about it. Oh, Justin Vernon. He's from like back where I grew up. That dude from Bon Iver or some shit like that. I know that cat. He smoked my weed.
Oh, there was a lot of people that smoked my weed.
Yeah, it's kind of how it works.
Well, one of my best friends he actually came, I met him at the normal chapter. His father ran everything in Cleveland under 4,500 seats and was the owner of the Cleveland Agora. So, yeah, I get a phone call. Someone come in, want some weed, depending on who it was, would be how much they'd want. And you could tax the fucking hell out of them. They were getting paid right then at the end of the show. Boom. I know some bands that paid 6,000 a pound, but that
Wow.
was also, 1998, 9, 2000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dude, you're still getting fucking $350 for beasters in some spots. Back then.
Luckily in Ohio, we had different weed. You could
We had
have
all the weed. We had everything from the fucking brickiest brick shit to the fucking finest fucking homegrown. Everything in between. Like from
It's
the second I
just
started smoking.
in the 90s, you just didn't get a large quantity from anybody. It was like, hey, you
You
got
got
an
what you
ounce,
could get
feel
at a lot of
lucky.
points in time.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
think
Shit
that.
smelling like gas, fresh out of the fucking gas tank and shit.
What era did I have bongs and do bong hits? Back when, like,
Late
yeah,
90s,
with those scares,
mid
that's
90s.
like, oh, you just would do little bong hit snaps of good weed when
Well,
you
that
Yeah.
was early 2000s then. We started snapping.
No. No, that was
We used to
like
pull like the 4-footers and shit in the 90s. 4 foot, 5 foot bong. We had this thing called the Purple Buddy. It was like 2 bongs stacked on top of each other, just the tubes, just stupid shit like that. That was like the 90s for me. And then we figured it out in the like 2000s.
No, the reason why we all really started growing, a lot of us, especially my age and to Buddy's age and even older, is because we got tired of not being able to have good smoke all the time.
Oh yeah.
So the only cure for that was to grow our own.
I don't think there's a single person you'll find that we see watching these channels like we do that didn't do it for the exact same reason.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I barely spend what you spend for food. Like, I couldn't imagine having to spend retail and buy weed. Like, I wouldn't be able to smoke it like the way I do. And like, yeah, only a grower can just like smoke as much weed as he wants and not fucking worry about it. Not
Yeah.
have value. I don't like place of
For
value.
like 20 years.
as I'm rolling up whatever piece. Oh, that's $20 of weed. Fuck. Yeah, there's not like that. Even though I know there's a value, as far as my personal goes, oh no, that's part of the job. That's
Yeah.
what I signed up for.
That's why you're doing it.
But they're not always the biggest buds. If there's ever a bud in any bag that I see that I'm like, I want to smoke that one, then I
Oh,
just
anything
make
that catches my eye, I smoke it.
yeah.
I feel like they speak to you.
Yeah. Sometimes I have seen that
Especially
bud
if you're
on a
trimming
whole
it.
room full of bud and had nothing to do really with like, oh, we cut it down, hung it, and then trimmers trimmed it, and now it's been a bag, and then oh, I'm moving the bag, and I'm like, oh my God, there's it is. That's the bud that I fucking saw in that one tray in the corner, whatever time. Like, oh, you can find them. It's like a needle in a haystack.
Oh, dude, I've picked through so many. Oh, dude, that was like fun to do when I was a kid. You know, examine every fucking bud, know every single bud, like a whole pound, like recognize every single
For
one.
a lot of years, the way the trimmers worked is they left everything on the stem. They trimmed it and left the stem, and then my job was to come in
And buck them off.
and take all the nodules off and weigh it up and all that. And I used to sit there with the biggest mason jar, the big, and like, okay,
One for me, one for here.
one for me. And then I'd have these jars so full that, yeah, I couldn't even smoke it all. And there'd be
Yeah.
another batch before you'd run out. I remember the first few times when me and my wife had our grow and were trying to get our shit together. We sold so much that we didn't save enough. And we were like, I remember the couple of the first crops,
That was a one and only time mistake.
like we were like having to like, oh, back then people would be like, oh, all right, well, I'll give you an ounce, you give me an ounce back, or you
Yeah,
make
I
some
did a lot of
more.
that shit.
We would need to get weed. And then there
It was
came a
nice,
point
dude.
where I
Actually,
was like,
really
oh no,
helpful.
well, we got to save enough that we never run out. Like running out isn't an option.
No.
And next thing you know, fucking 30 years fucking flew by, and yeah,
Are there still people watching us?
probably.
Yeah.
I just on like a regular day, I smoke between the lowest would be 3 joints to maybe 5. And then like if I'm going to a concert or got a bunch going on or hanging out with people, then it could go, I don't know, go higher, but and they're not that big weight of joint, but it's good. And like it's not like I can smoke a whole joint to myself. I usually smoke like half and then half and then half and then half and half and then half. And even though I don't do anything very fast in the morning, no, I get up, take a piss, I make coffee, and usually there might be a half a joint or some portion of a joint because I might not feel like rolling a new one right the first second I'm up or the first 5 minutes. But oh no, I'm smoking weed in the first 5 minutes. Like, like for so many years that it's like I wonder what would happen if I didn't get stoned first thing in the morning. Like what would my day? How would it go? It would probably be more productive, I think, because a lot of times in that hour and a half where I'm getting up and getting stoned, there's a few points in it where I feel like just going back to sleep. Fuck having to do anything. There were times years ago when my business was so tight and the demand for weed was so high that, yeah, we had this rhythm where oh, we'd have this week or 10 days where we'd harvest, dry, cure, and then we'd sell it all. And then there'd be weeks where we'd just be able to live our life. There'd be no, it was like, it was a set, it was done. Then today, oh no, it's like this, you never know. Like some days, I don't know. Other days, oh, the last few days, yeah, I don't know. That people must be getting their fucking tax checks or something, man, because then there'll be like days where you're like, fuck, why do I grow weed? Nobody buys this shit anymore. And then comes like, holy shit, a bunch of business all at once. It's weird how that works.
Yeah. But
But
hey,
actually,
you
no.
know,
I mean, a lot of weed looks good. No one complains. But I know why they call it fire, right? Is when there's like, when you've done your job right and the weeds at top level that you could produce. Yeah, that sells itself. Like you never have a problem when it's that. Even if you grow the same strains repeatedly, to recreate that every batch, no, that's not how it works. Like, oh, you might come close, and like I say, no one complains, but oh, I know the difference. I know, like, oh, we really did it perfect this time. When it's like that, gone. It's fucking gone. Like that's how it works. I don't think the amount of true dank top of the shelf has changed anything in 30 years. There's more people, so there's probably a little more of it, but the share of the market or the like, oh, right now on this planet, there's X amount of cured and dried weed in the going on. The amount percent of that weed that's in the world that's truly top shelf dank, I don't think it's changed. Like, oh, there's definitely more weed than ever. So there's more of it overall, but the percentage against the regular weed hasn't changed any. Dank is still like a very like true top shelf weed is still a scarcity. I could be wrong.
I think really good weed will always be a scarcity. I mean, what we people that have been smoking for 15 to 20 years consider really good weed. I mean, I've gone into so many shops and it's like, no, no. But then, I come across quite a few that's like, okay, for this price, hell yeah, that's a good stony high for a while. It just doesn't have like the super bag appeal that people are looking for. But the high is there, the taste is there when you burn it. There was an ad over here for weed for sale because there's a lot of it on IG here. And they were dumping like a pound into this plastic container. And you could hear, and they were making a comment on how hard the buds were when they were hitting the container. They took down my post really quick because it was just PGR. That's all these buds were PGR when they were hitting. It was so hilarious.
Well, I can hit some pretty nuggety stuff without PGRs.
Yeah, but this wasn't.
Oh, I mean, I could see that in a new growing thing over there that, oh, they'll go through the phase and probably, yeah, that product has its effects. I mean, I remember the main company that put it out was called Bushmaster. And super popular. It's this little jug from Humboldt, whatever. Seemed to try to be organic and all this, but they were liars. But they also had these other products, like that were sold as, oh, because even early on, oh, it definitely made your buds harder and added weight to a run. Like an ounce would look like a half ounce. A pound would look like a half a pound. But it weighed because it was so dense.
Yeah.
That they had a product, I forget what
Beasters.
it's called, that they also sold that would try to add the THC or the crystal or the trichromes back because it was like a known thing when you use this stuff, it cut trichrome production, even though the buds were gigantic, right? Or heavy. Yeah, it's weird. That company still exists and has like a line of products that are carried in all the stores. But
I
in
went
the
to a grow
and,
shop not too long ago that had a Eagle fucking 20 on the shelf.
Eagle 20 is a pesticide, mold, mildew control thing. That's a chemical made by a chemical company that doesn't disguise on the label the truth
What
of
it
what
is.
it is, right?
I don't think any whatever. It's not an ornamental.
It goes
shop.
on shrubberies and
I know, but
shit
that's not
like
an ornamental shop. It's a pot shop.
The whole Eagle 20, it used to be a different product and then it got made into Eagle 20. The main customer of Eagle 20 are golf courses. And there's a lot of golf courses around the world.
I'm not
Most
saying
of
anything about that. I'm saying it shouldn't be sold in pot shops.
golf courses use plants that are unnative to their area. They like to
We're
landscape
talking about Jake Bob, that's all.
all the different stuff, right? And yeah, they spray landscape guys that work, manicure or are in charge of golf courses. Oh, they use Eagle 20 at a regular rate. Of course, maybe it's not harmful like that. It's when it's smoked. But paclobutazol, which is I think the active PGR that is what I was talking about. Oh, there was a time like when that product became available and was being pushed in the
Cheers, everyone.
a lot of growers were using it for a few years.
Well, what do you think was with all the beasters we were fucking smoking?
That's exactly like I remembered back to where, oh, the only other weed that an ounce would look like a half ounce and a pound would look was this beaster shit that was like, oh, the same. Like they weren't buying it as a product. The level of beaster weed was way commercial at that time. Like they were growing thousands and thousands of pounds, right?
Pounds.
Yeah,
warehouses.
They were using this
Keeping them
product.
short.
Like that's for sure. Beasters that's why the bud looked a certain way. It wasn't very crusty, didn't get you that high.
You could run it over with your car and it would change shape.
Yeah.
Right. But it wasn't brick.
And then that trickled into products that were popular. Like there was a time when there was no naysayers.
I'm feeling that if you could do that.
Like there was no naysayers for a few years. Like I used it at like the lowest rate possible to a threshold where if I did it right, like we're talking like 1 mil per 5 gallons. So like on a 50 reservoir, maybe 10 mils or 7 mils only. Like that shit was so it would, if you did it right, you could use it right in the first watering and not even leave that. Like me, I'm a recirculator, so when I say first watering, 1 day, just a little bit of that, teeniest bit of that shit, it would stop the stretch, but the buds would form normally and wouldn't be these like hardened fucking heavy buds. But it was effective at controlling things that stretched. And yeah, even like the teeniest amount of that stuff, your plant won't get an inch taller.
One time, probably like 10 years ago, I was
Now,
having the typical like greenhouse, not circulating well
there's
enough
people
type
trying to
problems.
create a product organically safe product that's made from whatever, something that is effective at that. Because especially today, man, so many strains are like transition, like I remember for a lot of years knowing my plant was going to like maybe double in size, but below double in size. Now, some of these ones in the transition triple to quadruple in size. Like you can start a plant this fucking big and it'll be 5 feet tall in 2 weeks. Now, that Bubba Kush, oh, it doesn't do that. Right? But so that means you can't turn it back when it's this little thing and expect it to do all this. Right?
No, it's gonna stay little.
That time. Like back to like what I'm trying to pitch my partners, like, oh, if it really is that good, then it's the same thing. Like it's the logic of if you were making a 12-year whiskey or something, right? Oh, those first 12 years would be rough. But once you got to the 12th year, you'd be on deck and every year would be 12 years, you know? Oh, the 12th year, the 13th year you had 12 years ago, the 5th, you know what I mean? So if we could take the Bubba Kush and yep, it needs to veg longer and then cycle it into this longer cycle that, oh, it's not really for this tray or this room. Those ones are for this room. Now that gets complicated when you have like 4 or 5 other things that customers are, no one's paying more for one or the other. They're both good. That you don't have to do that, right? You don't have to do any of that. You don't have to put more work into the plant to get the branching necessary to make it worth growing, right? So far, it's not like we have to decide now, but
That's why I think that one into the GMO might be kind of cool.
I know my partner and the way he thinks, and due to a lot of reasons, he's the least experienced of us all. But in this thing, he's been running the show. Well, me and my other partner been more like busy or had our own places or didn't like. And now that I'm focused on helping here more than my place and there. Yeah, I've realized, yeah, even though I disagree or not really disagree, but I would do things a little different. Like I decided not to no, because oh no, I taught Gary taught him. So it's and oh, Gary's now got about 20 years. This dude's got probably almost 10, right? He's learned what he's learned. He's got the reasons he thinks certain things. Yeah, I don't want to I think for the health of the the partnership.
Don't rock the boat.
Yeah, yeah. If I did do all that, which he would probably go, okay, you know the most, right? Let's try that. If it didn't yield as much, if there was any bleeps in, oh, then it would be the weights on my shoulders, where I, in this particular search you met, no, I've had my own thing for like 35 years where, oh, the weight was on my shoulders, always. This partnership, it's been a long one. Yeah, it's like no need to rock the boat, like you say. Like, okay, most of it would be ego. Like I realized, oh well, okay, he does it this way. Well, if I like suggest we do it this other way, right? And a lot over the years, I didn't really care. I didn't even deal with it, right? But in the last few months that I shut down my other place, oh, I deal with it. I don't know if I've explained this right, but yeah, if I was younger, I would have like, even just like 15, 20 years ago, my ego or the way I was, but I'm older, I'm like, I think
Yeah.
about things differently where I'm like, yeah, no need to play that role. You know what I mean? Now, when asked, I will say, oh, well, I think this. And
Unless I know for a fact that it'll make a serious change and it needs to be made, no, I can let shit slide. It's just different, you know. I don't know.
well, like one, because I was the main guy that would take all these overgrown moms and then all year long I would just put them outside and grow them. Some did better than others. Since I stopped taking those months ago when I knew that my house was in foreclosure, the landlord was fucking upside down, all this, and basically started shutting down everything there. And so, oh, in the bedroom, he's noticing, oh, there's like little spots of powdery mildew. Well, I'm like, well, yeah, because all those moms that are like overgrown, not cleaned up, that's where look where it's coming from. It's the lower dying leaves or the fading leaves of like old plants that, like, wait, we just have those as like an extra backup until the next round. Because like our method is we take clones, the freshest, best growth off the plants before they get turned back, like when they're in their prime.
Put them outside to
And then, oh, those ones there's this weird cycle where like half the bedroom are like, well, we call these moms, but like, we're not going to take, like, oh, it's just in case. Do you know what I mean? Like the just in case plant, right?
Do you reset them in the sun? In the beds?
Yeah, I'll just put them outside.
Kind of rejuvenate them?
Like,
Get them that sunlight?
area, pretty much year round. Like I have space here. I'm waiting for the weather. Like if I would have put them out, and there's plenty of them there. Oh, it's been raining. It's super cold. Yeah, it wouldn't kill them, but I'd rather wait until like it's more spring like, and then because we're whatever weather, especially any plant that's been under artificial lighting, 18.6 or whatever, you put them outside, they're going to trigger the flower, right? Like,
Or where you're at?
even though, hey, I've sprouted seeds at all the right times and did things like never harden them off indoor light or never put them in like they were meant for outdoor and try to harden them off right to outdoor. They still like we're like a 12 and 12, like plants flower. It's hard to get unless you use supplement lighting.
Well, they'll veg till they reach sexual maturity.
You know, and it doesn't
Even under
have
12, 12.
Yeah. So the thing with those moms, yeah, because they've been cloned so much, usually they have so many branches. Oh, they're these perfect plants to put outside. Usually they go through like a 5-day transition where they don't look too happy as they're going from a hydro rock wool environment to outdoor living soil. When you first transplant them, it takes a few days for them to adjust. But then they get fucking super
It
happy.
feels dirty to them at first.
Really feel good. Yeah, this year I've been meaning to do this at the other place, but I never got around to it. Yeah, I've been growing in full sun, like because of the location. The moment the sun comes up to the moment it goes down, full sun. Yeah, I think I could make the better weed, better resin under shade cloth, like 30%.
Yeah,
Um,
I've tried to get them to understand that here in Thailand, that if they were to use 40% shade cloth, they would actually have triclones on their weed
well, a lot of
because
it
they
is,
just burn off here in all that direct sunlight.
yeah, because just like if you left your arm or your body in direct sunlight, you can feel like after 5-10 minutes without moving, the the heat gets hot. If it's like 80, 90 outside, which it is in the summer, and then the full sun is just beating directly on the top buds, and some of the terpenes and things we're trying to preserve have boiling points or vapor points of just over 100 degrees in that range, or even under 100 degrees. But oh, those ones are cooking off for sure. Like, and oh, I'm pretty sure that the surface temp when it's 80, 90 and full sun in the summer is like upwards
100,
of 115,
10.
120 without a breeze or anything. And I think that's where, oh, it might grow big and the plant looks like it's really performing. The plant is, but I don't think it's good for the resin, the bud. And I don't know this from I just, half of what I'm even saying, I've heard other people that seem to know what they're saying and have done this trial and proven it to themselves that it worked. Yeah, especially if you're trying to really grow for hash or rosin or frozen. But even if you weren't, that would make for better flour too. I think full sun is. Maybe there's certain strains that really perform well in it, but I think full sun is tricky. And I think it also matters what region, like what full sun. Are you in southern, northern?
Fuck.
Like even in California, we're a pretty big state. Oh, the sun is so much different in the Bay Area than it is in the southern part of the state.
I'll just have to go to the bank out at the mall. I'm not going to make it downtown and out to the bank. So I'll hang with you guys for a couple more minutes.
Okay, well, I got a couple more in me, and I feel like it's knockout time.
Yeah. So even though you have a limit on like your debit card, the limit here that the max amount you can take out, you can literally go to like 4 banks before you meet that, maximum amount on a debit card that you normally have for every day, not an extended one or anything else. So you got to go to like 4 banks if you need to take out X amount of dollars to pay for bills and shit. Because like I said, I have to go to the hospital, and when I pay in cash or bought, they gave me like an 18% discount, 17% discount.
I just know, like, I just have a regular bank account with my debit card. It used to be the most you could pull out per day was like $200. That's as much as the Ready Teller did. Dude, I think mine, and it said that I remember having to call to make him raise it to the highest it can be. I think it's 1,500 a day I can take out.
Yeah.
It's got to be in your account, but I remember it didn't matter how much was in your account. You could only take 200 out per day.
My friend in Southern Ohio, even with her bank today, if she wanted to take out more than $200, she had to go into the bank, or she had to go to multiple ATMs.
You realize that like ATM transactions, like at least B of A, that's the bank. There's a number you can call, and it has also the number that identifies the retailer. And like, oh, if it ripped you off for money or whatever, you call and make a claim. That whole thing is no different than if you made an insurance claim on your phone. Like, that's not the bank at all. That's a company, insurance company, that made a deal with the bank that insures the Ready Tellers, right? Right. And they pay those claims out. Like, they don't, it's like, I know this from like experience I had with it. It's not like they go and check the fucking tape, or they check what's in or out of that. No, if you say, hey, I asked for 240 and it only gave me 40, they'll just credit you $200, no questions asked, right? Because it's an insurance company. It's not even the bank. Like, it's like, I don't know if you catch it. If you call that number, B of A doesn't answer. They have nothing to do with it. It's like some like insurance company.
Who's all in here?
The Ready Tellers, right? And I'm sure all the
Just
other
the 3 of us.
Right?
Did I hear Jeff earlier? I thought I heard DGC Jeff or whatever.
No, I didn't hear him.
It should, if you swipe your screen to the left, you will see exactly who's in here
Oh yeah.
besides yourself.
I was screwing around over in chat. I got you in a little teeny box.
Thank you.
Now.
Are you trying to start shit in chat?
Of course.
Uh,
I'm picking on Kate because he punked me tonight.
You
calling him
just feel
Faker.
that way.
I'm calling him Faker in a sippy cup. That's his new name. Faker in a sippy cup.
Hey, now, take it easy on our people that follow us.
Dude, he's my homie. You don't you worry about her. We're just playing. Go read the chat if you want to see what's going on.
I can't, because if I do, it kicks me off the show.
It hasn't kicked me off.
It's my phone, and the phone that I use for this. I don't use my regular phone.
Am I still existing? See, Cake says he likes his sippy cup. Faker is
I enjoy not really paying attention to that.
There's like 2 people in chat.
And that's cool.
Yeah, I guess. It's fun. Well, 2 people talking. There's 20 people, actually.
Well, I'm
Just
glad that there's 20 people. I can't imagine that we're very entertaining at this point.
No.
Or informative.
But
Cake's pretty funny in chat.
when I come back to Cleveland, though, I've been asked to consult with a doctor's office that gives out the Ohio medical prescriptions. They want to learn more about the
They don't give out
effects
anything.
of the effects of terpenes and what type of terpenes would for what ailments. But it is nice that there are doctors that are, actively out there searching more knowledge to be able to provide to their patients. So that's a good thing and a plus.
Yeah, some of the things in medical, the AMA, which controls U.S. medicine and pretty much modern world medicine, for hundreds of years, like many other things, they don't believe or condone or support what's called aromatherapy, right?
They don't support anything that doesn't make them money.
Like they don't teach that. They think that's like a snake oil thing, which, okay. I think there's pretty good evidence that proves at some levels there is aromatherapy that exists, right? Cannabis is one thing for sure, because what we're talking about is
Nose.
yeah. That's a hard one for them, because if they like fundamentally agree with and teach and teach the next generation of doctors, yeah, they have to go against one of their things of like, oh no, like aromatherapy, no good.
They've
right?
kept it away this long. With the internet, they can't do it anymore.
The entourage effect and the terpenes and that's all basically aroma, right? And it shows that those things do have effect.
They knew in the 80s that rats had cannabinoid receptors.
Yeah.
They've kept it from us for this long because they could.
Well, I think, like, considering the slow trickle of and that it puts, yeah, they should just come out and be like, yeah, like we went down the wrong path, we early on. Like, you can make whatever bullshit up you want, but and yeah, we now realize that, new technology, new information, and embrace it instead of try to
You just say admit they're wrong. They can't do that.
Yeah, but like we could do who's they but we, right? So
Exactly.
Like, even though even when I said it months ago, I prefaced what I said that I didn't think it would really have a chance of changing anything, but I was bothered that there wasn't even a narrative about take it off scheduling, right? Oh, now there's like certain big name people, politicians and shit that in the last few months, there is a message, and there is,
just because there's an election. That's the only reason.
right, that there is some pushback to like, it doesn't belong in Schedule 3. It needs to come out.
Biden's going to come out poke pot here pretty soon too.
Now, do I think that side has a chance? No, but at least it's being said, because when this first scheduling thing came up a few months back, I remember the first couple days, all the YouTube, a lot of it, not all, they were all like talking about it like it was a win. Oh yeah, they're gonna take it out of Schedule 1, put Schedule 3, but like there were a few people. I think I first heard what I think now from someone else is that, no,
I never have to jump.
Inviting the FDA into it, and yeah, that's like no, that's not a good thing. Like there's no
No.
celebrating it going to Schedule 3. Fucking leave it Schedule 1, right? Because Schedule
Just
3.
totally decriminalize it. That's all.
I mean, I think there's really only one thing, is that to make it like so many other things, an herbal supplement, and leave it alone.
Yeah, we really should start calling it a supplement, not medicine, for that simple reason.
And there's things that are herbal
Supplements are not regulated.
and nature's products that they've found that they can extract and make a real medicine out of. Well, there's no reason they can't do that with cannabis, especially if it helps people with seizures and epilepsy and so many things, right? But on the rec level or on the other level, yeah, the truth is the truth will set us free, and anything short of that is just bullshit. And we're at the place now where it's like either it's all bullshit forever, or we try to fight for the truth, or at least speak the truth. Because maybe it's because in my lifetime, yeah, no, we never. It's not like the right, like just because it's right and there's people saying something that don't change nothing. These people, the system is, they don't even give a fuck.
I'm ready to get naked, eat acid, and start the revolution.
Like a whole bunch of issues that the polls, and not just one-sided polls, show that 85% or more people all agree, like this is what it should be, or some law or some rule or whatever. And no, none of those things happen. Like that's you know what I mean? Like, oh, there's a whole bunch of issues. I don't even want to bring them up because people have mixed feelings on some of them. But yeah, if 85% of polling shows that what happened to the majority rule? We don't even live in that. They don't even pretend to live in that anymore, because there's like a whole bunch of major issues that majority says this that somehow they don't do anything about.
Well, basically it comes down to is the only rights the only votes, I should say, that actually count are the ones that you do locally. And what you need to do is you need to get those people in a public place when they come out and do one of their speaking arrangements, is you need to be there, or 5 or 6 people in the cannabis world be there. And all of you ask them like 10 different questions. So all of a sudden they get 60 cannabis questions, and it puts them on the spot of which way they're going to go. And we need to get people that are going to go and vote for us, not for whoever buys them dinner twice a week. Shit, I left my cup in there.
But I love liver and onions. I'm trying to think of old people, like, I don't know. That sucked. That failed.
But, we need to overhaul our government a little bit. There needs to be an age limit on,
There needs to be
how old you.
complete fucking dismantling.
Well, that's not even frozen yet.
You can't win. You can't pick a lesser of the two evils because they're both just fucking horrible.
Hey, I say that if we fired every last one of them, right, and use
So
like
the other ones just be just as bad.
randomly picked whoever.
No, both Dems and Republicans need to go bye-bye.
And said, okay, we're just gonna pick random people, ages from this to this, doesn't matter.
We have phones in our hands. We can do that.
Right? And just put the whole, like one day to the next, put all these random people there, but had a thing that, 4 years later, there's going to be election and then, new people can win
And
and get
you press who you want on the screen of your phone.
you
'Cause it's
pick
a fucking
random nobodies, like
2024.
people that like even a homeless person, it didn't matter, just who, like anybody. And on day one, we'd have a better system than the one we got today.
100%.
Even if it was like
Because it'd be people that would care.
Yeah, anybody in any position can do better than the status quo. Even any one of us, and anybody, the people around you, anybody could do better than what we have at any spot.
Without a doubt. By just using logic and reason is all it would take.
Well, see, that's why the medical bill I wrote for the state of Ohio for the 98 elections, they didn't accept because it literally, the way I wrote it, the $75 a year medical card fee you had to pay paid for the entire program. Once you charged the doctors their little bit and then you collected fees that would allow people to be out in the community going to these shops and making sure that they're putting quality tested products out on the market, going to farms, making sure that they're following practices. It paid for everybody, including the vehicles that they drove. But it made common sense, so it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, but you left out the fat. See, it needed to be $175 because $100 needs to go to all these fucking people on the
Yeah.
path to getting something like that accepted. That's the system that we live in. Like era, I think in the long-term history, this is going to be like called the era of like corruption rules. Like it's like used to be, they'd find a little corruption, root it out, or at least act like it was bad. No, now corruption's just like day-to-day deal. Like for people that don't have the moral ability to get corrupt like that, yeah, we're on the ass end of it.
You want to know how corrupt Ohio is with their medical program? They require you to actually go back to the doctor more than one time a year for your medical card, which I call total bullshit on. And even the doctor's office that wants to hire me.
Okay,
You shouldn't have to go. You should get it one time and that's it. Period.
Listen, why
do I have to go back?
That got their medical card.
If I'm feeling bad and it's not working, I'll come back to you. That's how it should go.
Cannabis doctor, which were like, those were kind of like not really always legit doctors, right? I mean, they might have had
a money hustle, dude. You shouldn't have to get a license every 2 fucking years.
The way California's 215 was written, and that's why when you went to a medical doctor, they always asked you certain questions that led to you giving a response that was the qualifier for them making the signature, right? Which came down to, like, if you went to your regular doctor, not a cannabis doctor, and they asked you, oh, so you have headaches every night? Yeah. Is there anything that you do that relieves it? And you said cannabis. And they noted, patient says cannabis relieves his headache, right? In your medical file. That in itself was a qualifier that you had a medical card, okay? Like, I remember my friend JT, he was set and like, oh, if it's not from my real doctor, fuck that. Right? I'm not paying no $200 for some quack to fucking sign something every year. Right? It was like a money
Yeah.
maker, right?
That's what we
Some of
do.
that, in the way that went rampant, that sort of lot, like 215 was in effect here for over a decade, right? Right? Or around a decade. I remember at the end,
15
no
years.
legit doctors would not, they would stay out of it at all costs. They would not, like, now more legitimate doctors, now that like the 215, none of that matters. So like what the thing I just described doesn't even matter, right? But you didn't have to always go. If you could get the right doctor just to put in the thing that patient says they get relief from cannabis in your file.
Wasn't that easy? Not that easy in Michigan. I mean, it's
No,
still not that
like,
hard, but they want their money.
doctors, like, yeah, that they're not willing to get in line with it. Like it was like the quacks and then the real doctors. The real doctors, they knew half of them, well, not half, but a portion of them smoke weed personally themselves. So I mean, but
If
yeah,
you're in the Flint area and you need a medical card, I know a couple doctors. Don't worry about a goddamn
It's the money.
thing.
It's the
You
money.
don't.
You can get a fucking card on the phone.
It's $60 for 2 years in
Bullshit.
Michigan.
You shouldn't have to do it every 2 years. What
Well,
changed in 2 fucking years?
Ohio is every year, and it's over $150 to
Well, whatever.
get
It's
your
all
card
bullshit.
initially in the
$5 is
state of
bullshit.
Ohio.
I don't know.
Hey, J5, can you kind of not try to talk over people, please?
You do it all the time.
All right, let's not get all riled up.
Yeah.
Hey, I remember another story
Fucking
that was
same old
happening
bullshit
during
story too.
215, where there was somebody that got arrested that their card expired. And they even went up to the appellate court under the argument that, like, other ailments that you are given when you diagnose from a doctor, they don't have an expiration date on it. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, well, you better come back next year because I need to say you have diabetes again. Like, oh, if you have
You fucking
diabetes, then you
can.
have diabetes. Okay, it's like, you don't have to pay them every year to tell you have diabetes, right? And I
No, but you do
remember,
for
I
pot.
don't even know the outcome of that case, but I remember reading the brief and realizing, yeah, that was a fucking good argument. Like, to the whole thing of like, wait, where'd the 1 year even came from? Most of that came from the doctors, dude, because
Money.
that whole
Yeah.
thing was like such gray area. The way 215 was written wasn't very specific, right? So, like when the doctor started saying, "Oh yeah, this is good for X amount of time," it wasn't because it said in 215 that it only lasted a year. It was because doctors knew, well, how do you make money? By telling them they got to come back in a year.
And I think it was the companies that issued the cards too in California.
Well, you got to pay the doctor
Because in
200. You got to pay
different,
the Michigan
like
200.
in the Oakland, you had one place that issued a card, and then in like Berkeley, you had another place that issued cards, and they were completely different, but every place accepted them.
Well, even out here, there was all these cards. Cards meant nothing. What you had to show the actual
Was the
dispensary
paperwork.
and not a copy of it, the actual one with the embossed imprint,
Gold seal.
say, right? Like, yeah, I still have them in my wallet from when I had medical. I let it lapse a few years ago, but yeah, you had to show that, right? Not a card saying you had that. Even one time I had the one from I went down to the fucking state office or some shit and had to show them that I had the other, and then they gave me this card. I had to pay money for it, but then that card was basically useless. That you still had to show your paper, which to me
Mm-hmm.
was like, okay, this paper, anybody could make up a paper.
In
Yeah, it's all money grab.
2007,
It wasn't like they had some directory.
2008.
If you got pulled over from a
Have
cop,
this
and
paper,
showed
have this document, have this, pay this much for that one, pay that much for this one.
he had
Oh,
no
me.
way to verify any of it. One, patient doctor privilege makes it like a thing, but like it wasn't like there was some database where the cops could check. Oh, let's see, do you have your card? Is it valid? Like, no, they didn't even have such a thing. It
On
was all
the back of my card that I had from the place in Oakland, they had a number that the police can call to verify.
Yeah. They put that on there, but like,
Who
yeah,
answered
Oh,
the
where there's
phone?
a will,
No
there's a
one.
it was
No
never
one's
really,
answering the phone at 3:30. Fuck that.
it was very loosely interpreted, and that's a lot of the reasons why it got superseded with Prop 64, which is like written very specifically, where Prop 215 was very vague. Even this whole thing that doctors used to charge you extra per year to give you some extra plant count thing. Okay,
Yeah.
because
Ah,
they
whatever.
okay, but the whole plant count thing was never in the 215 law. It basically was federal sentencing guidelines, okay, which is still always illegal with the feds. And if you it's still part of sentencing guidelines. Yeah, 0 or 1 to 99 plants is one sentence. 900 plants to some other number is one other sentence. More than that is even a harsher sentence, right? So, and there was rumor or understanding that the feds never uh, prosecuted 0 to 99. So as long as you had
Yeah.
99 or less, you were okay. None of that was actually real. It was basically things that got said and repeated and ran with. Next thing you know,
But you saw it in the court cases too, though.
I remember people saying, "Oh, if you go to this doctor, he'll give you this other plant count. He'll charge you like $20 more a year, and then write you a
Unlimited.
to the thing." All that shit wasn't. It had good intention, no question, but it never was legitimized. You know what I mean? And
Well,
some
that's
of
kind
it
of like Thailand,
some
you
of it is
know.
patient doctor confidentiality, which is like something you can't fuck with. So you like that's between you and your doctor, not anyone else. And so you can't really ask doctors for patient records. You know what I'm saying?
See, here in Thailand, as long as the doctor goes and takes whatever little exam or questionnaire they have to fill out, they can prescribe cannabis for basically anything. Even dentists can prescribe it. But it's the Thai government saying that, hey, this is a medical profession or a doctor, and if they feel that the patient needs it, then the patient should have it.
Now there's much more ways to use cannabis or consume it, but for the most part, smoking is a thing. No doctor, no legit doctor is going to recommend that you smoke anything. Period. Like oh, cannabis might be all right, but the smoking of it, even though this is less harmful than tobacco or other things, obviously you could smoke. The liability and just where the history of cigarette industry's lawsuit and all that shit. Yeah, that's why they're gummies and edibles and inhalers or some other way to ingest it. Yeah, that's smoking. There's liability with smoking. You know, like the president got set with the tobacco industry, and that was a major lawsuit with major penalties, like substantial, basically. And even though there's more to it than just the smoking, I think we live in a time when like mainstream doctor and medical people are never going to say, well, I guess if you smoke a few bongs every day, that'll be okay. You know, they're never going to say that.
My Thai medical papers are written for concentrate. They're not written for flour. And at the time that they passed this law, smoking flour was still illegal, even if you had a medical paper. I came back to being legalized, but I came back thinking, hey, they passed where I can now apply for a permit to smoke the flower. But they just kind of opened it all up.
Smoking of cigarettes lead to a part of the price of a pack of cigarettes is money that the government takes as like to pay for, supposedly to help pay for the health
patients.
Like the damage that not just the government's people on healthcare, the damage it overall does to society, meaning it costs society. They'd figured out X amount of money per year over smoking related, cigarette smoking related things, right? Yeah, that's why I think that president that's ruled in the Supreme Court or has been litigated to the point it is now. Yeah, I don't think like doctors will never know, even if it's like, oh, vaping in a volcano I joke when I say this, but like I think the caveman understood suck on fire, not good. Okay. And smoking is sucking on fire. Even if it is like a vape heated thing. Oh, that's hot air. That's same thing. It's not. No. Even if the thing you're introducing has benefits, the smoking part counters that benefit in the way they look at it. It's not like a life of smoking, even if it's just a couple J's a day or a few bong hits a day that's not healthy. It's maybe not the worst healthy thing you can do but it's not healthy. You can't say it is. Scientifically or physics would prove that sucking on fire, no good. At least that's how I look at it. I remember thinking that when there was all these lawsuits where people were suing the tobacco companies for their pain and agony of cancer or whatever. And the legal argument was that, like it basically made that person not responsible for the choice he made to smoke. All right. Which basically meant, oh, I guess sucking on fire is okay. And I'm a smoker, so I suck on fire. But no, your lungs would do better if you didn't suck on fire. I think that's a fact. Like that's not up for debate. But hey, in today's world, somebody will debate you on everything. My other friend that was in Vegas, not for the Super Bowl, but was in Vegas, said that like, and he goes there because he has a friend that lives there, so he stays for a few days. He says that like, yeah, in the casinos and all this, you can like not always, but oh, it's common to smell weed inside like the casino and but yeah, they have a thing like the security and the of the establishments, if they catch you, that they eject you from the property, and they can also like fine you $500 for smoking cannabis inside an area you're not supposed to. Because I guess people just light up in the casinos. Now, I've smoked a lot of cigarettes in casinos, and I gamble a lot. I wish you could smoke weed in a casino, but you couldn't. But like that would be pretty cool if you could just smoke weed in the casino. Look, they let you get as drunk as you possibly could. So why wouldn't they?
Why shouldn't they get you high?
And they still, some casinos are smokeless, meaning you can't smoke in the casino. But no, there's still a lot of casinos that have a non-smoking section and a smoking section. And I don't know, like basically it's the same thing. If you're playing in the smoking section, then you know you're like smoking, breathing in secondhand smoke, whether it's this, that, or the other. Yeah, I don't see why you can't smoke. If you can smoke a cigarette somewhere, you should better smoke weed somewhere. There's a few state like New York, or kind of was the first place I heard that made it that, oh, well, you can smoke weed any of the places we designate you can smoke cigarette. In certain cities like New York, yeah, they have so many laws, like you can't even smoke in public. There's like only a few little spots you can smoke, right? A lot of cities are that way. Like even the whole coastal area at the beach. I mean, first they banned alcohol, but no, they banned cigarette smoking on the beach, or like any of the, like even if you're just on the overlook, you're not allowed to smoke cigarettes at the beach. Banned.
You can't even smoke cigarettes in private clubs anymore.
Yeah, I mean,
My parents belonged to a Czechoslovakian Slovenian club, and they had to go outside to smoke. They couldn't smoke downstairs in the bar where everything happened, where all the food and games were, and the pool tables and the bands. You had to go outside to smoke, and it was a paid club to get into.
yeah,
We,
it is
we
like
need to break that to get the social clubs for us stoners to go to.
there's like substances that are perfectly fine in the world and society that are like factually addictive, factually like a health issue. So like between alcohol, tobacco, a few other things. But then cannabis that isn't any of those things, like um I've had a lot of addictions. Yeah, I like smoking weed, but no, I don't feel like, oh, I'm out of weed. I'm gonna have like withdrawals, and I'm gonna be sick for a week, and it's going to affect me, I'll just miss it. It's not addictive like physically like that. But like we have things that are perfectly okay and accepted and part of our life, but then cannabis is like beneath those things. It's crazy. I mean, I'm pretty sure the big corporations are, and if they haven't started already, they're gonna start as soon as they get federal ability. Yeah, they're trying to figure out a way to tweak weed, whether through growing it, the processing it, something to make it addictive. That's the only, like, as a big corporation that could be a beer company, or it could be a tobacco company, or it could be a lot of things. Yeah, if the product you sell has some is addictive, oh, that's a winner. You can't go wrong on that, right? And cannabis isn't addictive like that, but it'd be a lot more valuable to a big corporate conglomerate if it was addictive. Like if you, there's like coffee's addictive. Um, so many things. Cannabis isn't really like that. I don't think there's any proof that it's like physically addictive in any way. There's proof that caffeine's like physically addictive. That's why you get these like frontal lobe headaches if you're a daily coffee drinker and then you stop cold turkey. You get like a physical, it affects you. All right, let's sign off because I'm fucking tired.
All right, guys. Everybody out there in chat, thanks for hanging out with us. Have a
Yeah.
wonderful
Have a good
rest
day.
of your week.
And tomorrow is safety meeting with North Star.
Yep.
Somebody should
Actually, in a
text you me
few hours.
maybe or something. Should we tell Fumi we're leaving?
No, I think it's just
No.
us, and we're all
Us.
hosts. So like any one of us, if we shut it down, we'll shut it down. Oh, well, mine says if I hit it, doesn't say leave, it says end. So if I hit it, it's good night. Oh.
Well, good night, everyone. Peace
Good night.
out.